Grace and peace. Grace and peace. Um, I'm not gonna be on here long. I might have to jump off. I'm waiting for some individuals to pull up, and I'm not sure what time, but I'm dressed. I'm ready. I don't know if I'm just gonna have to go out there and chop it up with them, or I'm gonna have to jump in and ride with them. But I wanted to share one thing. Do me a favor. Just type a one. Just type a one if I'm sounding okay. All of this stuff that's been going on. This is not for matter of fact, I gotta call my man. I gotta find out how to get a members only, something like that, Patreon, just to have some YouTube, just to have some things for YouTube, because this stuff ain't for public consumption. All of this beef, all of this stuff, a lot of stuff running around going on because of doctrine. What people believe, doctrine, what folk out here teaching. That's what a lot of this stuff got to do with what folk out here teaching. I'm going to play a little something. I'm going to pull some things up, and I'm going to explain to y'all when we start talking about doctrine and myth and religion, and this thing is powerful. I see some people talking. Shout out to my man. Shout out to Perfect. Shout out to Jordan. Fervent Charity. That's our name for him. I ain't even say his government. Shout out to Fervent Charity. The cult is real. When them cult leaders start watching the bag, when them cult leaders start watching everything, I'm gonna show some stuff to y'all. When people start calling out and saying certain things, I'm like, wow, this thing is crazy. This thing is different. This thing is different. Fair use. I want to play something. Hopefully y'all can hear this. Type one if y'all can hear this.
Every single one of them. Ain't nobody did ministry. All three of them ain't did the amount of ministry that Darby has done. They can't do it together. Darby touched millions. These niggas can't touch 100 people in a room. So at the end of the day, and I know I sound passionate, but I'm tired. I'm tired of these snakes giving snake oil salesmen, all of them, up there playing the heart for our people. And our people
we're talking about Stephen Darby, because a lot of this stuff, people, a lot of this stuff have to do with doctrine. Stephen Darby said something, and it was played. It was all right when everybody was on his statement of faith, some stuff was played and folk just went crazy. This has to do with doctrine. I'm going to bring up Nick Cannon. I'm going to bring up Whoopi Goldberg. And now all of a sudden, how these folk looking for validation through these other folk that 99% of them said was devils. Now they need the devil validation. I'm just thinking right now, and I need some people to help me think, but it's hard to think when cult leaders are around. When cult leaders are around, it's hard to think, and I'm going to show you something because a lot of this got to do with race, and it's hard to have reasonable dialogue with folk. Reasonable dialogue. So we're going to talk about serpent seed doctrine. We're going to talk about a few things.
A deeper sleep. I want my Father to recover and bring our people back into a restored state. How great is the world going to be when they see that the Negro has got it together and God has restored them? Tell me.
God going to restore the Negro. Let's get getting the doctrine. Let me stop playing. But that's what God is going to do.
He gets us together. Think about how this world would be. That if we get it together.
If we get it together, we going to have peace in the land, right? Because we are peaceful people.
We're a peaceful people. That's what the Bible teaches. Naturally, we're a peaceful people. And if we get it together, forget Jesus being the light of the world. We'll put Jesus down for a minute, and we're going to lift this nation up. We're going to lift us. We're going to lift who we are as the people, the chosen people. Look to us. Look to us. Once we get it together, the world going to turn around.
Right, but the people that rule today have dominated literally every nation on the globe. Correct. They have a heavy hand on every nation.
Key right there. My thing is, for these ninjas, these coons that sit here and play as if our people was not done dirty. Oh, we got to let it go. We got to let Jesus. None of us out here trying to do anything. We're just trying to live what y'all requires us to live. We ain't out here trying to retaliate. But what we are telling these nations, y'all better repent because the Most High is coming. And when he comes, he's going to deal with y'all. He's going to deal with your arrogance. He's going to deal with your I can't even put words right now together and how I feel. But he's going to deal with how they treated his people. That's why the economy is falling apart. That's why sickness is all over the world. This is why we are at the brinks of a war, and it's the European Union that's getting ready to go to war with each other.
All of this, y'all's allowing all of this stuff to happen because y'all don't want to, because y'all playing around with y'all's people. So he's letting this happen because y'all playing with his people. Learn the doctrine.
You don't think that this ain't the hand of God? All the while, Israel has been saying, we repent, because if you repent to Yah, we forgive you. But you got to repent.
If you repent to Yah, we forgive you. I'm glad these folk in the Bible. One thing you got to do is make sure you in the Bible. This is the Bible. This is the word of the Lord that was preached in Israel. This is the word of the Lord.
You got to repent. Because the true forgiveness is when you have repented to God and God says, I forgive you for your sins. I can't forgive you on nothing that you ain't even went to the Most High to repent about. Because you're arrogant in your sin. So I don't care how many scriptures they pull up, I can still walk in love. I'm not out here trying to hurt nobody. But what I am trying to do is get these people that are living off of slave wealth to come to the Lord and ask for repentance.
All right, so this is what this about. This what a lot of this movement is about. The white folk and slavery. Let's get to the heart of the matter. A lot of this about the white folk and slavery. That's what this is about. And Israel got to call them to repentance. That's what Israel did in Babylon, right? That's what Israel did in Egypt, called the Egyptians to repentance. That's what they did in Babylon. That's what they did with the Greeks. That's what they did when they were underneath the Romans. That's what Peter and them preached. Told the Roman soldiers to get right. That's what Peter and them, the real Israelites. That's what they did, right? That's what Paul preached. Paul went and preached to them that they need to get right and they need to stop oppressing Israel, stop taxing Israel, and get that money back. Then God will turn around and heal their land. That's Bible, right? This is the Bible. This is what's being preached.
This means to restore everything you took. Those same Spanish.
Well, listen. Y'all gotta give us some money, not us, but give them folks some money. Reparations. Give up some money, and then God gonna forgive you. That's the Bible. And then, we could run to Luke and what happened with Zacchaeus. He ran up into the sycamore tree for Jesus was to pass by that way. And when Jesus got to the place, he looked up and said, Zacchaeus, come down and make haste. For today I must abide at thy house. And then he said, Lord, if I have done anything, because, he was the head of the IRS. He was Matthew and them boss. So he said, if I have done anything, I restore to any man fourfold. So that's the Bible. That's the Bible, right? And this is the Bible. This is biblical doctrine. White folk repent. White folk give us some money, and white folk stop your nonsense, and the Negro gonna come together, then the Lord shall return.
They snatched. Those people had wealth. Those same Africans in West Africa, when they didn't find us in the bush, our people own things.
Come on.
And you owe us because you stole from our people. So that's why I'm like, I'm done. I'm done. I'm going to teach repentance. I'm going to ask God to repent, to help my people to repent. But them snake oil salesmen that's sitting up there playing games with the word of God, they going to have to repent. And not to mention the king of the snake oil salesman, which is a atheist, which is Garfield. Garfield can't open his raggedy mouth and say anything.
Raggedy, we go. That's fine. Oh, man, where Garfield at right now? Just funny. And let me ask y'all a question whilst we bringing up Garfield. Is there a difference according to the Bible? Let me ask y'all a question. Is it wait a minute. You can't be in here. You can't be in here. You can't be in here, Wiggins. I'm sorry. I should have brought that out first. No Israelites can be in here because the leaders have commanded. The leaders have commanded that y'all not give. The leaders have commanded that y'all not listen. That's how I said for private consumption. I'm going to call my man. I'm going to call me at Alton and find out how to get this thing on what you call it only so everybody publicly can't see it. Because we got to publicly talk, but this is not for public consumption. Folk ain't going to like what's going on. They'll tell them folk, Ella Phillips, they'll tell them folk don't come through and they'll come through with different names. But that's another story. That's another story. I want to keep playing some of this stuff right here. I want to get into some of this stuff right here. But let me ask you a question, elders. Let me ask y'all a question. Is there a difference? Is there a difference in the way the apostles and the Bible speaks about a heretic and speaks about someone that's just simply not saved? Or are they on an equal level? That's my question to y'all. Someone that's straight preaching, teaching heresy, and someone that look like Raggedy Garfield. That's just not saved. Is there a difference? Fair use.
Because he's a scammer. This dude walking around here talking about I can take student loans off your credit. Ninja, you can't even get student loans off your credit if you file bankruptcy.
Thank you.
Oh, wait a minute. I learned something today. One thing you can do is learn from these folks.
From Garfield. This is why the UA community is falling apart before their eyes. That's why the UA community fell apart. So that's why I'm not bothered. I'm unbothered. I still love everybody with the love of God, but I'm going to tell you, them snakes up there, I'm not dealing with them. Ryan, Ambassador, Jay the producer, Garfield.
No. Elder Wiggins, you're more than welcome. But the Israelite leaders don't want Israelites over here. Oh, they're going to call some Israelite names out. Y'all going to have to stop coming over here. Y'all going to have to stop listening to this and show them stop giving. I'm going to let the thing play, and then I'm going to pull up some of the comment section over there. Of course, it's funny because they want to check Israelites because they busy watching who donating. They busy watching. I'm telling y'all right now, if y'all can't see this for what it is, I'm good. And this religion, y'all too much with this book. I know your nation. I know. Boy, I'm telling you, that book powerful. That book powerful in the way them folks swinging that thing, the way they swinging it.
All of them, they up there selling us a lie. And my biggest problem also is these millennials, these ones that call themselves Israelites, that's falling in line with this foolishness.
Come on now, preach, Sister E.
I'm calling them all out. Cherie needs to come from down there.
Cherie, because she's an Israelite. She ain't got her own mind. She can't do what she want to do. She need to come from down there.
All of them. I'm gonna call them out. I love my brother, Second Exodus, and I'm not calling him out in a bad way because I know his heart, y'all. I really know his heart. But they're using his words because he is not harsh to people. He's gonna try his best to get people to understand certain things. They do him wrong. Jermaine is up there. They need to come down. All these people understand.
So the plumber need to get out. All Israelites, basically, y'all that's still here, that's not y'all need to just get on down there and go on down there and follow y'all leaders. You can't have your own brain. That's called 101. You can't have your own brain. You got to do whatever the leaders say. Next thing they're gonna start. I can tell y'all how this gonna go. Next they're gonna prophesy judgment, doom. Doom is gonna come upon you. That's the next thing. I follow these stages. I'm telling y'all, I'm good with them cults. I'm pretty good with them cults. That's the next thing. If y'all don't come from down here, Cherie, they didn't say your name this time, Plumber, Jordan, Fervent Charity, you got to get from over here. You don't belong over here. The masters, the leaders, those that have the anointing, they have called, they have spoken, and you must obey. And if you don't obey, it's consequences coming to you. This is how they do it. This is how it's done. Oh, this is how it's done. Y'all don't think this is nothing new. I hope y'all don't think this behavior is anything new.
If Jesus came right now off the throne and said they are the people, them niggas would still find some reason to find a hole in it.
No, not if now. Wait a minute now. If Jesus comes now, wait a minute. It depends if y'all are those ends. It depends if y'all are those ends. Because that's all they want you to do is believe and accept what they say. That's all they want you to do is believe and accept what they say. They don't want you to search the scripture, search history. They don't want you to search no stuff. Just believe and accept what they say. Then they go turn around and get this other guy. And this guy done went to them folk, to the Jewish people. Remember, Jewish, to the Jewish people, and now the Jewish people that's practicing Judaism. Now, matter of fact, let me stop playing this and ask y'all a question about Judaism and Israelites. Did Israelites practice the religion of Judaism? And what's being practiced? What are them Igbos practicing? See, that I'm told y'all I'm slow. I'm willing to admit I'm slow. I'm willing to admit I want to believe that Israel was on some, at least a few of them ships, a little bit of people. What's wrong with that? I wanted to believe about that kumbaya. I wanted to believe a bunch of stuff. I still want to believe. So let's look and let's examine some of this stuff.
That word, I'm sorry, I don't want to get nobody in trouble. Ninjas will do that. People are tired of fighting this. am tired. I'm not fighting this. If you don't think I'm Israel, that's between you and God. But I know between me and my Father, I know who I am. And that's the problem.
All right, I'm gonna stop that right there. No, I'm not beefing with her. I'm not beefing with her, but this is how stuff go down. She's talking about stuff on my channel. You see, she didn't say my name, and you see, I ain't saying her name, but people that's on her channel talking, and people that's on my channel talking. I told people from the gate, Sister E peeps regardless. If we don't never talk again, she peeps regardless. I already told y'all that before they even came to this. I knew this was coming years ago. I knew this was coming from afar off because I understand culture and I understand movements. I told y'all I amped her to start her channel. I amped her to talk about, you Israel talk about. I amped her to do that. They'll testify to that. Folk done been around. Folk done testified. Berean. Listen, I got folk that was a Sunday 7 said, Berean kept every time the conversation going back to Israel. Berean was dragging it back. Who you think was leading the channel? Berean, yeah. Berean said, yeah, go ahead, discuss it. I knew it had to come to this. Why? And the more that we talk, the more that we see stuff. But that's not even what I want to deal with right now. That's not. Let me see what video I want to play first. Dealing with this stuff right here. Let me play a few minutes of this thing came up. Let me play a few minutes of this first. Fair use, a brother. Let me see if you in here. Just hit me in the email. Here another brother. They didn't mention his name, but Israelite brother sent me this. Type of one if y'all can hear with no echo. Can y'all hear that with no echo? I didn't know y'all. I got to go back. I want to make sure that y'all are hearing it with no echo, right? So I got to mute my if I'm doing this thing correctly. All right, let me go. Here we go.
Thanks, my brother, and shalom to descendants of the biblical Israelites.
All right, that's what I was asking y'all if I had to mute it, if I didn't have to mute it. All right, no, I got to let y'all. I want y'all to hear all of this stuff, and then we're going to ask certain things. Remember, we're going to ask certain things. We were asking about Jewish, and Judaism. What is what the people over there practicing? Y'all know I'm slow. Type of one if y'all can hear me right now. Berean TV, play the video. Sister E crying about you, brother. Play that one. She crying about me. All right, no. You may have to. I don't know. Somebody sent this one to me. I don't really be looking at it. I try to get myself amped up. Sister E, Sister E. All right, I'll look for it right now. Plumber, what's the difference between Judaism? What are the Igbo people practicing, Plumber? Judaism, they practicing what you practice. They practicing what Moses practiced, Ezra and them practice. What they practicing? All right, let me go back to this right here and click on this.
Shalom.
I can't mute it.
I want to say peace to all our brothers and sisters who are coming into this live stream. I'm going to ask that you all share the live stream as much as you can, because there is a very, very powerful brother and guest that we have with us here today who has a very powerful announcement to make for the greater community today. I'm going to begin by giving praise to the Creator by saying hallelujah. And I'm going to begin by officially greeting my brother, Remy Ilona, author Remy Ilona, by saying shalom to you, my brother.
Shalom to you, my brother, Chief Zion Lex.
Shalom, shalom. So let's go right forward, my brother. So it was brought to my attention by a brother that I have tremendous respect for. Our elder Moray of Boone Church in Atlanta, Moray Brown. He brought to my attention that there was an announcement that you made public to the community. Before I even get an opportunity to say what that announcement is, I would like for you to tell us what exactly is the announcement that you had to share with our greater community.
Shalom, Chief Zion Lex, my brother, and shalom to the brothers and sisters that are following this event. The announcement is that Obadiah Alliance, a very important Sephardic Jewish organization, constituted a Bedin, that is a rabbinical court, which studied every facet of Igbo history, studied the culture, studied the experiences, and came out with the bombshell of an announcement that the Igbo people, with present homeland in the country called Nigeria, are descendants of the biblical Israelites.
That is an amazing announcement. If I could reiterate for everyone, Brother Remy is making it clear that a very important Sephardic rabbinical court came to the decision, after assessing the history and the culture and even the journey of the Igbo of Nigeria, that the Igbo are certainly the descendants of the original biblical Israelites.
That's heavy right there. That's heavy right there. Y'all heard what it said, right? Now, it's a little strange because, like I said, those are those other Jews that a lot of people have been saying fake. Why would the fake Jew now? It just, and it's hard to do this without feelings and stuff getting involved, because we're trying to deal with history that could have been whitewashed. We're trying to deal with a lot of stuff. So when we come together as reasonable people and we're trying to look and we're trying to deal with evidence, it's going to be beef and it's going to be back and forth. Some folk, they just done. They say, yo, oh, I'm sorry. Thank you. I appreciate you. But I'm telling you, they're watching right now. What Israel give, they're watching the purse. People come in with a super chat, they watching it. They want to call people out. People is cool. Israelites is cool. They want to just call them out. So it's hard to have he said this is laughable. No, we gotta look into this. It's not a practice, brother. It's Israelite heritage and creed. No, I agree with that. All right, the Most High gave Israel instead of religion. It's religion. This is religion now. It's a nation of a people, and y'all got a religion. Let's now. One thing we're gonna do is stop this. Y'all got an altar. Y'all had high priests. Y'all had regular priests. Y'all was sacrificing, calling on deity. You got holy days. This is a religion. Now y'all are a nation of people with a religion. Can we agree to that right there? Or that's not even? I'm not. He said, all right. You get ready to hold on. What Garfield talking about? They're not, all right, hold on, I'm sorry. They're not converts. Well, let me not get sidetracked. Y'all already heard what it was. The Jews that so many people have been saying, and all of the camps are still saying, that a lot of people on my channel are saying, the Jews that didn't come on here talking all of this stuff, those Jews are acknowledging Igbo, some of those Igbo people that's been practicing this religion. They say now, is it wrong or is it right? Some people say Igbo people have been practicing the religion of Judaism. Well, they recognize themselves to be Israel. Are they the true Israelites, the Igbo people, the real true Israelites? When did they first come in contact with these people, with this religion? Are they the true Israelites that's been separated before the temple or since the temple? I'm talking about the second temple. And now the fake Jews got to acknowledge them because they really need to learn some stuff for them in order for the next temple to come. And I hate to say, that's what I'm saying, it's hard to talk because this Israel thing is money right now. I might as well keep a buck with y'all right now. Anybody that got a channel talking about we Israel, we the people, and selling Yahweh gear, Yahweh hats and hoodies and all of that, it's bread in this thing right now. Just like John Hagee been getting the European evangelicals, milking them for that money for Jerusalem and Israel. Let's stop acting like we don't know what's money in Israel and end day prophecies. It's money in that area. It's money in that area. Some people are doing this, could be for money. Some people know automatically would say, well, if I start teaching that we the people, I start teaching the truth, the money is automatically going to come because y'all bless you for telling the truth. So these people could tell y'all anything. Anything is going on. But if we coming together here as a reasonable people and we're trying to look at this thing and we're trying to figure this thing out, it's going to be a little difficult. And I'm saying this in light of Nick Cannon. Remember with Nick Cannon, them other Jews made Nick Cannon bow down, y'all. He changed his behavior. He was talking strong, but he changed his behavior. Whoopi Goldberg, she was talking strong, and much bread as they got, they changed their behavior. Mess around with these folk. Now, Whoopi, she got enough bread. She could back out. Nick Cannon could back out, too, for this truth. They could back on out and keep it moving. They got enough money. Let me play a little bit of that other video. Let me play a little bit of this so we can get this thing going real good. Then we'll get into the question.
Now, with that new fallout for Nick Cannon, the actor, rapper, and television host fired by Viacom overnight following racial and anti-Semitic comments he made on his podcast. Eva Pilgrim has those details for us. Good morning, Eva.
Good morning, Robin. Cannon has been on social media tweeting both messages of support and attack. The network saying they fired Cannon after he promoted hateful speech on his podcast on YouTube. Overnight backlash for Nick Cannon after these controversial comments on his podcast, Cannon's Class.
We are the Semitic people. When we are the same people that who they want to be, that's our birthright.
Viacom CBS announcing they are cutting ties with the comedian.
What about the big ear corn?
Who they have had a decades-long relationship with.
So the people that don't have it are a little, I'm gonna say this carefully, are a little less.
In the June 30th episode of his
Wait a minute. I'm sorry. You're not talking about, Thunder said that's not religion. Those are customs and traditions. What's customs and traditions? Praying? Having an altar? I'm wondering if that's what you're talking about right there. All of this stuff is religion. This is how come theologians arguing. This is how come apologists and other people would argue that when you, for example, Prince Hall, y'all got an altar, you open and you close with prayer, and y'all got a chaplain, y'all got a holy book. This is religion. Let's not be fooled. This is all religion. Y'all want to back away from the word religion and call it spirituality to make yourself feel good. Israelites are a religious people. It's a religion that they have, and they're supposed to have a relationship with a God that they call Yah, and he gave them instructions on this planet to follow. They had priestly garbs like the priest of Egypt, Babylon, and everywhere else had priestly garbs. We can't fool ourselves. We all grown in here. One thing we need to do is stop playing like we running around here crazy. This thing, they're a nation of people. A mixed multitude came out. They call themselves a group or a nation, but they have a religion. They got a holy book and they pray to deity. They believe in the unseen realm. They got prophets. This is full-blown religion.
Cannon speaking to former Public Enemy member Professor Griff.
The only way that they can act is evil. The only way they have to rob, steal, rape, kill, and
fight or flight,
in order to serve.
Fight or flight ain't got nothing to do with nothing. But he said only way they can do that is because they was evil. This comes from Iceman inheritance. Remember the doctrines we've been teaching. The whites are more wicked than the black people. This is nothing. I'm going to give y'all, matter of fact, let me tell y'all what this is in all actuality. This right here is what we call serpent seed doctrine. I ain't even want to get into this whole thing, but this is serpent seed doctrine. Let me stop the screen right here and stop. Let me stop the screen right here and read a little bit of this right here. Just a little bit of this right here so we can make sure we got our minds right. This Wikipedia, I can take y'all down to some other articles, and I'm gonna take y'all to that. I'm gonna take y'all to that Harvard School of Divinity thing. That's a little bit of what we gave them yesterday. This, what we call, people want to know, what do we call serpent seed doctrine? And it's heavy in our hood. That's the white Jew is wicked. The white Cain is of the wicked one. But I'm going to read some of this and I'm going to explain how the Nation of Islam preached the serpent seed doctrine. And we're going to go a little back into where it came from and why people are trying to say black people are more pure, more holy, because Dr. Blair and all of them, because the melanin of their skin, Richard King, Black Dot, Oli, everything I'm spitting right now, I got right here. All right, let me read a little bit of this. The doctrine of the serpent seed is also known as a dual seed or a two-seed doctrine. It is a controversial and fringe Christian religious belief which explains the biblical account of the fall of man by stating that the serpent mated, slept, had sex with Eve in the Garden of Eden, and the offspring of that union was Cain. Remember, people would say Cain is of the wicked one. This event resulted in the creation of two races of people, the wicked descendants of the serpent, who are destined for damnation, and the righteous descendants of Adam, who are destined to have life eternal. The doctrine frames human history as a conflict between the two races, in which the descendants of Adam will eventually triumph over the descendants of the serpent. And y'all know Genesis 3:15. I'll give y'all scriptures and I'll explain. Matter of fact, I'm going to jump on with Ambassador. I'm going to jump on with the preachers and talk about that tomorrow night, but I'm going to just give y'all a little bit of this. The teaching appears in early Gnostic writings, Valentinus in the 2nd century, and the Gospel of Philip. That's among Nag Hammadi that we found in Egypt. Those are Gnostic or esoteric gospels, and you know how Da Vinci Code them beat y'all in the head. And y'all, you know, you conspiracy theory. Oh, they took them out. These books are they've been free for everybody to read. You can get online and you can read them right now. But the simple minded that just runs for any conspiracy. Oh, the Vatican, they kept them books away from us so we won't know the truth about the white man and how wicked the white man is. So they took those books out, and then Constantine and the Nicene Council, they gave us the books of the Bible and all, you know the nonsense that's on the internet. You know the nonsense. All right, and early church fathers describe now when we found Nag Hammadi in 1945, we didn't know nothing about the Gnostics on the only writings that we had about the Gnostics came from the early church fathers. So what did 1945 did when Muhammad Ali found those 13 codexes in Egypt? When he found them, what did that do? They nothing but verify the church fathers was telling the truth. Church fathers was nothing but telling the truth. The ones y'all call the church baby daddies, like I said, retrace doctrine, 1945, it just confirmed what the church baby daddies were saying. Described the Gnostic doctrine that the original sin was adultery between Eve and the serpent, and explicitly rejected it as heresy. The church fathers, who many were apologists, the early apologists, the first bishop, they turn around from the gate. Eve ain't had that ain't what we received. Eve ain't had no sex with no serpent. That ain't what we received. They called it heresy from the gate. But I'm going to tell y'all how it worked for black people in the 60s, how it worked for black, not just black people. William Branham, I'll show y'all where it comes from. This is just a tool of the enemy. That race thing is sin, but it's a powerful sin that's been used and been manipulated. Or as heresy in his book Against Heresies. Wait a minute, that's the church. And the church fathers right there. During the 19th century, the serpent seed doctrine was revived again by American religious leaders who wanted to promote white supremacy. The modern version of the serpent seed doctrine was developed in the teachings of British Israelism by Totten, by Carter, by Daniel Parker, was also responsible for reviving and promoting the doctrine among primitive Baptists. Y'all read about them primitive Baptists. Teachers of Christian identity theology. When we talk about Christian identity, that's British Israelism transferred to America. It's the same doctrine. British Christian identity, which branched off from British Israelism, preached the doctrine during the earlier 20th century and promoted it within the Ku Klux Klan, Albert Pike, European mystics, occultists, and folk running around here trying to terrorize black people because they believe black people was the seed of the wicked one. The Aryan Nation and American Nazi Party and other white supremacist organizations. The belief adherents commonly used it to justify anti-Semitism and racism by claiming that Jews or members of non-white races That's how come Jews and you black folk, according to Hitler. That's how come y'all amaze me. Oh, Hitler knew who the true Jews was. Hitler said that y'all got God's true people, the Jews and all that garbage. Find the primary source for that. Do me a favor, please. Please find the primary source that Hitler said that Hitler was fighting and doing what he was doing to the Jews because the real Jews was over here in America. Y'all love lies. Let's tell the truth. Find somebody, go get your great leaders. Go get your great researchers and bring it up in the primary source where we can find that Hitler said that. Hitler ain't care about no black folk. Just like he ain't care about no Jews. Why? Because he wanted to lift up the Aryan race, them blue-eyed tall folk, and he wasn't even blue-eyed, but he was looking for pure blood. And he said the rest of y'all belong to the serpent. Oh, they don't like that? I wonder why so many similarities in this thing. All right, non-whites, the descendants of Cain and the serpent, who variably interpreted that to be Satan or intelligent non-human being creatures which lived before Adam and Eve. Pre-Adamic nonsense. The serpent seed teaching comes from several different forms. William Branham, Pentecostal mystic, y'all love him. Where you Pentecostals that love lifting up William Branham and all these visions? Where y'all at? He loved this stuff. Arnold Murray, where y'all at? Wesley and Sun Myung Moon played important roles in spreading versions of the doctrine among their respective groups throughout the 20th century. Around the world, there are millions of adherents to the serpent seed doctrine. Branham is that's William Branham, people that broke away, and the unification, Sun Myung Moon in them church. So everybody, people profit. You make good money off of chosen people doctrine and cursed people doctrine. Let me stop sharing right here. That's just a little something for y'all right there. Now we're going to go back. Now, in light of this, we understand a little better. In light of this, it makes a little more sense what Nick Cannon was talking about. They naturally wicked. Iceman and Heritage, they naturally foul. They born children of the devil. And then I'm going to give y'all how they eisegete. That's how we say interpretation is important. John 8:44, Jesus was talking to the wicked white Jew. Farrakhan and Ben preached that. You are of your father the devil, and the lust of your fathers ye will do. I can take y'all to 1 Peter 2:4, when he talking about how sin entered the world through lust. It was Adam and Eve having sex. How they take the Bible and twist it to their own destruction. But they preaching something. Nick Cannon he might not never heard of the serpent seed doctrine, but trust me, he lifting up the serpent seed doctrine, that those Jews are fake and those Jews are wicked. Bunch of y'all lifting up the serpent seed doctrine. Now y'all praising and clapping and cheering that the people, that's the synagogue that y'all said was the synagogue of Satan in Revelation 2:3 to 2:9 and 3:9. Now all of a sudden, them same ones, y'all been lifting up serpent seed doctrine, them same ones being witness with who y'all are, and y'all giving glory to God? Man, listen, hold on, bro.
Exactly. So then these people who didn't have what we had, and when I say we, I speak of the melanated people. Right. They had to be savages.
The 39-year-old host facing criticism for his comments, also accused of perpetuating an anti-Semitic conspiracy theory.
The Rothschild, centralized banking, the bloodlines that control everything even outside of America.
Cannon, who most recently hosted the Fox show The Masked Singer, taking to social media Monday to explain, saying, "Anyone who knows me knows that I have no hate in my heart nor malice intention."
Nah, they don't. No. They don't got in touch with him. Of course, this thing do have to do with power and money. They don't got in touch with him. Why he got to get the backpedaling now? Stand on what you believe. If it's the truth of Yah, if it's the truth, you already got bread. Why would you have to backpedal on what? Now you want to be educated. Now you want to sit down, Nick Cannon, with the rabbis. Come on, spit that doctrine Farrakhan gave you. Spit that doctrine the Israelites gave you. Spit that doctrine. Don't back up now. You already got bread. You could go underground, put that bread up. Like people worried about what's going on with the church bread. All these folk, Kendrick Lamar, all these folk talking about we Israel, let them all get together with that bread and everybody make that thing happen. Y'all ain't got to bow to the devil. God wants y'all to bow to the devil. Peter, James, and John ain't bow to the devil. Come on, let me play a little bit more of this.
Cannon stopped short of apologizing, instead saying, "I hold myself accountable for this moment and take full responsibility." Cannon's long-running show Wild and Out airs on VH1. Viacom CBS saying in a statement overnight that they condemn bigotry of any kind. And Viacom telling ABC News, we are deeply troubled that Nick has failed to acknowledge.
I like what Alton just said. He took that turban off. Boy, these folk on bend. These folk will talk a good one. These folk will talk a good one, then they'll get the bending. These folk too contradictory. You bowing to the devils? Y'all looking for justification from the devils, from the wicked one? Come on, man, come on.
Or apologize for perpetuating anti-Semitism, and we are terminating our relationship with him. Robin.
Period.
All righty. Eva, thank you so much.
Well, hey there, GMA fans. Robin Roberts here. Thanks for checking out our YouTube.
All right, y'all heard that. Y'all heard that, right? Or y'all ain't hear that? I got to play that again right there. Y'all heard that? I got to play that again right there. Let's see about this other one right here. Now, she's a little different. But still, again, folk gonna bow, folk gonna respect.
The View co-host Whoopi Goldberg suspended for 2 weeks for her comments about the Holocaust. Ariel Reshef has the story. Good morning, Ariel.
Good morning to you, George. Though Goldberg has apologized, her comments sparked a firestorm, some seeing this as a troubling sign of fading understanding about the horrors of the Holocaust. This morning, ABC News suspending Whoopi Goldberg for 2 weeks in response to her inflammatory remarks about the Holocaust. ABC News President Kim Godwin saying in a statement, effective immediately, I am suspending Whoopi Goldberg for 2 weeks for her wrong and hurtful comments. While Whoopi has apologized, I've asked her to take time to reflect and learn about the impact of her comments. The entire ABC News organization stands in solidarity with our Jewish colleagues, friends, family, and communities.
If you're going to do this, then let's be truthful about it, because the Holocaust isn't about race.
On Monday's show, the host of ABC's The View inaccurately claimed the Holocaust was not related to race.
It's not about race. It's not about race.
What is it about?
Because it's about man's inhumanity to man. That's what it's about. Whoopi Goldberg.
Goldberg appearing to double down on the Colbert Show that night.
The American experience tends to be based on skin.
Yes. And so that is what race means to me. Mm-hmm. When you talk about being a racist, I was saying you can't call this racism. This was evil. Mm-hmm. This wasn't based on the skin. You couldn't tell who was Jewish. Mm-hmm. They had to.
Oh, she said you couldn't tell who was Jewish. That's how come I said this is a little bit different. But this did Hitler move? Hitler moved based off of, y'all know that it is reported that Hitler had the Blavatsky on the side of his bed and he read it like the Bible every night. The secret doctrine. Y'all already know that Blavatsky and them was lifting up them tall blonde haired people from Atlantis. Talking about this root race and all of this stuff. This is about race. They do believe that the Jews were beneath them a whole nother race, the seed of the wicked. These doctrines are in our backyard. They're in our cookouts. They're in our beauty parlors. They're in our barbershop. Nation of Islam ain't the only one preaching that. Whole bunch of different groups you will go look at on Sinetta TV. They all believe the white man is the wicked one. They all teach that form of Christian identity on British Israelism, Aryan, whatever, Phineas priest, whatever you want to call it. It's all different forms, different groups of the same doctrine. This war is on doctrine. This beef is about doctrine. Now with us, it's biblical doctrine and how we see certain things. You see people went crazy when Stephen Darby's doctrine was questioned. People went crazy. When people lifting up and asking, well, what is repentance? What you're supposed to do? When people comparing in the Bible, you're telling white folk that they better repent. They better repent. Did Israel preach that? Did the holy prophets preach that? Did Paul and them preach that to the Romans? Did Jesus, did Peter, did James, did John, did they preach that? Now, if the original Israelites ain't preach that, what you finna give me? They preach repentance to the world. They preach for all have sinned and fall short of the glory of God. They preach that our righteousness is as a filthy rags. That's what they preach. Y'all don't like what they preach, but y'all saying y'all them people. But your speech is betraying you. For all have sinned. The wages of sin is death, but the gift of... What does all of this stuff mean? What did they preach? Did they run around and spend time talking about the oppressor? Or did they preach the kingdom of God? And this nonsense y'all running around here. And when I say y'all, I ain't talking about everybody because it's dangerous. We can't broad brush. I don't like when people broad brush in Christianity. We can't broad brush, but who got this message And who got that message? It's better. Numbers are always better. Come on now, y'all say y'all know the history of the Catholic Church, Roman Catholic Church. When people started beefing, they cleaned up pagan holidays. Number is always better. Unify everybody, accept every doctrine, and bring it all in there. So you bang on the Catholics, but you different. Bring in every doctrine. Torah only, non-Torah only, virgin birth, non-virgin birth. This an atheist, this a Muslim, this drug dealer. We just all one big nation. We one big people. Bring everybody in. Because there's power in numbers. Rome knew that. Vatican knew that. Boy, we finna take this thing over there. They ran a whole muck in Europe. Multiple countries, multiple kings and popes and monsignors. That's how, and I watched them. I watch you Protestant bishops too. They came back and they told me when they came back and they told me they made Bishop. What my sister and them said? They said Bishop. They didn't make Bishop Ellis a metropolitan. I said a metropolitan. What in the? I said what, Father God, in the name of? I said what in the world is a metropolitan? I had to go Google that and look that thing up. Sure enough, more that degree work. Some other stuff that make believe that came down from Europe and them degree up folk. So wow, these dudes is metropolitans, monsignors and abbots and all this other stuff. A lot of this stuff make believe. And those that are leaders, they're the ones that can do what they want. Da-da! We can just bring degree. We can just bring titles. We can just bring names. We can just bring stuff into the word of God and add it to the movement. Who's to question us, especially when you're the leaders? If you're not subject one to another, once you get enough leaders, what you got to do is shut it down. You form an echo chamber. This is the cardinal of bishops right here. This is what it is. These are the authorities right here that we prance around with fancy robes and stuff on in front of everybody. And then y'all like, ooh, wow. And then y'all listen to the leaders. That's how it is with the YouTube people. That's how it is with your YouTubers, your researchers. So they don't want nothing to be questioned. The movement can grow better if you don't question it. No drug dealers, no murderers, killers. Nobody don't want to get questioned. Man coming home don't want his wife start beefing. Where you been? Hold on, let me see your phone. Nobody want to know who want that. Because that can expose some stuff. If you ain't really been doing that, my phone right there. Go ahead, look through it. Ain't nothing happening. What you talking about? But if you got something to hide, what you want to see my phone for? Why you keep talking about? Or they'll start talking about something else. You ain't even washed the dishes. Nah, he got that broad number in his phone. He got them pictures. Oh, no. He full blown. He wilding out on Plenty of Fish. Oh, no. Wait a minute. But y'all don't want that. Y'all don't want to start thinking. They don't want to think in people. They don't want to comparing people. Listen, if it's the truth of God, what Jesus and them said? Jesus said, I ain't taught teach nothing. This thing was all done openly. Paul and them, this was all done openly. This thing wasn't done in no corner. This thing wasn't done in no corner. Let's bring it out. If folk lying, folk blind, if folk not. Let's just compare all of it. Don't make nobody the best. Let's just compare all of it, see what it is, and just figure out what's going on. And let's just figure out what's going on. Hold on. Let me take care of you. Let me take care of y'all right now. I'm telling y'all don't need to come over here. Y'all don't need to come over here. This ain't for everybody. This ain't for everybody right here. Your leaders don't like it, but trust me, they listening right now. This chestnut checkers. But you people, individuals can't think for themselves. This not the channel. This ain't it right here. This ain't it right here. We're trying to free your minds. We just want you to just think. Let's just think, everybody. God called us to be a wise people. It's funny how the other dude talking about, a Christian and being smart. That's an oxymoron. Folk funny with it right now. Folk think we're going to just accept anything. You feed that to your people. You leaders, you feed that to your people. That's how come y'all ain't never liked them secret societies. Because them dudes said, we going to get together in private and we going to talk. Because they know they want to kill you for truth. Truth divides. Truth divide. Who was the only one mad at them that they were meeting and they were talking? Who were the only ones that divide? Shout out to Fervent Charity. He said, I'm here. He a thinker. People gonna come up in here. They mad plumbing them. They gonna come up in here. Folk gonna stand on what they believe in. Like, you gotta look at it. Maybe we looking at it wrong. Plumber gonna straight say that. Other dude, all in Jordan business talking about, I can't lie. I don't like if you give over there. Come on, man. That's goofy. That, to me, I'm like, they can't even see they exposing their hand, but they don't study cults. They don't study this thing. We study this thing. We could point you to multiple people, how this thing have gone down in the past. That's how come you got to understand the past. You got to understand cults. You got to understand the behavior that we're seeing. A lot of this got to do with psychology. There's a mindset that comes with these leaders. There's a mindset that comes with religion. I know it ain't religion, whatever it is. George Washington got together. It was like, listen, we finna go terror. D-Folk and them, King and them ain't gonna bother us over here. We finna wild out. We're gonna do what we want to do. They turned around and had a Boston Tea Party. They're like, man, we're gonna flip out. We're gonna do us. Because they was thinking for themselves. We die, we die. People mad. People try to throw that propaganda, that nonsense out there. Let me just play a little bit. Saw it all before. Thank you, seen it all before, man. We listen. We definitely not new to this. Things are written for our example. So we're looking at what you're preaching and what you're sharing. And it looks, for some reason, it looks like serpent seed doctrine. That's how come it's a connection with Sinetta. Why you think Sinetta got so many camps on it? It's a connection with them, serpent seed doctrine, Nation of Islam, Moral Science Temple. Everybody, I played the video the other day. The dude was like, no, it's the curly hair people and the straight hair people. Trying to say it's two races. That's a form of the serpent seed doctrine. They wicked, we righteous. Plain and simple. But folks can't see it for what it is. Let me play a little bit more of this and get out of here. Them people ain't calling me yet.
Delve deeply to figure it out.
Then tweeting an apology saying in part, the Jewish people around the world have always had my support and that will never waver.
So now we ought to talk about the Jewish people. If those are the wicked people or those are the church, or those are the synagogue of Satan, we got to compare and we got to see what they're doing because all of a sudden people want to get shine from them. But the other pastor said, well, you got to have a driver's license. He wanted because he's and matter of fact, we got to look at what's that brother named Remy? Let me pull up another video. Where Garfield? Where are these videos at? Let me play a video or two. Then they worried about who's an atheist, and they ain't never one time asked To the Prophet what he was. Let me pull up that other video with To the Prophet that said them people connected to that land, them other people, them folk been there. Now we got to compare. Because if some people over there connected, and they've been in that land and they connected to the land, we got to do like what Jordan said when we look at these scriptures. Jerusalem shall be trodden. That's fair, ain't that fair? That's fair. Wait a minute, it said Jerusalem shall be trodden down by the Gentiles. How do we understand that scripture in light of history? Let me hit this thing right here.
Sorry for the hurt I have caused. And the next day, opening The View with this.
I said that the Holocaust wasn't about race. And it was instead about man's inhumanity to man. But it is indeed about race because Hitler and the Nazis considered Jews to be an inferior race.
Somebody's school toward the serpent seed doctrine and how people been using that. Propaganda, Henry Ford, the International Jew, Protocols of the Elders of Zion, 13th tribe.
Now, words matter, and mine are no exception. I regret my comments, as I said, and I stand corrected. I also stand with the Jewish people, as they know, and y'all know, because I've always done that.
By the end of the Holocaust, just 77 years ago, 6 million Jews had been murdered.
That might not fit exactly or feel different than the way we think about race in 21st century America, where primarily it's about people of color. But throughout the Jewish people's history, they have been marginalized. They have been persecuted. They have been slaughtered in large part because many people felt they were not just a different religion, but indeed a different race.
That's serpent seed doctrine right there. Come on, let me read what's easy. Y'all see what's on the screen right here? The brother said, are all the Jews in Jerusalem Jews? No. Not absolutely nobody. Nobody never said that. That's something we're not going to no extremes. Are all the blacks in America Jews? No. Nobody said that. We're not going to them extremes. Them games, we're not playing them. Them games we ain't playing. We didn't say that. But when people denied everybody over here, I've had multiple people on this channel deny every single person over there. Period. Every single person over there. And now the same people running around because they leaders saying it now. Because their leaders saying it now, they're excited that the same people that y'all were running around here talking about on this channel, saying that they fake, now all of a sudden, y'all excited because they acknowledging y'all? It's just not making no sense. And all we want to do is make it make sense. That's all we want to do. And now we're the bad people to make it make sense. We're comparing that guy doctrine from what a statement of faith is saying. We're just comparing it. Now all of a sudden you become devils for comparing?
The head of the Anti-Defamation League warning anti-Semitism is still a real and present danger.
We need people on good faith on the left and the right to call this out forcefully, fully, without hesitation.
And studies show an alarming decline in knowledge about the Holocaust at a time when anti-Semitism has surged to unprecedented levels. The FBI saying Jews are the most targeted for religious-based hate crimes in this country. And George, as you heard there, Goldberg saying she regrets her comments and any hurt they may have caused.
Jews are the most targeted because of what they believe. And that's what some people are arguing right now. Some people are arguing that right now, and that could be a problem, because if the Jews have said, if Professor Henry has said that we have black Jews don't have nothing to do with a color, it's going to be a problem if we do have people that are practicing that religion that are Jews in this country. So I understand that. Of course, it's going to be a problem. So we can't act, nobody, these folk that got channels out here, you can't act like there's no black Jews at all, nowhere. When Henry and them bear witness, there's black Jews. Somewhere, Jews look like where they went to and they traveled to in the country. So now that brings us to the problem that we have right here. We've been arguing, we've been back and forth, we've been talking to black people, and they've been saying that they are Jews. People say throw the whole thing away. How can you throw the whole thing away when you got other people are saying that you one, the book that you believe Christian, I believe Christian, say that folk gonna be scattered. We're not riding with Garfield's argument because we believe that Paul, even in his speaking, he might not know about Jamaica. He might not know about America. He ain't know about Georgia. He ain't know about none of that stuff right there. But God in his infinite wisdom and knowledge. God in his infinite knowledge, he knew about America. He ain't open. He wasn't learning. He wasn't learning about no America. He knew America was going to be here. And when they say scattered, it means scattered. So I can't say I believe the book. So this what brings us in a conundrum. This what brings us in what we're into right now. Because if they're scattered, they're scattered. If we believe the book, somebody over here, they ain't finna tell me everybody got off that book, but somebody over here, if the book is real. Now, this is going to have all of us beefing right now, because if the Bible is real, Mr. Christian Preacher, if the Bible is real, the Bible is saying that people are going to be somewhere. Now, we can argue it's irrelevant, because once you're in Christ and the wall is torn down, and this is where all of the conversation, this is where all of the back and forth come from. But once again, if you got people that want to shut down all conversations, don't worry about it. You heard what the sister said. If Jesus himself came down here and told us, Jesus already told us. Jesus already told. I ain't gonna even get into Luke 21 because that's gonna get the church people mad. But Jesus already told us. If Jesus said they was gonna be scattered, they were gonna be scattered. Okay, all right. So they're scattered. So that means some of them around here, all right. So I'm acting crazy, or I'm not truthful if I want to sit here and try to argue or try to defend that there's not one black Jew. There's white Jews over here, light-skinned Jews over here, brown-skinned Jews over here, but it ain't one black Jew over here, this good old America, in Brazil, in Haiti, nowhere else there's not, when the Bible says scattered. So this is where you come into the problem, because I believe the Bible, you believe the Bible, right? Let God be true and every man be. Y'all need them scriptures? Or y'all don't want them scriptures today? So we got some stuff we got to look at. Hold on, let me read this. Genesis tells you that the Gentiles now have to find out the people in Israel descended from those people in those nations. I need to pull out. I didn't want to start pulling out that. I didn't want to start doing that. I stopped midway. I stopped midway with that Genesis 10. I'm gonna stop midway with that. But I can show you. There's some things to talk about. But all conversation is shut down. Folks want to shut down everything. Can't discuss nothing. And this has been a place where discussions have been taking place. Can't discuss nothing. Other folk hit me with other folk. I'm like, oh, I didn't even know that dude started a channel. Another person started this. Them folk over there saying, I told you so. I know it. Everything is of the devil and all of that stuff. That's another thing too, y'all. If y'all in here from that other channel and them folk down the channel, your pastor said, don't come down here. Don't come down here. I'm going to block you. I see you in the comment section. I'm going to block you. Go listen to your pastor. Because this cult thing is on every side. Don't come down here thinking you know free thinker, and then you going back over there with the tail between your legs. No. Don't have that. Same time, them leaders, those elders, ministers, and teachers are here. A quarter of what they channel built off of, it come from contact, from dialogue over here. It's a lot. This religion is heavy. That's all I can say. This religion is heavy. But let me just click on this now. Let me just click on this, because this is something we got to look at. Cause don't think for one moment. And I told y'all I got books that are Christian books, but it's equally split. I got a whole bunch of them other books ain't no non-Christian books. So a lot of people like looking at videos. They want to see videos about the awakening and all what their leaders are saying, and that's how you got locked in that echo chamber. But it's good to come out outside and look at it from a different angle. And there are some videos that's talking about your good friend Remy. There are some videos talking about that alliance. There are some videos talking about them other folk, and they're questioning some things. But y'all don't like that. Y'all don't like no questioning. This could be the problem.
hey, there are Jews, but where? Nigeria, specifically in the southeast of the country, most notably amongst the Igbo people.
This is Nigeria, the seventh most populated country in the world. And every day within this dizzying frenzy, thousands stop what they're doing for Mincha, the traditional Jewish afternoon prayer. This community of Nigerian Jews belongs to the country's third ethnic group, the Igbo.
Side note.
All right, so now remember what we're dealing with right now. We're dealing with Jewish. Are these people Jewish? In that sense, was Paul what they call Judaism? Because them people over there in that land, them folk practicing Judaism. Them Talmud people over there, y'all know that, right? Them folk y'all looking to get, y'all know them folk Talmud people over there, or y'all think they're messianic like Paul? Y'all think they like Peter, James, and John over there verifying who y'all are that y'all got so excited about? Who them people is? What they practicing over there? They got the traditions of the rabbi, Mishnah, and all of that. So that's what Paul and them had? Because remember, some of y'all came on here and said that stuff, them oral traditions, that's what Jesus and them fought against. That's what Paul fought against. Now, these folk got the traditions of the rabbi. What they practicing? What these Igbos practicing? Let's start right there first. Come on, smart people. Come on here. I know y'all in here underneath a different name. Tell me what these people over here practicing. Are they practicing Judaism? Is Judaism the religion of the Israelites of Ezra and them? Type of one is Ezra and them was practicing Judaism. Paul and John the Baptist was practicing Judaism.
Nigeria is a gigantic and diverse country, and the Igbo are not the only group with practicing Jews. There are also several thousand Yoruba Jews and Jews among some of the smaller ethnic groups that I can talk about in the future. Anyway, this is probably the most controversial claim I've covered to date. There are about 50 million Igbo people in the world split into many subgroups, according to a 2021 estimate, but sources do vary, and only 30,000 practicing Igbo Jews, and sources really vary on that. It could be more like 5. So yeah, according to Wikipedia, 50 million Igbo worldwide, which, if they all end up Jewish, would represent about 75% of the global Jewish population, or about 300% of those currently considered Jews, also by Wikipedia. So it's a big deal. Because the argument about their claim to Judaism will take up the bulk of the video, I'll run through the established historicity real quick. What people agree on is about 300 to 500 years of Igbo Jews, and the records are predominantly Eurocentric. Okay, so the missionaries from Europe came around the 16th century to proselytize and noted many similar.
Hold on, send me, Plumber, what video? Send me the video. People, I tell you, the other Israelite brothers, people sending me these videos. Send me the video you talking about. Oh, you probably, send me the video you talking about. If you could, what you call it, Berean Teach at gmail.com, and we're going to play that. Now, remember, when I see people go into the extremes, we're talking about the religion of Judaism. When people try to say, if I'm trying to say that there's no Israelites over here that are dark skinned, it's a problem. I'm not that stupid. I don't care what other Christian channel, apologetic channel y'all think these folk got going on teaching that. Anybody teaching that is stupid. You hear me? Anybody that's teaching that is stupid. But at the same time, if you run around here saying that whole West Africa was flooded with the religion of Moses, of Judaism, we have to trace that. How did Judaism get there? Was it from Queen of Sheba? Was it from whatever, like Israel, like Ethiopians, like everybody have their legend? Let's compare. Let's look at the legend and everything else. All right, I'm going to let this video play. That's them calling me right now. I'm going to let this video play.
Between the practices of the Igbo and Jews, which I'll get into later, but one of the big ones is male circumcision after 8 days with a naming ceremony and ritual washings. In his 1789 memoir, the abolitionist Igbo writer and former slave himself, Olada Equiano, suggested a migratory origin for Igbo Jews based on the cultural similarities. His book was a bestseller across Europe and helped lead to UK abolition in 1807.
In 1841, Sephardi Rabbi Hacham David Meldola was involved with a British expedition up the Niger River, which accounts say found Jews amongst previously uncontacted Igbo people. But who knows if you can trust the Brits. Then in 1846, Jerusalem-based Rabbi Joseph Schwartz wrote that the location of the lost tribes being beyond the river Cush and in the land of Ludden and Kako was referring to the banks of the river Niger. And boom. In the early 20th century, there were Igbo practicing Judaism and self-identifying as Jewish. And I'll get into the rest of the 20th century later. Now, no one will debate that there are a bunch of Igbo Jews in Nigeria today. The question is if all Igbo people are the 4,000-year-old descendants of the same Judeo-Bolsheviks as everyone else. And answering that depends on how they got there. So first off, the cultural similarities are undeniable. There's the circumcision after 8 days I mentioned earlier, an all-powerful deity. They sit Shiva for 7 days. There are similar dietary laws. There's a Levitical sacrificial system and many other practices. I'll link a list by Remy Olona, which is a name that comes up frequently if you're researching this, as he's a big proponent of Igbo Judaism.
The Igbo people came from ancient Israel, but we have been in Nigeria for a very long time. You marry under Hopa in Rabbinic Judaism, am I right?
Yes, you married under Hopa, yeah.
We did the same in what I choose to call biblical Judaism. And you sit Shiva for 7 days?
Yes,
we also sit Shiva for 7 days.
There's also the thing that some people say, which is Igbo, Ibri, Hebrew. It's all the same, which I'm not so into because it reminds me of British Israelism and British. But anyway, let's get to the origin stories. So one version has the Jewish origin story dating back to biblical times, linking with the Nri people's creation myth as they trace their lineage to Eri, a patriarch sent by Chukwu, God. And in Genesis 46:16, it lists the sons of Gad, son of Jacob. They are Zephon, Hagi, Shuni, Hezbon, and Eri. And also Eredi and Ereli. So the archaeological evidence puts the Nri influence on Igbo land as far back as the 9th century, which would mean over 1,000 years of Igbo Jews existing in the region and provide a biblical origin dating back a long time, at least 3,000 years, but it's unclear. However, there is an issue of pottery and ironwork. These artifacts have been unearthed and dated to between 3000 and 2000 BC and have clear similarities with Igbo works from much later. This would seem to suggest that Igbo culture predates Israelites. This according to renowned historian Adele Afibo, who concluded that the Igbo ancestors were settled in southeast Nigeria by the 3rd millennium BC. Now, it's hard to merge biblical timelines and historical ones, so I won't try. But there is another origin story that's semi-related to the first, that the Igbo practice actually represents a more ancient precursor to Judaism, meaning the question wouldn't be, are Igbo lost Jews, but are Jews lost Igbo? And I like that. But there's not much evidence for any of these. So if you read up on this looking for hard evidence, you'll constantly see the assertion that there is a lack of evidence of a continuous practice of Judaism which would predate colonial contact. However, there are documented accounts of Jews in the region up to 2,000 years ago. This brings us to another theory, the Jews of Bilad el-Sudan. This was a grouping of many Jewish communities in West Africa. They migrated down from North Africa as early as Roman times, but were trading all throughout the area. They eventually either assimilated and converted to Islam or went back up north to places like Morocco or Tunisia, which have historically been great to Jews. However, the theory is that some of these Jews migrated further south to the Niger Delta when the area that is now northern Nigeria embraced Islam. There, they mixed with the local Igbo population and became the Igbo Jews. All very speculative. So, with all that being said, is it faux? No. Whether it's 30,000 people who've been practicing for 500 years or 30 million people who've been practicing for 5,000 years, these are real Jewish people. People always stress pre-colonial evidence of practicing Judaism. And what's the implication there? That 500 years ago, when Euros showed up to colonize and Christianize people, these people decided to practice Judaism? For what? For clout? The Spanish and Portuguese were literally slaughtering Jews back in Iberia at this time. If there's evidence of hundreds of years of Judaism, how are they not Jews? What people really mean when they question the veracity of so-called shadow Jews, I just found out this was a term and it sounds super cool, shadow Jews, is whether they should be allowed into Israel. And the implication is that people are faking it to immigrate there. And that's stupid. There were Igbo Jews before there was Israel, regardless of your interpretation. So if that's what type of time you on, eat my butt. Okay, that's how I feel. But there are some points to address. If you Google search for DNA evidence, you will find articles about a 2017 study done by an Arizona-based group called Jewish Voice Ministries, which concluded that, quote, the DNA did not support their claim to be an ancient people of Israel, but we still consider them our brothers through common faith in the Messiah Yeshua. So I guess that's that. But wait, did you catch that? Common faith in the Messiah Yeshua? Hold up, I've been hoodwinked. You aren't Jews at all. You worship the man God. That's right. Jewish Voice Ministries aren't Jews at all. They're Christians who claim Messianic Judaism to try and convert real Jews to Christianity. Here's the landing page from their website. Christians love doing this shit. And this is this group's whole shtick. Go find African Jews and tell them the good news, like they never heard of Jesus before. They pull up on some, hey, Nigeria, a gigantic and powerful nation superglued together by European colonial interests. I see some of you practicing Judaism over there, but have you ever heard of Jesus? And then try and get them to stop practicing Judaism. Okay. But despite the fact that these people probably don't have a drop of Jewish blood between them and have a clear ulterior motive, their study was also verifiably shit. They gave 124 men from NUI 23andMe, allegedly compared the results to their own private database of mainly European Jews. I can't find their actual results. Who knows what they actually did? Published their bold headline, data says you're not Jews, guess you have to worship Jesus now, and went back to their missionary work. But in a later interview, the Christian rabbi of this group, who literally said the result has confirmed that Igbo are not Jews, one Jonathan Bernies, said the result does not rule out the claim of Igbo to Israeli descent. Sounds like you just wanted your headline, huh? When pressed about it by the Times of Israel, they refused to comment on the organization's testing methodology or other issues. The study has since been called irresponsible by many, including Professor Tudor Parfit, a world-renowned scholar of Jewish studies despite himself being Anglican, salute, and the man who proved the Middle Eastern Kohanim connection in the Lemba people of Zimbabwe and South Africa. Video coming soon. The result was also criticized by our hero Ilona, who criticized the methodology for being faulty and incomplete. He said the sample size was too small and was conducted in places that are not majority Igbo. When interviewed by the Times of Israel, he said, "Africa is an area of the world that everyone tends to look down on. Even though my Israelite culture is strong, because we're Africans, we're viewed with skepticism." He went on to say, "The Jewish Voice came in and gave people the impression it's a Jewish organization. I'd like to do a DNA test myself on those people who are coming to Nigeria." Boom. Flamed. Slay my Semitic king. Although, also according to him, the Igbo have no king is a saying. Anyway, he roasted those posers, and I'm all for it. Ilona dropped his own and several other Igbo people's DNA results, by the way, and while acknowledging this is not solid science, it did show a small Middle Eastern connection of 1.2% and 92.9% Nigerian. He claims, however, that if his results were interpreted with the same metrics as Ashkenazi or Sephardi results, his report would read 94.1% Igbo Jewish. I like that. Side point, these companies say they can tell the difference between Norway and Sweden and regions of England, but you give this man 93% Nigerian? Don't you think there's a little bit more going on in Nigeria that he might want to know? Anyway, he goes into much more detail about genes and markers and things that I unfortunately don't understand.
All right, let me stop here for a second. I had to step out for a minute. A bunch is going on here. A whole bunch of stuff is going on. What are y'all thoughts? Let me stop sharing this for 1 second. I'm gonna put the link out there if anybody would like to come on and share. If you're not offended, you know, and it's open for anybody, as long as you can watch your language and all of that. It's open for anybody to share their thoughts on this. A lot of people upset with Garfield, and Garfield ain't even a believer. So you ain't a believer, you can't talk about history. You ain't a believer, you can't cut my hair. You can't. It don't make no sense, but this is just how it is. This is just how it is out here. Hold on, I'm waiting for those people. I said, let me come on in here. And it's so funny because people got a lot of stuff to say, but once I do God's will, once I take care of God's people and try to bring out truth and try to deal with certain stuff, God is going to take care. He's going to take care of us. And God out there taking care of us right now. Thank you, Jesus. Oh, no, not you. You was on the top of the list. Oh, boy, we got some hard-headed Israelites. We got some Israel. They don't want to be brainwashed. You just can't tell them anything. They're going to do what they want to do out here. But y'all jump on and tell us what your thoughts are. Everybody over there, I don't believe anybody is saying that everybody over there, all them million Igbo. Tell me if y'all think all them people over there are Israelites. All Igbos, every one of them are Israelites. Or they're all descended from the same bloodline, but some of them practice Islam and they're over there and they practice Islam and they descended from Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob, and their bloodline Israelites. Let me know. You can come on here and you can share if you don't really believe that those people over there are legit, but y'all need them for legitimacy. If y'all don't believe a serpent seed doctrine, but it's just the truth that's coming out historically. Historically, y'all are the people, and them people been over there, and they just have another religion that's called Judaism. It's okay to get on here. Grace and peace. Oh, no, you Israel too. Y'all some hard-headed people. Come on, grace and peace, sister. Come to the microphone. You unmuted, but we can't, we can't hear you, right? She said, I agree. See the DNA studies on let me see this other video. Let me see if I have this other thing ready. Can you hear me? Sister Harrington, you're muted. You was unmuted before, now you're muted. All right, give her a second, y'all. She trying to, man, I'm Igbo now. He said, I'm Igbo and I don't even know. Okay. All right, and then the limbo said there's different things to look at. Instead of throwing the whole thing away, that's one thing. Now, where some people can get confused, we're not we're not dealing with theology now. And are these people going back to the laws of Moses? And nobody's dealing with that, but the mere fact that people put it on the table, historically, the mere fact that it's on the table now, it does have to be discussed. It does have to be dealt with. Because if it don't look like it's dealt with, it's going to look like y'all are trying to hide something and not discuss something. So let's keep the theological thing separate from the historical claims. I think when we bring them all together, it muddies and it messes some things up, and that's what's getting people mad. Some people just want the whole thing to go away and folks to shut their mouth. Shut your filthy mouth. That's what they're saying, and that's what they want. And sometimes it just don't work like that. That's the only thing. Come on, sis, come to the microphone if you can. If not, I'm gonna play this little bit right here, and I'm gonna go out there and peek at what them folk out here doing. Let me see. All right, here we go.
Hi, welcome to another type of content. We're making this video in order to debunk the persistent claim that the Igbos are Jews. It is a shame that people cannot be proud of their history and heritage. Igbo people are known for their long history, in Nigeria and in West Africa. It is a pity that some people will not accept a biological scientific method that have been conducted and has proven that Igbo people do not have a link to Israel. Yes, a DNA test was conducted a few years ago, and when the results came out in 2017, the rabbi specifically said that Igbo people do not even share 1% in ethnicity with the Jews, that the records that they have about the people living in the area, that Igbo people do not share that genetic link. So why are some people still insisting that Igbo people are Jews? It is a shame, and has gone to the level of making the Igbos a laughingstock. You cannot keep attaching to another group when scientifically it has been proven that you do not have a link to those people. So let's take a look at a little history of the Igbo. Many discoveries that was done that proves that the Igbo race is older, is much older than Israel. It all started in 1939 when Mr. Anozie was digging in his compound. He didn't have any knowledge of artifacts and all that. He was digging up his compound. He saw some artifacts, bronze artifacts, and he didn't know the value or their worth. So he just gave them away to his neighbors and friends. That was during the colonial era, 1939. So when the British district head of the area heard the news, he came over and bought the bronze artifacts from the people he gave them to. So at that time, it was believed that Igbo people do not know anything about blacksmith, that they can't form iron, they can't smell them, they can't change their shape, that any such discovery must have had a European origin, But that notion will later be proven wrong. And it will be discovered later that Igbo people have been doing blacksmith, forming metals a long time ago before the Europeans. 20 years later, in 1959, another group came and they started digging in the same area.
You said you couldn't hear me? I'm just looking at that other thing, sister. You could jump back on. I'll put that link back out there. I'm just seeing this. I'm back and forth.
Mr. Anozie dug in Iboku. They dug many sites and they discovered more and more artifacts, bronze artifacts. They are all in the National Museum. Of course, a white man took some of them. So it was when they now did carbon dating, because the one that Anozie discovered, they didn't do any carbon dating. It was when they did the carbon dating on this one, then that they found out that it was dated to the 9th century. So that 9th century became a huge surprise around the world, because it means it is now 500 years earlier than the ones discovered in Europe. So it changed everything that black men do not know anything about blacksmith. After all, it's through blacksmith that the white men were able to fabricate guns and all that, all the things they used in, enforcing their colonialism, controlling of an area by force. They did that through arms. So if the Igbo people or black men knew blacksmith earlier than white people, why weren't they able to form weapons in order to defend themselves? They used to form weapons, but they didn't form weapons like guns. The weapons they used then was spears, and arches. Much later, specifically in
Let me stop this video for a second. And show y'all something. Grace and peace. You can hear me, right, brother?
Yeah, I can hear you, Brian.
Oh, I gotta put the headphones on. Hold on. They already. I gotta make a phone call. But look at this. Hold on, doing this. Hold on. Look at this. Angel Man is here, y'all. Angel Man, what's up, Angel Man?
Hey, look, I came to get Sherry. Okay, Anaya. Okay, look, we're not supposed to be. Okay, Sherry. Look, she, she's down here. Okay, she's not supposed. Anaya.
Anaya, you hear? He come to get you, Anaya.
Yeah.
Who else you come to get? Who else you come to get?
Yeah. Have her get her coat. Okay, Anaya.
Put your coat on, Anaya. You gotta leave.
Yeah.
Somebody said, "Here we go." Here. Hey, yo, Dunamis. Hold up. Matter of fact, let me put it on speaker for a minute. Hold on, Dunamis. Go ahead. Let me put this on. All right, he left. He said he left. He came to get her. Surprised he only said he only wants you. She didn't. Unless they don't put Jordan out. Y'all don't put. How come you ain't come? You ain't come for all the Israelites? Come on, Dunamis, come to the microphone. You've been listening to this stuff. I gotta step away for 1 second, but I can hear you. I'm gonna put it on. Let me see. I'm gonna put it on. Go ahead, brother. Talk.
Yeah, grace and peace. In terms of DNA, I think Orthodox Moore brought it out that we might have to look at genetics to see claims to see who descends from who and where it can trace back to. But then with that, with the technology they're talking about, it's weird because even back home in Africa, they're devolving it into like a black and white conversation or European and African conversation, and they're not tracing it back to the ancient Near East, which is kind of, it's interesting to see that, you know what I'm saying, because the Jews or Israelites came from the Levant area, so they keep talking about Europeans did this, Europeans did that, and I feel that's just aftershock, that residue from colonialism and widespread of the Hermetic hypothesis, But if we actually do a true trace of history and migration, we can get to the truth of who influenced who converted, who is of the bloodline, all that kind of stuff. But right now, what they're doing is they're kind of cutting out the middleman or the ancients and dealing with more modern people than the ancient people or ancient cultures and traditions.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear that last part. I had to step away. Y'all can hear him. I'm trying to look in this comment section. Go ahead. I didn't hear the last part, bro. What you saying?
Basically, they cut it down to black and white conversations, and they're not going back to the ancient Near East. They're not tracing back to the origin or some ancient source like the Babylonian Jews or things of that nature. They're going to modern people, and I think that's bad. Even if they're trying to fight cultural claims and it's a cultural fight, that's bad scholarship to just do that. Because it's more than just black and white. There are other people and other Israelite Jewish remnants we can go to.
Like what? Give an example. Hold on, I'm trying to read this thing. These people, they can't believe. Listen, it's only live here. Y'all gonna see it. That they sending folk. That Angel Man thing is crazy. He coming here to get folk. Put your coat on and get out of here.
I'm trying to be serious over here. Came here like somebody's mama.
Man, you can't make this stuff up. But what do you think about? All right, so what do you think about? People are upset. What do you think about the claims with the people now? You see, what do you think about the claims that are being made right now, and the Jewish people acknowledging some things? Is that bringing some type of validity to the thing, or that's doing nothing for you personally?
To me, because I don't identify, and it does to me. It doesn't do anything personally. It's interesting to see what's going on, but my eyes are a little open because I know the nation of Israel does want a foothold in Africa. They want to get through certain security coalitions, And like how
Mm.
the guy had brought up in the video, I think it might be a ploy to get some Africans on their side, not just with the heritage or religion or culture, but now we're your people. So now it gives a foothold of influence to start doing things in the region.
You think so they're just not looking at them like the way they may claim they look at themselves. You think those Jews may think they're coming and they're proselytizing, they're converting these people to the faith? Because who came in contact with who? These are all questions that need to be asked.
I think because I've seen a lot of Jewish proselytization on YouTube and things of the sort, to where a lot of Jews want people to convert. To strengthen their stronghold amongst the world, and also for, again, political reasons, things of that nature. So,
all right, hold on. I don't think I played a lot of this stuff. Did you hear this other video that the brother sent?
Which one?
I think it was Zion Lex on this one.
Oh, I heard part of it speaking with Remy. I didn't hear the whole thing.
Was the rest of it was interesting?
I didn't hear it, so I can't comment on it. But to me, the way that Remy moves and how he conducts themselves, I don't know. To me, that I don't want to judge the man. It feels like a Miss Cleo spirit at times. It feels like the brother trying to get on the hotline to get people to join up, and I'm not seeing that, like, that push for the ethnic identity or the religious or coming to the fullness of what the Most High wants, all that kind of stuff. To me, it just seems like he wants his place at the table and to get paid. That's what I'm seeing.
Wow. Well, we gotta be honest. Like I said, there's some money in that whole Israel thing. People gonna try to act like they're doing it all for the will of God, but listen, you can say what you want. There's money in the awakening. Just like John Hagee was running around here doing all that stuff. John Hagee a millionaire. John Hagee been selling that Israel stuff, lifting up that Israel stuff for such a long time. Somebody just gonna say he's straight, not credible. You heard what the other sister said. I don't know enough about him. I don't know enough about him to say whatever, but it could it look shaky? Could some of it be shaky? Absolutely so. Hold on a second. Let me see. Let me look at a little bit of this. I just threw that link out there. Let me look at a little bit of this here. We already seen the first couple of minutes of it.
Your question is a loaded question. Why I say it's a loaded question is because we could need an entire evening to respond to the question.
This guy, Remy, right here.
And I'm sure, I know you asked the question because you are somebody with a very deep knowledge of this subject too.
She has a channel.
A very long journey, which in this.
Hey, Brian, hold on real quick. Let me bring something up.
We are
I'm sorry. What'd you say? Go ahead, bro. What you saying?
Nah, because one thing that's interesting is that I got to go through his channel. But with Remy, I don't understand why. Because a lot of Israelites here bring up the ploy and persecution and oppression they face. But with Remy, it seems a different mindset, because the Igbo people face persecution in Nigeria. They try to have their own country that was shut down. There's a time where Igbo people stereotypically are known for being good at business and trade. They go to other people's neighborhoods or territories and set up shops. And a lot of people felt they were like the Jews in Nigeria in how they conduct themselves, right?
And I'm sorry, even with you bringing that up, did you see the thing with TD Jakes? A lot of people saying TD Jakes saying he Igbo and da-da-da-da-da. Did you see that? Did you hear that in its context?
Not in its context, but I've heard people, some people have brought that up.
All right, go ahead. Let me see. Let me see if I can just kind of show you that. Answer that on the screen. You see the screen? That's not what you're saying. That's not what anybody is saying, right? That this guy Remy getting. You can see the screen.
No, I'm not. Yeah, nah. Remember, I'm not saying he was hired. I'm just saying that there are certain people in any mission or movement or whatever. They're just folks who are around the movement that don't care about the movement. Their heart's not in it like that. You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
They don't have the heart of the message or the truth of what's going on in any movement, whatever is going on. And to me, Remy doesn't come off as a hardliner for the movement or to push it. It seems like he just wants his place at the table. You know what I'm saying? It
Yes,
doesn't seem like, you get what I'm saying? Like there's some folks, some folks are spiritual leaders that their report is we want to do the Most High wants, go back to law, statutes, commands, that kind of stuff, and you can see their heart's at. Some folks who want ethnic claim the land, we have our own place, we deserve right citizenship, all that kind of stuff. You see where the hearts lie. This brother seemed like he just want to be the in-between person to have things funnel through him. Okay, yeah.
I got you. Hold on a second. Tell me if this is echoing and what you get from this.
I'm 60 years old, and everybody who works for me is younger than me, and they'll tell you, I'll work you up under the table. I'll work you up under the table.
Where does that come from?
My father. My father. Absolutely. My father is rigged.
Now you can hear it, right?
Is about to break. My
Yeah,
father's sitting here and my mother is sitting here, and they're fighting for the mic from moment to moment. My grandmother talks to you every now and then. All of my ancestors are sitting on this table all the way back to Nigeria. All of them. My ancestors were Igbos from Nigeria. And Igbos are called Black Jews, that they're industrious, that they go after things, that they're hardworking people. So all the way back in my DNA, we were self-sufficient. And all of them. I'm
gonna play that again.
I'm 60 years old, and everybody who works for me is younger than me, and they'll tell you, I'll work you up under the table. I'll work you up under the table.
Where does that come from?
My father. My father. Absolutely. My father is rigged. Let me tell you, this chair is about to break. My father's sitting here and my mother is sitting here, and they're fighting for the mic from moment to moment. My grandmother talks to you every now and then. All of my ancestors are sitting on this table all the way back to Nigeria. All of them. My ancestors were Igbos from Nigeria. And Igbos are called Black Jews, that they're industrious, that they go after things, that they're hardworking people. So all the way back in my DNA, we were self-sufficient. And all of them would blow your mind. I'm sick.
What are your thoughts? He's saying that he's a Jew? He said that Igbos are Israelites. What are your thoughts on this right here? Because it come from T.D. Jakes, come out of the mouth of a preacher. Anybody would snatch that up. That's sounding good right there. What do you, come on, Dumas, what are your thoughts?
I think people are using it as a piece to puzzle people. They're saying that he's saying he's a Jew or Israelite. He's just saying that his DNA goes back to the Igbos, and the Igbos are industrious. So he's just using it for his own personal narrative to why he works so hard. To me, it's just trying to build up his brand, and maybe even trying to get a foothold on the continent to say that, even though I'm American, I'm just like y'all, my people come from here, to maybe start up businesses or a church or whatever. Sell some books, all that kind of stuff.
And a lot of people may say, well, you paranoid with that. Why would you say that? That ain't right. But we got to be honest. People do that. If he can sell a book to 1 million people over there, people, not saying that that's what he's doing, but that could be happening, and it's not the end of the world. And one thing we're just saying is just look at it from every single angle. But suppose he is. Let's say he is. Suppose he is saying that his people are Igbo, and his people are Jews, and those are Jews that are over there. Does that affect you in some type of way?
No.
Should that make people view Israelites in some type of way, or that's just another piece to the puzzle? That's just another piece to if being that we're looking for evidence, that's just another piece of the puzzle.
If we go down that road, then we go down the road of lumping, to where this guy is an Israelite, so that means everybody's like this. So this guy is whatever group. Whatever you're trying to push, that goes in the area of lumping, and we can't just do that. Because when we start to prop up people, one, it can be coming from idolatry. Two, now you get stuck to where now it's like you have to take on all that person has to bring. You know what I'm saying?
And we just fall into the trap of that nation building thing. Because still, a lot of people are going to ask, what does this have to do with the kingdom of God? What does this have to do with Jesus? we're being born from above, that he told Nicodemus. I don't care what Defo preaching, what that got to do with that. Now that's a whole nother thing there, but go ahead.
Yeah, because the fact that he's saying he's Igbo is just him just talking about his philosophy and all that kind of stuff. But now you trying to run with it to another extreme. It's kind of like you're putting words in the man's mouth, or you're pushing a narrative in itself. Because anyway, yeah, you push a narrative yourself. Because there are a lot of folks who make certain claims to being an Israelite, a lot of celebrities, that kind of stuff. But we can't necessarily just use them for what they're bringing, because what sources are they using to substantiate their claim? Are they just using what they heard from someone else? And it's just a circle, you know what I'm saying? We just circling around information, not getting to the primary and the sources, or they're actually presenting what they actually know. You know what I'm saying? Because DTJ said he did a DNA test, right? But then now, yeah, that to me, we got to be careful when people start presenting, especially when they're celebrities, their beliefs and views, because we don't know what their beliefs are or where they're getting it from, because it might not be from credible sources.
All right. People said that he's not really even claiming that. Hold on a second. I'm trying to see what they're saying right in here. Jake said they're called Black Jews. All right. Yeah, dispensational Tim, he did say that. What that mean to you when he said that? He said they're called Black Jews. In the business sense, that's a literal, in what sense you talking about, in what sense you're talking about dispensational Tim? Let me play this other thing at the same time. That, and he's totally different, because remember, a lot of this stuff and a lot of what people have been saying, they've been talking about the Jews, talking about the Jews, talking about Jews. Now we're seeing people are making a connection with them. Is Jewish people? Could it be that Jewish people all over the world?
Yeah, but with that,
people all over the world of all colors are getting together. Go ahead.
Now with that, Tim, you gotta be careful, because he didn't say they're Jews in terms of their culture. He talked about in business. He's talking about in terms of they're industrious.
And that's how you heard that, right?
Yeah. To me, it sounds like one of those stereotypes people put forward. Like if I'm like, oh, you a white Jamaican, you working like a Jamaican. That means
yes. I guess that's why Jordan said that thing about anti-Semitism or whatever to that fact. Whatever to that fact. Now, this is different. I'm gonna play this, but this is different from, because remember, we talked about, we can't lie, we talked about a little bit about that British Israelism and how certain things came down, that serpent seed doctrine, and how the people are wicked. People often talk about Jews and said Jews are wicked. Nick Cannon brought up the thing that they want to control and all of this other stuff, but yet we have people making a claim. This is y'all remember when Bobby made the lady cry out, man? Let me play for this fair use.
Look.
Yes.
Look. Okay, I'm gonna use this from whether she's the devil based on the skin she's born in. I'm not gonna use it from a religious standpoint of view, because just like the African that stood before the table said, you deal with the whole religious thing and all, and you throw people off. But what we're saying is this, based on historically, and if you get into your learned white people, they bear witness to this, that historically you were going around the planet and enslaved and raped and pillaged and killed to this particular day, and you suffer. And this is in the masses of you. Now, this is one that is in the collective of white. You suffer from a superiority complex, and I don't see why wouldn't you. Everything you see, every image you see is of white folks. You see what I'm saying? So now, on that particular aspect of the religious aspect and all, I will say, based on the metaphysical aspect, based on the Kabbalah, they say the intruder, which means that was a person that wasn't there in the beginning, that now is intruding and causing an incontinuance to learning because they cause luxury. That's the capitalistic society. So like I say, is this here. As an individual, as an individual, it doesn't really matter, but as a collective, that's what we deal with. Because personally, be honest with you, You personally don't have no effect on me. You can't really do anything to me. That's right. You see what I'm saying? So to be grown up about this individually, it don't even really matter. But we talking about collectively, you benefit from a system and a society. You understand what I'm saying? That collectively, not just black people, but all indigenous people. We're just going back. Look, you just had a man that died recently. Right. You just had a man that died recently. What's your boy, the actor that just died? Marlon Brando. And what did he say when he sent that Native American woman to the Academy Award? She say, you all look and you would think that the Native Americans happen on another planet somewhere or another continent. You go about talking about this freedom thing and you massacred millions of people. Let me show. So my point here, historically, you figure it out. Let me give you an example. They came to San Francisco. Now, they had already broke all the treaties. They pushed them from the middle of the country. Their last stand was San Francisco. Yeah.
Brain, you're muted.
Oh, I said y'all seen that was going all over the place. I'm sorry. That's Bobby Hemmett. Yes, he had her wanting to cry. But that's a whole nother thing. That's part of that serpent seed doctrine. He did say Kabbalah. Grace and peace, sis. Come to the microphone. I don't know what you're doing here. I don't know why you're here, because you're an Israelite. You're born again, but you're a born again Israelite. Come on to the microphone. What are your thoughts on what you heard? You know you're muted, right?
Hello, Barine. How are you?
Grace and peace, sis. How you feeling?
I'm doing okay today. I cannot complain. I can't stay long. And you know I can talk, Barine.
No, you got the floor. You got the floor. We're going to be quiet. We all ears.
Okay, I just wanted to say that I was listening. I just came on and I got a chance to hear a little bit of what the gentleman was just speaking. I don't know his name, but he was just speaking. And basically what you said, sir, was your opinion. Now, I happen to know the Igbo. And I happen to know elders and teachers of the Igbo in Nigeria. And they don't go by opinion, sir. You gave
I'm sorry, not Bobby Hemmett. I'm talking about Bobby Hemmett. Talking about you, Dunamis. Go ahead, keep going, sis.
Yes, so you basically gave your opinion of what you think the Igbo believe. That was based upon your opinion. And that's not so.
With the whole Remy thing, with the guy Remy?
Now you know how I feel about Remy.
No, you okay? Over here.
You know what I said about Remy. But there's more Igbo clans and tribes than Remy. Okay? Remy is an elder. Remy is not a chief. Remy's an elder.
Now explain that to the people that the difference between. Explain that for those that don't know. For us that don't know how it go, how a chief and a explain that to us.
Okay, in Igbo land, you have chieftains. In Igbo land, you have tribes and you have elders that are over the tribes, and then you have a chieftain, and the chieftain has somebody that he has to report to, who is the chief of, let's just say, the clan or the tribe. And you have many fractions of them over in Igbo land. Some of them believe in Messiah, okay, and some of them don't believe in Messiah. But the ones that
I do remember they said there was a problem. A lot of them going over there on visas. They supposed to be Christians, and they was having a problem with they claiming Igbo, but plus Christianity at the same time and all of that. Yes, you're right. Go ahead.
You're right, but it goes even further than that, because the Christians who are coming over there are telling them that they don't need their ancient Bibles. They don't need their ancient scripts, and they're giving them the King James Version and telling them to throw their Bibles away. Then you have the Jews that are coming over there, and they're trying to force them to convert. It's even getting to the point where the food rations. It's even getting to the point of food rations. Oh, we know the European Jews say to them, we come to help you, but you got to work on the Shabbat. You got to tell us every bit about your history. And I find that incredible. Because
what do you think now? What do you think? This is my point. What do you think they're doing that for? What do you think that what do you think the purpose of the reason for that?
It's called kill, murder, replace. Kill, murder, replace. It's very simple. Okay, let me explain this to you. When European Jews first came into Nigeria, they promised the Hebrews that were in Nigeria that they were their brothers. They promised that they wanted to help them. But then all of a sudden, here they come to a people with the Talmud and the Mitzvah. I think they call it the Mitzvah.
The Mishnah, yes. Oh, that's some other stuff, yes.
Yeah, to a people that never knew it. They only knew Torah. They only knew Torah. And here come the European Jews with the Talmud, the Mitzvah. I can't never pronounce that right, Barine. Say that for me again.
So you think this some old bait and switch? You think this something whole different level going on here?
Yes, because while it was something now is the history of Nigeria being slowly changed. And in fact, the history of Igbo land. Why is it being slowly changed the more that they move in? Not only that, but if you say that you're Jews and you're calling our brothers and sisters Hebrews, the real Hebrews, okay, they come over there. They want to learn everything that they know. They want the oral history because most of it is oral history passed down from generation to generation to generation. Then all of a sudden, they take on. Even you saw it with what's his name? The shoemaker man. You played this video. He had an Igbo name. They're taking on Igbo names, and they're wearing Igbo clothing. And slowly but surely, the Igbo are being pushed out, pushed out, pushed out.
That white guy said that they asked him to come teach them.
No, he's talking about the ones that was up there in Canada. Because remember in the beginning of the video, because I have that video, he spoke about Eze. Eze is it's a part of the Igbo dialect. Eze, whatever, I can forget what his name is. But and he said in Canada. Remember he said in Canada? He called out that Eze name. Yeah. Mm-hmm. He took it. If you guys would just take the time to go up and look, you will see that you have Israelis and you have European Jews going into Igbo land, and the first person they want to talk to is Ege Kochoko something. I can't pronounce his name, but he sits in the throne room that has Paleo Hebrew, ancient Paleo Hebrew, written in the floor. And you'll know him when you see him because he has on his crown or he has on a red hat, and on his clothing it will say "Son of Eri," because the Israelis have already declared him a descendant of Gad. You can see the paper that was written from the Israeli government right next to his throne seat. They always go to him. They always want to talk to him. They always want to receive a blessing from him, and they want to be renamed by him. Now, this is my question, Barine. If they are the people that they say they are, then what are they doing in Igbo land? What are they doing in Asante land, Akan Asante land? What are they doing in Limberland learning? Do you know I had one of them on tape saying that in the early 1900s, one of his grandfathers was a big wig in the Jewish community in Europe, and they sent letters to Africa because they needed to know what type of herbs to get for this and that, and they needed to know certain things dealing with temple worship. And the Igbo didn't know no better. They believed them until they saw them.
So you think this got to do with they're using them? You think that they're using them to prepare for the temple, and they really know who they are, but they're coming in here. They got nefarious reasons, purposes, some other thing, right?
Yes, they're a limber that the Ashkenazis, the European Jews, have taken out of Limberland in South Africa, and they're working on the third temple right now in Israel. Did you know that?
And they need that. No. I heard about all this. So they need them, the real. So you think that
they need the real Levites to work on the temple, to tell them about the temple. And they took them. This is all documented. They took them out of South Africa and took them to Israel. Do you know, Barine? I have it on video, and I could show you the video that you have 2 European Jews. The first thing they did when they came into another village in Limberland, they asked for the elder. The elder of the village got upset because they came on the Shabbat, and you don't do no business on the Shabbat or Sabbath, as you guys say. You don't
Yeah.
do no business. Do you know what the first thing it was that they asked him?
What?
They asked him, do you have any daughters here? Because they're trying to mix. This is one way that they're using to insert themselves into the
A
culture.
bloodline.
Exactly. Not only that, but you had there's a Hebrew community in Zimbabwe, and they pulled out their parchment paper roll. Do you know they had to burn the writing that was on the roll? Do you know they had to burn it so that the European Jews could not change it? Because they tried to change it. They tried to insert themselves into the scriptures. So what the elders of the tribe did was they burned the writings in. They burned it onto the parchment paper
To prevent them from prevent the fake.
to
Mhm.
prevent them from changing it. I'm speaking to you facts, Bareem, that you can look up. Do
All
you
right.
know on Israeli News 24, Harry Rosenberg, he just bragged about finding another Hebrew village in Africa.
You mean the young Harry that be all around YouTube? That Harry?
Yeah, I mean Dirty Harry. Yeah.
Get out of here right now.
You know why I call him Dirty Harry, though, right?
Why you call him Dirty? Yo, this is crazy. Yo, only a Marine. Why you call him Dirty Harry?
Dirty Harry made friends with the Ethiopians, and then Dirty Harry, he started learning the customs and how to
You
make
think he's one of the first ones that came out? You think he like an agent wonder? Because Harry been making moves for years.
Exactly. Harry been making moves for years. He's not one of the first ones, but Harry convinced the Ethiopian Jews to give him their recipe for beer. You know about Harry's beer, right?
No, beard, or like a beard on your face, or beer you drink?
Beer like you drink, beer that like you drink.
No, I ain't up on that right there. I ain't never heard that.
Well, let me tell you, they gave Harry the recipe. And Harry is becoming rich off of their recipe, and they have nothing to show for it. Do you know that Ethiopian Jews are living on the streets in Hebron? Can I send you a picture, Bareem?
And where that video, and now you got them interested. Now you got them interested in the video.
Yeah, I have no problem sharing the video with you guys. You guys have been nothing but good to me and nice to me every time I've come up here. I have no problem with sharing the video with you guys.
And it's helping, that'll help the larger community in general. All right,
when I send you that picture.
Okay, hold on a minute. BereanTeacher@gmail.com. I'll put the link in there, y'all. You wanted to say something, Dunamis, before to what she was addressing with you about your opinion?
Just two questions.
Yes, sir.
What's your claims? Well, let me rephrase that. What you're saying?
I'm born again.
No.
I'm
not
born again. I identify as. Or you asked me as what I identify as?
No. I was sending my question.
Okay.
What you were saying with the Igbos with them first? Sorry, I had to run out to get my mom.
That's okay. Take care of your mom. Family first. I believe that.
What's the timeline for the Igbos coming from the Hebrews or the Israelites coming from the Levant to Igbo land? What's the timeline with that?
Well, the Igbo go back further than that, because the Igbo, they will tell you their migration route out of Mesopotamia, and then they talk about going into the Levant.
So what's the timeline?
I would have to go back in my papers. I don't know that off the top of my head, and I don't want to say that, but I want you to know this, young man, that the information I have was straight from Igbo elders. I know y'all don't like to say rabbi, but even a rabbi.
No, ain't nothing wrong with no rabbi. Ain't nothing wrong with no rabbi. If they legit rabbis, so you clearly look at the difference between the Igbo rabbis and the rabbis that come down from Zion, from Jerusalem.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
So that's what I'm saying. You do believe in the fake Jew doctrine. That there are those Revelation 2:9 and 3:9. You believe that there's fake Jews out here trying to be like the real Jews, and some history being covered up.
I believe what the Bible said. I believe what the Bible said about them. I believe that this plan has been in motion for a long time. But I believe that when Yah said that he was going to wake us up from our sleep, I believe Yah is doing exactly that. And I believe that brothers and sisters are making the connection. They're making the connection.
You think the pieces kind of coming together a little bit?
And I believe they're going to come together even more as time goes on. They're going to come together even more. Well,
there's a difference between Israelites and Jews. those Jewish people and those Jewish people know that these are bloodline Israelites. It's Ibu.
And that's what they call them. And that's what they call them, bloodline descendants of the ancient Hebrew Israelites.
So you think in the midst of that, they're confessing that they not original, they Genesis 10, that they really Gentiles.
Yeah, and they know they are.
So
Berean, you got to watch the videos. Berean, you got to watch the videos.
Yeah, this is heavy. Yeah, this is heavy. I can't lie.
You can see them actually when they come to meet the chief, which is he is a direct descendant of Gad. They bow to him. They bow to him.
The other Jews, the Jerusalem Jews.
Yeah. They bow to him. Even that one guy, that one rabbi. I think you showed a short clip of him on your page one time. The one that Pastor Kelly showed a lot of his videos. That one rabbi, he was there. He was there. What was it, 2 years ago? I got the phone call that he was there, and I cried when I got the phone call.
What made you cry? Why made you cry?
What made me cry was because when he presented himself to the king, he presented himself as, get ready for it, Jacob's brother, children. He didn't present himself as a Jew. He presented himself as a descendant of Esau.
Alton, are you hearing this, Alton? Well, yeah, I gotta play that video. Right? I gotta play that video.
Hey, Brent, let me ask one more question because I gotta hop off. Right?
Go ahead, brother.
Sister, do you know about the Samaritan Jews?
Yes, I do.
And you know they have a claim where they say that they're the original, they're the true keepers of the line and the religion, all that kind of stuff. Right?
Okay, let me ask you something, brother. Okay, no, I'm sorry, brother. You go ahead and finish that talking.
Yeah. I wasn't. My question is, I understand what you're saying with oral claims, right? But at the same time, with them, they have a claim that's passed down through their traditions,
and they should.
So does their claim of being the original and the true bearers of the land, all that kind of stuff, supersede another's because they have a claim, or should there be some kind of evidence to substantiate who's who?
Okay, let me ask you a question. Are the Samaritans, are they in the promised land?
Yeah, they're in Israel.
Yeah, they migrated there, right?
No, some came back, but they've been there.
No, you said they came back, which means they came from someplace else. So you have to understand something about the Samaritans. Yes, they are Shemites. There's a difference between a Shemite. There's a difference between a Shemite Hebrew, and there's a difference between a Shemite Hebrew Israelite. They all are descendants of Shem. Shem is the patriarch father of all of them. But we know that Elam became the Elamites. The whole country was named after Elam on the ancient maps. We have to realize that Ashur, he had his own land named after him. Although they did take the H out of his name on the map, that's still Ashur. And we understand from reading the scriptures that Ashur had children. It's in the Babylonian Chronicles. Ashur is the patriarch father of the Assyrians, the Medes, and the Babylonians, the original Babylonians. All of them were Shemites. The Babylonian Chronicles show you that the kings of these lands knew that they were marrying their cousins. They knew it. Elam comes from Shem's oldest son, Elam. The Elamites developed as them people.
This is definitely interesting. Hold on for 1 second. So much. Garfield, with your wicked mouth. What they said, I gotta play that video again. Come on up here to I don't know how long you was in here listening, but I played a few videos. I had Zion Lex on here with the announcement from the dude Remy. What are your thoughts on this whole thing?
Hey, grace and peace. I gotta hop off.
All right, man. All right.
Grace and peace to you, brother.
Right,
I enjoyed talking to you. I hope I get a chance to speak to you again.
Yeah, look forward to it.
You know you're muted, Garfield, right?
Hey, Dunamis, you don't want to be seen in public with Garfield.
Nah, he getting out of here. He ain't no fool.
Oh man. I had to do a quick interview, a 30-minute interview with an Igbo brother. It's
I know you
interesting.
said, yeah. I know you said you were getting on. Yeah. You were on earlier. I remember you said that.
I like the idea that the sister is saying that the elders are saying this and the elders are saying that. The issue is, are these elders initiates of the Igbo culture? Because you can have elders in society who are just elders. What I would like to know is, are these elders Christians? Are they initiates in the Igbo culture? Because if they're an initiate, for example, like the brother we were just talking about, the Ekpe Society, who is a masquerading group that goes on for years upon years, that's been carrying the culture. It's a secret society within the Igbo culture.
But they have more. They have a few secret societies. Don't they have a few different ones?
Yes, they do, and they have ones that practice voodoo as well.
Yes, I agree with that.
Now, when the sister says something, I just want some clarity, because I like her vibes. I like what the sister is saying. I don't necessarily agree with everything, but I like what she's saying. Now, when you talk about the origins, the oral tradition and origins, this is how I track it down in a modern day sense for everybody in your type of audience. Brother Bereen. Sister, how you doing? My name is Brother Garfield. How you doing?
Hello, Garfield. How are you?
Peace and love.
I have heard of you, Garfield.
I'm feeling good. I feel good. I look good. Everything.
Well, all right now. Ain't nothing wrong with that.
But wait a minute, Garfield. She said she heard of you. Your reputation precedes you. That might be beef. She already said she heard about you. I don't know if that's a good thing.
No. Let me rephrase that. I have heard of you, Garfield, but I don't go by judging people by what other people think.
That's very good. I agree with that. That's very good.
Are you human? You might not be human then.
Yeah, I'm human. I am very human.
So, sis, I want to ask you a basic. Let's go step by step on what you said.
Okay.
Let's talk about the oral tradition for a second, right? Because if you look, I'm gonna when I share my screen, I'm gonna go through a bunch of oral traditions that they have, right?
Okay.
And what happened is,
let me say this, Garfield, first. I don't know all of them. I'm learning.
No. I'm not worried about that. Do you know of any tradition where Igbo people on the land are saying that they come from Israel? That's part one.
Yes.
Part two is, when did we first start hearing that?
I don't have my notebook in front of me to be able to tell you that, Garfield, because I'm learning and I'm being taught by Rabbi Garvel, and I'm learning from Elder Clavis, and I'm learning from different people in the Igbo culture. I don't have my notebook in front of me right now, Garfield.
Okay, watch this.
So
watch
I can't answer that question.
Watch this. An Igbo brother who's an initiate just interviewed him on my channel.
Okay.
Brother Garfield podcast. He said that the Yoruba people had a festival called, whoever was watching the show, Fez festival in the 1970s. In the 1970s, they created a oral tradition that would be the ultimate oral tradition, and they connected it to one myth. Now, that one myth, the Igbo saw that and said, hey, we need to start doing that too. And then during that same time period, I'm adding on now to what the brother said, the Ethiopians were flown to Israel.
Okay.
And then you had the Biafra Wars also. So there's a lot
I know
of
about the
Igbo
Biafra
who
Wars.
wanted to leave. So after this time period is when we start hearing, not only in Igbo land and Nigeria, in all over West Africa, all over Africa, period, people start saying, hey, we Israel. You had a brother in Ghana with the Sefwi. He's a Muslim his entire life.
I know about the Sefwi.
He said he had a vision. Everybody's always having visions. I'm just saying, sis, the Igbo saying it now, I could prove easily that this is not true. I'm gonna tell you why. Can you show me, sister? I'm gonna ask you a question, and I want you to be honest, because you seem like a very honest woman. Can you show me, you believe in the Old Testament and the New Testament, am I correct?
Yes.
Can you show me any Israelite in history that followed the Old Testament and the New Testament that looked like Garfield? Show me a Jew in history. We're talking from the Byzantine time period, the 6th century, the 7th century, 8th century, 9th century, 10th century, through the medieval time period, through the colonial time period, Can you show me a Jew? I'm not even a Jew, an Israelite, because I'm going to respect what you're saying.
Okay.
Show me an Israelite that believed in the Old Testament and the New Testament and believed that they were the descendants of the Israelites. Do you have anyone like that in history you can point me to say, you know what? You guys in America and in the West are correct because this is the true way of worshiping God.
Well, they didn't call themselves Igbo at the time. I don't have my notebook. But we know that in Igbo land you have the Gadites, you have Manasseh, and you have Reuben. I think it's Reuben. They're not all descendants. Because see, you have to understand the history route. Maybe I need to get Rabbi Akwete on here because
I know Rabbi Akwete, and me and Rabbi Akwete gonna have a conversation because what happened is we need to.
That's good.
Tell him Garfield would like to talk to him. I'm gonna tell you why.
Okay.
He's your rabbi, but that doesn't.
He's not my rabbi, but he is a rabbi, so I pay him that respect.
All right, look at this, sis.
Okay.
But hold on, I'm sorry, Garfield. Let me cut you off. Why? Because my thing is, if they Israelites, they're Israelites. I don't even care. I don't make it because I know them folk will go run if I say that. But if they don't even believe in the New Testament, if they're just Old Testament, still waiting on Messiah, whatever it is, Israelites, why would you stress the New Testament? Even if they Israelites and they came over here as Israelites and they got on the gospel bandwagon over here and they accepted Messiah over here, at least they're Israelites coming over here. Why are you adding believing in the New and the Old Testament?
You know why? Because in the Talmud,
I don't do Talmud.
Hold on, sis. The Judaism that they're giving to them in
Sure
England
do. Yeah, they do.
Talmud, sis.
Yes.
So hold on 1 second, sis. Hold on 1 second. The reason why I stress New Testament is because I know that most of us here in America believe in Christianity.
Amen.
And we believe in the New Testament. Now watch this. In the Talmud, there's a book called the Talmud Unmasked. It points out where in the Talmud it tells the people that we need to exterminate Christians. We do not like Christ.
That's beef. That's beef.
So talk about a whole bunch of stuff.
Sis, hold on.
So I was just asking Marine.
So if the Talmud, no, sis, I'm gonna let you talk. Let me just finish this point. The Talmudic Torah believers, like a Zion Lex, like a Shema Israel,
they got beef with us. Yes.
So watch this. If they are genuine, they will tell you that the Talmud does teach to exterminate Christ believers. So if you believe in Christ, you can identify with anyone who claimed that they were Israel, whether they're in West Africa, whether they're in East Africa, whether they're in Europe, whether they're in Israel, because they are teaching to exterminate Christ and Christ believers. That's what they teach. So you can't associate yourselves with those people and say, oh, you see, they got Jews there. They could be blacker than the blackest midnight. If they believe in the Talmud, it's like the people, the Negro. His son was writing about Talmudic stuff. So that means he is also a believer in the Talmudic Torah teachings. So we can't associate ourselves. If Garfield is a Christian, I can't associate myself with them people. Them people try to kill me. So I'm saying there's a hypocrisy with African Americans or Caribbean Americans or even people in Brazil or anywhere who are saying that they are connecting themselves to European people or people in West Africa who associate themselves with Talmudic Torah teachings. You can't do that. They wish for you to die because you believe in Jesus. And it would be hypocritical for us to say that's our people. We descend from them.
And they ain't think about us.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, now I want to make sure that I'm respectful and I wait until you're finished.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, are you finished?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, I'm gonna say to you, Barine, I was agreeing with you. That's why I said what I said.
Yes, I know you were.
I was listening to you, Garfield. Now, what I'm gonna say is this, Garfield. You are 100% right. There is some stuff that is written in the Talmud regarding the Goyim, regarding Christians, and regarding Messiah himself that is downright disgusting.
Them Igbo people believe in Talmud then? Or you're saying
wait 1 second.
Go ahead, I'm sorry.
Wait 1 second.
Yes,
now, there are people, there are Hebrews in Africa that don't believe in Messiah. Those are Old Testament Hebrews. Okay, then you have Hebrews in Africa who do believe in Messiah. And when the European Jewish people, they don't have no problem converting over into Talmud and converting into the mitzvah. They don't have no problem converting those Hebrews that are in Africa who don't believe that Messiah has come yet. But they're not going after them because they got them already. Okay, they're going after the Hebrews that do believe in Messiah. When the European Jews show up to these villages and they tell them that they want to help them, and they want to know about their customs, they want to know about their traditions, they want to know how they practice Torah, their Messianic Hebrews. As soon as they say Messianic, the European Jews try to show them another way and try to force them into converting over so that they can teach them the Talmud, so that they can teach them the Mitzvah, and they tell them, no, go away. And those are the ones that was in Cameroon that they was setting on fire a couple of years ago. And they was burying them and setting them on fire. The Israeli army trained the northern Hamites that was up in the north of Cameroon, and they came down into the south, and they was setting them on fire, burning them alive, and tossing them into ditches and covering them with dirt when they still was alive. This video of it.
Are you finished this?
Yes.
Okay. Yeah, this is from the book, the Talmud Unmasked, The Secret Rabbinical Teaching Concerning Christians, by Reverend I.B. Pranatis.
Okay, can I ask you one question before you start reading?
Go ahead, sis.
Is the rabbinical writings the writings of the Bible?
No.
No, they're not. They're the writings. They're the writings of European Jewish so-called teachers, right?
I don't agree with that. Why
you don't agree with that, Garfield?
Because do you know what the Gulat period is in the rabbinical era? Do you know what that is?
I'm still studying, so
All right,
please inform me.
All right, the Gulat period is the Maccabean period.
Oh, I know about the Maccabean period a little bit, not all the way yet. I'm still studying.
In the Maccabean period, they used to have two priests who would instruct on how to understand the Torah, how it was at that specific time.
Okay.
And they would instruct the crowd.
Okay.
Now, for those who don't know, you had the Pharisees, the Sadducees, you had the Zadokites, you had the Essenes, you had over 600 different Jewish groups.
Yeah, but which one was authentic?
All of them can be authentic in their own
way. Are you sure about that?
Hold on, sis. Before you question me, let me finish my point.
Okay. I'm sorry.
I love her energy, man. We need to hang out. But listen. So you have the Pharisees came out of the rabbinical tradition originally. I mean, or I should say the rabbinical tradition came out of the Pharisees, because after the temple fell at 70 AD, they were the ones who teaching stood out more than everybody else.
That's correct.
Right?
Okay, I can agree with that.
Now watch this. Remember, in the Gulat period, in the rabbinical era, this is from like 200 BC to around 1 AD. This period now, you have two priesthoods who is in charge. These people, you would consider them Israelites. They're living in the land at the time, and they're instructing the Israelites how to worship. You're talking about after Antiochus Epiphanes, when he destroyed the temple and put the pig in there and dismantled the temple and disrespected it and all that stuff that he did. You had priesthoods after that, because remember, the Romans agreed with the Jews to defeat the Greeks. And then the Jews tricked them and say, yeah, you're going to rule us. But after they took over the Hasmonean period, the Jews ruled for 100 years. That's when a lot of the writings were changed in the Torah and so forth, right? But watch this. The Jews were ruling at that point. They were ruling their own state. The Romans did eventually come 63 BC and took over, right? They took over the land and were ruling the Judeans at the time. Judeans are living in the land at the time.
Okay.
This is way before 70 AD. So you have the tradition of Jews and the heads of the Pharisaic movement, or the Sadducees, during the time of Jesus. They are in charge. After Jesus is gone and 70 AD, the temple is destroyed between 66 and 72 AD.
Right.
The Pharisees take over and they start the rabbinical school of thought. So it's the same Israelites that were in the land. It's not no white folks. If you want to say that they're white folks, it's the same Israelites. They didn't change. It's the same people.
I didn't say that they did change.
So those people started with the traditions like Rabbi Hanasi, who built a synagogue in Judah after the temple fell. And then most of them moved to Babylon. That's where Babylon became the center of Judaism after the fact. So now this is same people, Israelites. If you're saying this is us, right? And we are the Israelites, from that point until now, can you tell me how did we get to America? From that point, right there, from 70 AD all the way till now, how did we get to Igbo land? How did we get to Yoruba? How did we get to Cameroon? How did we get there?
That's why, you know what, I'm going to be very happy when you talk to Akwete, because Akwete knows the migration routes. And he knows how the tribes split between one another and everything. But getting back to what you were saying, see, that's where the problem comes in. Because we know that in the book of Ezekiel, that the Most High Yah said that from this time going forward, only Zadok and his sons were to carry on in the priesthood. We know that John is not really called John the Baptist. We know he was really called John the Aaronite. John was a direct descendant of Zadok, the high priest. Only the high priests were to be doing the offerings and teaching the people. But then, like Paul, but even taking it from the time where you taking it from, Paul even lets you know that there were those who crept in unawares. They was teaching doctrines that they should not have teach, wolves in sheep's clothing. Paul said, don't even give them a second of your time. So that
who were those people that Paul was talking about right there? He was talking about those rabbis and Talmud, the development.
The same ones Garfield talking about, Berean.
Okay, hold on one second. Robinson, come to the microphone, bro. What are your thoughts on this? You know this ain't the Camp channel, right?
Hey, shalom to the panel, man. How y'all doing, man?
Shalom, what's good?
Hey, I'm doing pretty good. Yeah. I wanted to ask Garfield about the source he's bringing up right now, the Talmud Unmasked.
Yes, sir.
That book?
Yeah, that book he's talking about. I want who's the author of that book?
It's Reverend I.B. Pranatis.
Okay. Do you have any knowledge of? Did he speak Aramaic? Because that's the Aramaic is the main source of the Talmud. So I wanted to know if he was he actually speaking Aramaic
to translate the words.
Yeah. I'm
not sure. I could check though.
Yeah, I actually looked at this about a month ago. And the author of this source right here, he didn't speak Aramaic. So his sources like kind of like misunderstood what the Talmud was saying about the Christians. And most scholars today reject it as it's an assertion. So that source Talmud Unmasked. Hey Garfield, can you do you have a source within the Talmud that says Christians should be exterminated?
I would have to check it out.
Okay, cool.
But hold on, why would you do it? All right, no, go ahead. Do you want to ask him something else? Because I don't know, Wiggins act like when they coming in with that conspiracy garbage, Wiggins act like I cut my sister off and she wasn't finished talking.
Right. No, it was if you look at the source, the guy who wrote that source, the Garfield is bringing up the Talmud Unmasked.
Yes.
That they say he didn't even really speak Aramaic. He got his sources from somebody else. But that's as far as I went on that. But and I want to know if Garfield had a source within the Talmud that says Christians should be exterminated. Because he made a claim that the Talmud was given to the West African Jews, which
who said that? Who said the Talmud was given to the West African Jews?
Oh, you didn't say that?
No, I'm saying that they were Talmudic Jews. They were Talmudic Torah Jews. There's three types of Jews. Talmud Torah, no New Testament. Torah, no New Testament, and Torah and New Testament, which is you guys here in America.
Oh, okay. See, I thought you were saying that
the Jews in history were Talmudic Torah, no New Testament Jews.
Right. See, I thought you were saying that the West Africans were given the Talmud in conjunction with the Torah. That's why the practice in West Africa are Talmudic. but I don't, I have a ton of Igbo friends, and they don't really bring up the Talmud. It's just strictly Torah.
Oh,
now,
But what about these? But this is the thing. What about, so you see the guy Remy, them folk that he's talking about, them people that they excited about, that's acknowledging them, the Igbo people that's acknowledging them, are those Talmud Jews? Or the majority of Jews that's coming around, checking them out, checking out their cultures, asking the question, aren't those Talmudic Jews from Jerusalem?
I would be inclined to think so. Yeah. Do
you think that's good personally? You think that's a good thing? Or do you think, like the sister saying, they coming in with nefarious, they coming in with some other stuff?
Right. I wouldn't think me personally, I don't think it's a good thing. I know some West Africans reject the Talmud, and they're just strictly what they call Omenana. That's ancient Hebrew. That's strictly Torah, basically speaking. So I wouldn't. Maybe they would accept the Talmud just for extra biblical sources, but they wouldn't,
not make a doctrine out of it just for history. Okay. Would you agree with this? What you're seeing on the screen? I agree with this. Would you agree with this? You see on the screen, many of the Jewish communities in Nigeria embrace rabbinical Judaism. That's that Jerusalem stuff. That's Talmudic. That's Mishnah. That's all that good stuff there. You don't believe that that's jumping right now, and those are the leading people. Those are the authorities.
Absolutely, yeah. So the rabbinical practice, that is a later. That is, from what I understand, is a later addition to what they was already practicing. Now,
the brother's right.
Oh, you all right? You do all right? Good. That's what she was saying. So you be a witness with her.
Right. Yeah. So
but that came along later. They brought that
yes.
into Nigeria. It was not ever in Nigeria.
So wait a minute. I'm slow. I'm sorry. I'm slow. There was first the pure religion of Messiah that was there, right? Not New Testament, not Messiah. It was first the pure religion of Moses that was there, and then later on, you said some people from Tel Aviv came with another doctrine. When it was first introduced, there was no Talmud. That's what you're telling me. They practiced it without Talmud Mishnah.
I'm telling you this, Bareen. I'm telling you that when they first was in the land, I'm talking about before the European Jews came in there, before the Israelis came in there, they only practiced Torah. But you did have some Messianic Hebrews that were Igbo. But
now what year? Now when was? Give us a timeline right here. Let's make this.
I would have to look in my book, but it was before the Biafra Wars, because I know about the Biafra Wars.
Sis, let me ask a straight up question. When did Igbo people start having a Bible in the land?
Come on, Garfield. They went by oral.
Torah. Garfield wants y'all to have that New Testament. He's muddying the waters. I'm good with Torah. I'm good with
the Torah too. When did the Torah come into Igbo land?
Good, very good.
That's like a two-sided question, Garfield, that you're asking, really, because they have the elders that give you the history orally, and then they have the writings. But the elders were speaking the history. They were speaking the history. They were speaking the Torah before they started writing it down on parchment paper.
All right, now watch this. Watch this, family. Now, sister and to the brother on the panel. When was the Torah in a position to be codified as a book, to be transported and being taught to other cultures? Meaning, so you have the Old Testament, and you have the 6th century, 5th century. You have the production of the Torah being put into a book. I'm saying, when would they have? Because remember, in the exile, when they exiled, there was no Torah to carry around at that time to teach the people.
That's why they were talking to them.
So if the people said they went to West Africa after the Assyrian captivity, how are they carrying on traditions that are not even being taught by the teachers in the system of Israel yet? So I want to know, when did they would have gotten the teachings of the Torah? When did they get it in Igbo land?
I didn't say nothing about them going from Assyria into Nigeria, Garfield. With all due respect, I didn't say nothing about that.
All right, so you're saying that? Hold on. You know what's confusing, sis? would you say all Igbo people are Israelites or only some? Because they pretty much have the same genetic makeup. So would you say
Wow,
some,
that's a good question. It can't be.
some
Oh, that's a
are
good
I'm
question.
sorry, Garfield. I was
so
coughing at the time.
I'm sorry, sis. There's over 30 million Igbos.
Right.
So are you saying that all 30 million are Israelites because they pretty much have the same genetic makeup?
If they have the same genetic makeup, then yes, they are Israelites. But we understand,
30
and like
30 million?
I have
That's
been taught.
complicated. That's complicated. Well, but I guess it would have to be all or none.
It's
If
not
it's the
all one
same.
tribe. It's
Sister,
not
where
all
are
one.
you? Are you in the United States of America? Are you in
Yes,
America now?
yes.
Do you believe, straight up right now, tell me in my face, Garfield, I believe I'm one of the Israelites from Deuteronomy 28, and my ancestors came over on the slave ships. Am I right or wrong?
Yes, I do believe that.
So what happened to the 30 million Igbos in Africa? They got left?
Come on, Garfield, now.
They was born after. They were just they were over.
Come
No,
on,
let me see what
Garfield.
she's
Now.
saying.
So they don't get the blessings because they didn't get to come over. Their family didn't come over. So
No, I never said that. But what I'm saying is this: we know that from reading the Bible that there was only 3 nations that were scattered to the 4 corners, and
Only
that was
Judah, Benjamin, and I'm sorry. Go ahead. You go ahead.
No, Breen, you on it? Say it, Breen.
No, you help me. I ain't getting because they gonna say I'm promoting Israelite doctrine again. That's what these folk listening. I tell you, they all in here listening. Go ahead.
Okay, Breen, you are something else. We know Judah, the tribe of Judah from the house of King David. We know Levi, house of Aaron. We know Benjamin, house of Saul. Isn't it amazing that those that went into slavery were leaders in Israel? Their descendants winded up going into slavery. Look at this. You have the tribes of 2 kings and the head priest in Israel. Tribes were scattered to the 4 corners.
So no Igbo.
No, I'm not going to say that. I cannot say that, and neither can you, Garfield. Garfield, please let me say.
You can't say that either, Garfield. Now, if you can't say it, don't start saying stuff you can't say.
Let me say this, Garfield. I wasn't finished.
Okay, my bad. I'm sorry.
Okay. Just 1 second, Garfield, okay?
What's
I'm
up,
going to say
Lita?
this. No, you cannot say that every Igbo was taken in the slave trade. Just like you cannot say that every Judite was taken in the slave trade, because you got the house of Asante, the kings that live in Kumasi. No, wait a minute. I'm saying this to you. You got the house of Asante. They're from Judah, and you're not going to tell them that they're not from Judah. And they've already been confirmed from Judah. And you also too have Judah in Ethiopia with the king that was in Ethiopia. Now we're all
we gotta separate. Yeah, we gotta separate all of them.
Yeah. But let me say something. This is my point. Was all of them taken in the slave trade? Absolutely not. Some of them was left on the continent of Africa, just like the Limba. Some of the Limba was taken in the slave trade, and some of them were not. It was just a matter of who got caught that day.
That's how the prophecy work?
No, I'm saying that to you guys. Stop it, Breen. Stop it.
I'm just trying to figure it out. I'm sorry. Go ahead. All right, look at this. Do me a favor. Read the screen. Sis, read the screen.
No, I don't, because I believe that if you are born again of Yah, just like King Yeshua said, you must be born again. I don't care who you are. If you are born again of the Holy Spirit of Yah, then you are saved.
Come on, period.
Period. And you are in the body of Hamashiach.
Garfield can be saved? You saying I could be saved?
I said, Garfield, you can be saved if you believe in King Yeshua, the Son of the Most High Living Yah.
So what about those? I'm sorry. What about those other Jewish people? Because you believe in, what do you think? What do you think the synagogue of Satan is?
Hold on 1 second, Barry. Before you do that, can I just say this to you? When an Igbo person is worshiping, right? They don't pray to Chokwu or Chinike. They don't pray to like how we pray, like our Israelite pray to Yah. They pray to their personal chief. They have their own personal God or their community God. I'm trying to say the tradition don't have no connection to Israel. Just based on that alone. Hold on, sis. Hold on. What we're doing is we have a group of people who are Christians who knew the Bible after Christianity after 1867, and now all of a sudden they want to adapt into the culture. There's no evidence of the Igbos claiming that they're Israel when they were the Nok culture. They have a writing system called the NCBD script, right? Bereen, and it goes back, and Sukkah is 2500 BC, and they found similar writings like what they see today in the NCBD script all the way 2500 BC. That's way before Israel even existed. They have been people there. They have they have about 16 different archaeological sites. They found bones, skulls of 13,000, 15,000 years ago. People been living there for years. They found stuff that's 250,000 years. What are you talking about? You got to know Igbo and the archaeology. It's deeper than Israel.
I never said it wasn't.
Or it's just a piece. Garfield said, yeah, you want the whole thing. I just want a little bit. I just want a piece of Israel over here practicing it over there. Just a piece. It don't got to be everybody.
You know what? Show me a group of people. Show me a group of people in Igbo land that was worshiping before the colonials came in, before these colonists came in. Show me the Igbo people practicing the culture. They don't have it.
They were circumcised, and that looked familiar, right? They were circumcised. Weren't they circumcised before the 1500s?
They would have circumcised this sister if she was there. Yes, she would have got circumcised.
Oh, female. All right, yeah, they had other people cultures mixed in too. Because the real
you're not acknowledging the fact that
hold on one second. It's not other people's culture. That's their culture. Why are we trying to take these people's culture from them
and make it fit with somebody else?
You gotta realize it's a minority.
Let me say this to you.
The people in Igbo land don't even know Remy Yona. That's another thing I need to tell you. 2 people now confirm that. They don't even know him like that. He's not even known in Igbo land. I don't know why in the West he's respected. I guess because he's connected to those peoples.
No,
he's connected to those peoples very hard. I'm telling you.
These bitches, you talking about these Morays over here?
To them peoples that they say is not the real Jews.
Oh yes, I believe that. Yes, and they're pushing it for yes. She bear witness with that. She bear witness with that.
But Garfield, you're not acknowledging what I said.
Let me finish this. You see, you want me as a man who have 64% Igbo according to my 23andMe.
Well, that's beautiful. Hello,
so why are you fighting so hard? Oh, he got to get out here and get his mind right. Let him get out here and get his mind right. Come back in. Come on, y'all. Come to the microphone, brother. And come to the microphone. Garfield got to get his mind right and come back in. He Igbo and he fighting against his old. You can't y'all see the level of craziness here? Come on, brother. Come to the microphone. Tell us what your thoughts are. You know you're muted, right? Can y'all hear me?
I can hear you.
Yashua, come to the microphone.
All right, my fault, brother. Hey, y'all excuse me for that, but shalom to the panel.
Shalom, what's good with you?
Shalom.
What's up, Garfield? Man, I swear, man, you almost Paul if you had them scriptures in the forefront. Because you definitely be kicking against the pricks, boy. I'm gonna keep it real. You always coming with what you say is evidence. Because I ain't never seen none of it, not no real evidence. But at the same time, brother, common sense, man. Hey, look, man, it's like 54 countries over maybe 25,000 different tribes, and you telling us with a straight face.
A straight face.
With a straight face, like he's pure.
And he got 64. Don't forget he just confessed he got 64% Igbo. Go ahead.
I was gonna get to that. You know what I'm saying? This is the example of not loving yourself. That's the perfect example of not loving yourself is when you tell us you got 64% Igbo in you, and the Igbo was circumcising women. Man, you're telling me that there weren't different sects within the Igbo tribes? Is that what you're trying to tell us, brother? Because you're not going to tell us those ones that was practicing Torah. You show me the evidence of those ones practicing Torah doing circumcision on women. You can't show that. So you disregarding your own heritage, brother. Come on home and quit playing games and quit trying to fight against the pricks, brother. You already know with the evidence you're bringing, it ain't enough to counteract all the true professors that's speaking in your face. You want to go to some stuff that you know going to be contrary. That's all you're doing. You looking up a few little pieces that's contrary that have, I mean, you definitely ain't using no scripture. So all the time, man, it's just commentary, Garfield. Come on, man. It's commentary against the facts. And you making yourself look like a what we call non-scholastic individual, bro. With just negative scholastics. Everything negative with you.
Okay, brother. Okay, what are you talking about?
Give me some common sense on the fact that there were Israelites who weren't white in West Africa. Give me some context on Israelites that weren't white. I don't care if it was just two. After 200, 400, 500 years here, it's going to be 1,000.
Okay, now can I ask the question? Do you have a point in your rant? Because you're just ranting. What specifically do you want to know from me?
Man, I don't want to know nothing from you, brother. I want you to be quiet, man. Stop coming on the Christian channel. Stop coming on a Christian channel amongst believers, showing so much division, brother. That's all I'm saying. It's already bad enough we got enough division amongst those ones who know they Israel and Christians. We ain't got time to be beefing with no person that don't even believe in scripture, don't even believe Jacob existed, don't even believe in the prophets. Brother, this ain't the channel for you. This definitely Berean channel. But brother, when you come on, brother, it's the same thing. You don't bring us no positive energy. You ain't got no solutions. How we gonna save our souls, brother? You believe you got a soul? Tell me how we gonna save our souls with all this stuff you bringing. You ain't bringing nothing, brother. Bring us some stuff that's going to help us as a people. Since we're not those people, what people are we, Garfield?
First and foremost, we are people from Western Central Africa who is here in America. That's what
we had to come from somewhere.
And nobody in those countries.
Dude, hold on. Brother,
man.
I got Mike Pereira on my phone. He said the sister blocked him in the chat. Go ahead, Mike.
Yeah, these guys in the chat think that I'm somehow like these dudes are crazy. They think
I didn't block anybody in the chat.
Who is this guy?
Somehow this dude Hebrew Israelism or whatever. I'm over there talking with these people in the chat. They got my main account blocked. I don't know what's going on. I was trying to get in earlier and I can't get in. And then you got your mods in here bugging out, especially accusing me of beating other people and all this other stuff. I can't get into the live stream. I can't chat in the chat on my main account. I don't know what's going on.
All right, what was the point you're trying to get it with? That's Faithful, ain't that Faithful?
Yeah, he said he went in the chat under another name and they blocked him under that name too.
Is somebody blocking Faithful? Y'all blocking Faithful? I'm send Faithful a link in the email. Tell Faithful, come on here, unmute yourself. I'm gonna send him to his whatever that thing is I sent it to the last time.
Yo, real quick, hold up. Can you tell Berean? Yo, you can hear me, right, Garfield?
Yeah, Berean could hear you.
Okay, Berean, you gotta go into your account on StreamYard. If you just go in on the portion that says account, it'll say something like guess.
Check the other Faithful that say Faithful.
So I can come in.
Tell him look at that Faithful to God 2 email.
Faithful to God 2. Faithful to God email. Faithful to God.
He got on with that before. He was on here last week with that. I'm sorry. Come on, bro. Come on. I'm new to you. Go ahead. Finish giving Garfield a business.
Finish, brother. Go ahead, beloved. Go ahead, beloved.
Brother, can I say this before I exit out of here? Because I really do have to go.
Yes,
but
ma'am.
I wanted to say this to Garfield. Garfield, you said that you have a high percentage of Igbo in you, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So you would know that there are Hebrews in Nigeria that are Igbo. You would know that there are Igbos who took on the customs and practices of the people that were already in the land when they migrated into the land. Is that
when did
correct?
they migrate, sis? When did they migrate?
That's what I don't have my book with me. I don't have my book with me right now.
Talk about migration then.
Okay. But you know that there's different classifications of Igbo. You know that.
Right.
Just like you know that there's different.
Is it a possibility that you are not an Israelite?
No, I am an Israelite.
No. Is it a possibility that you are not one?
No, I am an Israelite.
Okay. All right. So you sold. You done.
Well, it was a pleasure. It was a pleasure talking to all of you guys.
Sure, sis. All right.
Have a good afternoon to all of you. And shalom to your brother. And Garfield,
That's
I'm
it,
going to
bro.
pray for you to have a visitation like Paul had.
Hey,
Thank
come
you.
on,
I
come
need
on,
that. I
come
need
on.
that.
Yes,
I
God.
need
Yes,
that.
God.
I
That's
need
what
that.
we talking
I
about.
need that.
All right,
That's
good
one thing
evening,
we
man.
all
Oh,
agreed with that. God bless
hey,
you. Appreciate you.
Doreen, I
Sis.
got them people's DNA too. I got 3.9%. I got them people's too.
Not the other people.
Yeah.
That's like I said, this race thing don't make no sense.
I got
It
them
ain't
people's
working like that. Hold on. Where's that other video? Hold on. Let me see. I'm gonna put that link out there in case anybody else want to jump on too. Tell my brother he could come back to the microphone. Because he was on the road. Let me
He's giving me the
call.
business, man. Give me the business.
Oh, yeah, he was. That's what I'm saying. He was just on the road just now. Hold on a minute. Go ahead, bro. You know you're muted, right?
Yeah, my fault, bro. I'll be muting my mic because I'm standing outside
Okay.
at my truck because it'll be too hot up in there if I keep listening to Garfield.
Uh-oh. Go ahead. You got the mic. I'm muting myself.
For some reason, hey man, Garfield seems to always vex my spirit because when he brings stuff, it be the same stuff he been bringing for the last 5 years. I'm tired of hearing them same one sources. Come on, man, there's 500-600 sources out there. You ain't debunking none of them. All you doing is finding contrary information. Come on, man. And it ain't enough evidence. It's not enough evidence to debunk anything. You ain't debunked nothing. You might have debunked one word and think now you a scholar.
All right. Can you tell me one thing that you need an answer on, brother? Can you ask me a question? Because you're not, all you're doing is ranting.
Oh, okay. But I already told. Hey, okay, here go a question, Garfield. Is it possible?
Hold on. I cuss the Israelites out in my sleep, so ranting don't do
I already know. Hey, look, I already know, Garfield. Don't think I'll be coming to see what you on because the scriptures tell me to be as wise as a serpent. So I'm definitely watching you.
You see the color of my shirt?
Yeah.
You know what Elijah Muhammad said, right? He said blue.
I don't care what Elijah Muhammad said.
Hold on. He said blue is the color. I got blue on.
Hey, I don't follow man, bro. What did Christ say? I keep telling you, man, you coming over here, you going to get chopped up every time I hear you on the mic because this is why. This is why, because you keep kicking against the pricks. I'm tired of hearing it. You ain't coming with no evidence. So let me ask you a question since you want a question.
Let's go.
Is it possible that Black Americans in this country could possibly be from the nation of Israel?
No.
Why? See that.
Now,
he said Black Americans. There's over 50 million Black Americans.
So none of us over here could possibly be Israel.
No, I never said that. You said
I just asked you that. I did not say that. Don't put words in my mouth. Don't put words in my mouth because I don't even believe that.
Okay.
Okay? Because I ain't from Africa.
Repeat.
Hey, hold on. I ain't from Africa. Let me just keep it real with you.
Where you came from?
I'm from here.
Okay.
So you didn't come off the slave ships. Your ancestors.
No, I didn't come off no slave ship. None of that, brother.
Okay.
See, that's why I know that stuff you talking. That's why I know that stuff you talking.
How are you Israel? How are you Israel?
Brother. Slow down. Let me finish my question. Then you can ask me a question. All right? That's the only way you're gonna be edified. I'm gonna edify you in scripture because that's what you need. You need to be built up in scripture because you don't have any wisdom that come from on high. So let me give you this question. Like I asked you prior.
Hold on 1 second. Before you ask, I'm not going to respond to the Bible question.
I'm not going to ask you a Bible question, brother.
I want you to ask me a question regarding.
I'm going to ask you the same question before you try to reiterate what I said wrong. I'm going to ask you the same question, brother. The question is it possible out of the 50 million blacks in America who they call African American could possibly be Israel?
Repeat the question. I'm sorry. Repeat the question.
Man, see, that's why. It's a comprehension problem going on, Berea. It's a comprehension problem going on. That's really what it is.
I'm waiting to answer myself. Go ahead. That's a lot.
Once again, out of the 50 million blacks in America who are called African American, Garfield, is it possible that there are some amongst us who are called African American, not those ones that come from Africa that they label white? I'm talking about the ones that that have come from the transatlantic slave trade, is it possible that some of us or our forefathers were from Israel?
It's possible you might find a few here, and I'm going to show you proof of one right now.
Well, no, I don't want none of that. I just want you to answer my question.
Alicia, wait, you done admitted something now. Wait a minute, we might get it.
Right. Hold on, Garfield. I don't want you to show me nothing contradicting. I want you to switch the conversation. I want to stay on this here point. Brother, I'm asking the questions. I don't need that. I can't see the TV. I just told you I was outside, man. I can't see that. I ain't at home.
I'm answering this question he don't want to answer. Why did you ask a question if you don't want to answer?
You gave me the answer. I don't need all that. I don't need that extra stuff I done seen already, Garfield. I've been on this channel too long. I want to see that same garbage. We don't want to see the same stuff you've been bringing. We tired of all that. We tired of your old scholarship, brother. The channel over there with Dante Forson is growing in evidence. It's growing tremendously, and all you got is the same thing you've been bringing since you've been kicking against the pricks. Come on, brother. I'm sick of it. You think you control what the Most High is doing with that little information you bring, brother? You really need to go home and you at home. You need to study some more, bro. You need to be a little more open-minded, use some common sense, and quit trying to direct folks into some negative garbage, just like them folks that call themselves conscious when they really unconscious. Just like you ain't woke to the truth. You ain't talking about nothing. You ain't woke to these scriptures. You ain't woke to these scriptures. You ain't talking about nothing. You ain't got Christ. You ain't on nothing. So what you talking about don't mean nothing to the believer, brother.
Okay. To my brother who's on the line. You asked.
I'm not your brother, man. Christ said, "Who is my brother? Who is my mother? You is not my brother."
All right.
I'm not holding hands with no atheist.
I got you, beloved. I got you.
No, I ain't beloved. No, I ain't your beloved. I ain't none of that, brother. I'm just a brother.
Marine, this is Ehav Ever, right? This guy right here was born in America. Okay, his family was Sephardic. Right here. Here's his
Florida. Yeah. I do remember. Yeah.
His great grandfather is Richard Lang. Right here. He's a Sephardic Jew, Spanish mix. This is his great grandfather, Shoham Beryl Lyons. This is his great grandmother, Huldah Lang Lyons. And this is one of his great grandfathers on the other side, Charles Noble. So African American or black, I mean, this is him right here. But the key is he is connected to African Americans, of course, through marriage and all that stuff, but he didn't come over as a slave. He is an African American, though, but he's a Jew that now lives in Israel. He was born in America. So if you ask me, is somebody of the slave trade, I don't know if people, you said anybody that came over here. If you're being specific as far as the slave trade, I can't answer that. I haven't found anybody yet. But I'm sure with mixed ancestry, you might find somebody. It's possible. But you can't find nobody who claims there was a Jew in West Africa who was on a slave ship and came over, because they would have practiced what they were practicing in West Africa. Did they have divine amnesia when they got on the ships? They didn't. So to answer your question, here you go, bro. That's one guy right there. But he wasn't a slave. All right? I just want to make it clear that I'm answering your question to the best of my ability. I have no idea if anybody came off the slave ship. I don't think anybody in Western Central Africa who's showing genetic markers of a E1B1A marker that is from West Africa, that mutated in West Africa, which goes back 39,000 years ago. I don't think any of those people are Israelites.
All right. Come on, Russell. Come to the microphone. You know you're muted, right?
You're gonna be sold to your enemies. So my as bondmen and bondwomen and no man about you. My question is, how can you be sold and not bought at the same time?
That's for God. Who that for?
That's for me.
That's for Garfield. I'm just saying. They say you're gonna be sold as bondmen and bondwomen. So my question is, how can you be sold and not bought at the same time? Maybe that buy mean, back in ancient days, you was able to buy somebody out of slavery. Maybe that's what that means.
Higgins, yes, Jews were able to do that. For the Moroccan Jews who were For the Jews that were taken from Spain or Portugal, there's a letter that I saw the brother Tazara has. The people actually ended up in Morocco and they were bought out of slavery. We as Africans or African Americans were not bought out of slavery by anybody until our own.
I know it. That's why the scriptures say no man gonna buy you. Don't you think that's what that means, brother?
Hold on a second. But if Deuteronomy 28, are you saying it happened to do the African Americans? Because that is saying that nobody was bought. We as descendants of slaves know that all our foreparents were bought.
This is what I'm saying. The scriptures say you're gonna be sold as a slave man and a slave woman, and no man gonna buy you. That means no man ain't gonna buy you out of this. Just like they was able to buy you in the ancient days, ain't nobody gonna buy you out of this captivity, brother. That's why I keep saying, y'all keep saying reading comprehension. I don't think you comprehending on what the scriptures mean.
Hold on, beloved. Let me ask you a question. Were some African Americans in America bought out of slavery? Yes or no?
I don't know that.
Yes,
I know they were slaves, and a lot of them weren't bought out of captivity.
Tons of Africans that were bought. You just killed your own doctrine.
Nah, man. Let me say something. Hey, brother Russell.
Yeah.
Let him finish. Let him finish this point right here.
No, brother, don't do that. Don't do that, brother. If you're not gonna follow the quorum, I'm just gonna mute my mic and just listen until it's my time to talk. All right?
And I just got one more other question for Garfield, because I know he a scholarly man. So I want to ask him one more good question, and I think it'll answer everything.
Again, before you ask the question,
okay,
I ask you, were any African Americans bought back by people? You said you don't know. Well, a lot of them were bought back by their own family members. Look at Harriet Tubman. Harriet Tubman, father bought her mother out of slavery. That's a perfect example. African Americans bought it. A lot of that happened in Louisiana. There's a lot of people bought people out of slaves. So if you're saying that the people weren't bought, and African American, well, they were bought out of slavery.
I mean, maybe a few of them, Garfield. Now, come on now. Let's get maybe 1,000. We can say 1,000 out of 10 million.
It's still some people. Anyway.
You see what I'm saying? And I got one more good question for you. I see nobody don't want to touch this, because I keep asking the question, but ain't nobody want to touch this thing. I mean, we all looking for truth here. My question is, Esau got conquered, I think it was 500 BC. Name got changed to Idumeans. They got forced into Judaism and hid up under jury ever since. Who is these Idumeans?
They in the Vatican.
I'm asking Garfield, because everybody want to keep, we going back and forth with each other, brother. But, I mean, get to the whole truth. If it's some more people out here saying they Jews and not Jews, tell the people it's some more people out here claiming to be Jews and ain't Jews. But they are Idumeans, the descendants of Esau.
Listen. We've
y'all keep fighting amongst each other, brother, and it's real sad, because it's a whole bunch of more people that's saying they Jews and not Jews. Just like I had told Beren earlier, if you read Genesis 10, I think it's 10 and 12 or something, it'll tell you who the Gentiles is. So if you find out who the descendants of those people who in Genesis telling who the Gentiles is, and see what these people that's over there calling themselves Jews, maybe they descendants of these people in Genesis. Nobody don't want to touch that.
Okay.
What, ain't nobody gonna say nothing?
No, y'all go ahead. I gotta take this call.
Hey, Garfield, when he told you that, what he just said about the first question he asked you, you said only a few. Come on, bro. Yeah, so when we talk in the scriptures, brother, the Most High, it's gonna be some that may get bought out for other reasons, but as a mass, as a community, as a whole, no, bro, that don't fly. We talking about a whole, Garfield.
What is your question?
He asked you about being bought. No, brother, I'm answering your question, your answer. I'm answering to your answer to him. The answer you gave him didn't have any common sense in it, because he's asking you as a whole, and you talking about a few folks got bought. Come on, man. That don't weigh. That don't have weight with scripture, brother.
You didn't come over on slave ships, so why are you concerned about it?
I'm concerned because these my brothers in Christ. I'm concerned because you ain't trying to come to, you ain't coming to Christ. Hey, look,
an Indian.
I know, but see, that's your problem. You don't know where they come from either. You don't study hard enough because all of them ain't from the north. You telling me what no black Indians? Is that what you finna say, Garfield? That the Native American wasn't black?
No, he wasn't finna say that.
I know he wasn't finna say that dumb stuff. So look, don't ask me no questions because I don't answer to you, brother. I'm only talking with brothers. The only questions I'm answering, brother, is questions that come from those in Christ. You're not in the spirit. I'm not dealing with that. I'm trying to chop the head off the snake because you keep coming with garbage. I'm trying to chop the head off you, snake. You know what I'm saying? You coming with the devil's doctrine. I don't want to hear that garbage.
How are you an Israelite? I'm curious.
Hey, look, because I got a mother and a father. Come on, brother.
How are you an
Igbo? You from Jamaica? How you an Igbo? Come on, man. Make some sense, man. Use some common sense, man. Be quiet.
50% of the Igbos came through.
Hey, Russell, you can have the Mac.
Jamaica, man.
Yeah, I just want to know who these Dumians is, man. That's all I want to know, because there's some people around here saying they Jews, bro. We need to find out who these other people is. Just like I say, we going back and forth with each other, man. It don't look like ain't nobody gonna give no ground on who is who.
None of y'all are Jews. Y'all are trying to steal somebody's identity.
Well,
now this is the beef. You can't. You try to say all of them. Are you doing the same thing? Are you doing the same thing?
All of them.
Bunching everybody together.
I don't see none of them. Where's the real Jews at? Where are they? How are they connected? I haven't seen nobody come out and prove how they are. Ihave Ever came on my channel and proved to me he's a Jew. He proved to me to his connection to the Sephardic Jews, and he currently lives in Israel today. He's a Jew. None of these Jews in America trying to go back to Israel. You know why? Because it's not their land.
No, because we read scripture and we know what's going to happen to Israel.
He's moving to Africa this month. I said, why don't you move to Israel? They don't have an answer. None of them.
I got one for you.
It's not your land. You're pretending.
Lord, you know who the greatest pretender is? The devil.
Yeah.
And that's who you are, Garfield. You act like a devil right now, brother, because you hate yourself so much, Igbo, brother. Igbo, Israel. The Jews say you Israel.
Who said?
So now what? Them folks you say the Jews, they say you their brother. Now what?
You're Indian. You ain't.
Hey, I'm asking. Hey, I'm talking about you though. You the one up in here talking about some you Igbo 60-some%, but didn't they just accept you and tell you the same ones you holding up talking about the white man, the Jew? That means that you are one too, bruh.
I got 3.9%. What are you talking about? I got 3.9%.
That's real close.
I got 3.9%.
What, Igbo?
Ashkenaz.
Right. So mix that with that Igbo now.
I'm mixing all of them.
mix that Jew with that Igbo. And so that means that now you Israel. Now you can go and look at the real evidence.
I'm a Santi too. Look at that.
They Israel. Israel in Ashanti. Come on now. So that's why I say you kicking against the pricks, bro. If your whole nation has been accepted by the Jews.
Okay, how are you, Israel?
How am I Israel?
Yeah.
One is not an Israelite outwardly, but inwardly.
Okay.
Can you understand that? No, that's beyond you because you can't understand spiritual things because you ain't a spirit man.
Hold up. That's what Paul says. Paul says it's not outwardly, it's inwardly, circumcision of the heart. I agree.
What did I tell you? I told you I'm about these scriptures, man. I ain't about all that rhetoric you on.
All right. So
you on rhetoric. But I know you not your boy Israel for sure.
Why are you fighting me?
Because you kicking against the pricks. Because you kicking against the pricks.
You're a convert. What's wrong with that? Ain't nothing wrong with that. I could be a convert. You could be a convert. We all could be converts. Ain't nothing wrong with that. All I'm saying is I want somebody who is African American or Afro-Caribbean or African to prove to me that they're Israel.
He said he know you. He said he know you Israel for sure. Somebody said, yo, Berean, just go play somebody just sent me a video, Garfield. Tudor Parfit destroyed you. You don't know about that?
They're talking about my video. That's my video from my channel. What are you talking about, Bareem?
Hold on, let me show.
That's from when I interviewed him. Yo, but they don't want to play the part when he says that the people in Israel is the real Israelites.
What minute mark is that? We got to go to that.
That's the
this right here. You see the screen?
No, that's the source video. They replayed it. But I have the original interview if you want to go to it.
Yeah, pull up that out. You know, we pull that minute marker specifically that he said them the folk in that land right there. He said them folk in that land, that's beef.
That's them. That's them. So why is it that they don't want to concentrate? And I said it to Dante too on his timeline.
Look at what Elder Wicker said. Igbos, the Igbos are converts. You good with that, right?
Of course they are. The ones who converted, they are converts.
Oh well, and here Israel, he don't got no beef for that.
I agree with him 100%.
Wow.
They're converts. There's nothing wrong with that. Just like the brother White here, who's an Indian, he's a convert.
He's not an Indian, Garfield. Father God,
He said he's an Indian. He said he's an
He
Indian.
said he was an Indian, Garfield. I answered the phone call. I walked away. He said he was an Indian. He didn't tell you. He didn't tell you he was no Indian. He didn't tell you he was no Indian.
Oh, okay. My bad. My apologies.
What you said, not Wiggins? Oh, you said they're not? Wiggins don't know what he's saying because he typing all different stuff up in here right now. He said, play the video. Tudor didn't say that. You pulling it up, right, Garfield?
Yes, right here. I got it on my screen. I'm about to share it right now. Hold on 1 second. Let me just find the actual marker. The actual marker is...
Yeah. Wiggins switching it up. Or it was a typo or something. Now he's saying something different.
At the 15-minute mark, Parfit highlights how the historical record shows the blacks and Jews, the black Jews in West Africa practice mainstream.
I can't see. They ain't on my thing. We got the people. They need this work. They got to see this with their own. They got to hear it from his own mouth.
Hold on. Let me just find a time marker for you. Hold on. 51:25. 51:25. All right. Hold on. All right. Here we go.
All right, let me look at this in the meantime. Whilst you doing that,
you could play it.
Ain't nothing on the screen yet. We spend too much energy on this. Every time someone does well over enough to prove it, skeptics just back up and adjust their standard for proof and let the argument go on. I've had enough.
So you just want to be a guy that does say everybody should just believe and just kumbaya and just start a church.
You say y'all moving the goalposts.
Cult. All right.
Hey, that's good. I want to hear this loud.
Ready?
Until fairly recently, I mean, the 15th century.
Tell me if y'all hear echo. Do I have to mute myself?
I got to mute. And
their association with the land of Israel and with the history of the Jewish, with the history of the Jews is clear and overwhelming. It cannot be really undone. It's like saying that
are claiming. Someone is asking.
That was it. I think that was it right there. I was listening to that yesterday.
Yeah. Listen to the
we got to be sensitive with people behaving. We got to be sensitive.
Right. Watch this. I'm gonna play it now. Watch now. Watch the question, ladies and gentlemen. Listen to Garfield and the Jamaican accent.
I'm not going to say the names of the people that he said in the email. I'm not going to do that. That's not appropriate. But I'll say this. Folks in the community, African-American community, are claiming Ashkenazi Jews and other white Jews are fake and identity robbers. Does Professor Parfit see this claim as historically valid and appropriate?
No, I mean, that's a very straightforward one as far as I'm concerned. I think that the evidence associating both Ashkenazi and Sephardi Jews, well, there's no real difference, to be honest, between Sephardi Jews and Ashkenazi Jews. They were the same thing until fairly recently, I mean, the 15th century. And you know, their association with the land of Israel and with the history of the Jewish, with the history of the Jews is clear and overwhelming. It cannot be really undone. It's like saying that President Trump won the election, right? So
I like that. I like that.
So it's about that degree of mendacity. Well, I wouldn't use the word mendacity. Again, you know, it's a complicated matter, and I know that I'm going to be putting my foot in it here, and I'm likely to upset people. But I think the idea is essentially a kind of, you know, metaphorical association with the people of Israel. But, you know, this shouldn't be done in such a way that it's going to destroy or invalidate or devalue other people's religious experience. I think we have to be respectful of each other, and we have to be respectful of each other's traditions, histories, myths. And if you want to believe that, one has to be, it's part of a wider kind of religious and ethnic and identity. And God knows you know, the experience of African Americans has been, people like yourself, has been very painful. It's a very painful history. And painful histories sometimes can only really be resolved through painful means, and this is in a way one of them. Right. And you know, it's got to do with race in this particular case, I think. I don't know whether you want this kind of intellectualization on my part, but the way I see it is that if you're a slave living in America before the Civil War, or indeed, you know, in the period afterwards during Reconstruction and Jim Crow, it was bloody awful, if I may use my British term. It was bloody awful. And there was no way of extracting yourself from the racial slur of being black, right? And it's only now really beginning to be possible, I would say. So let me just give you a little, then I'm really going to have to go, but I think it's important that maybe some of your guys won't know about this. Some of them will, but the idea of race is not obvious. And for most of human history, nobody thought of it as an idea. It wasn't something that was self-evident to people until the end of the 17th century. That's the beginning of the racial age, when somebody came up with a bright and wrong idea that the world could best be divided into groups which he called races, and he came up with 7. The guy's name was François Berthet. He was a French physician. Very, very important book. It started the racial age. According to me, we're now getting towards the end of the racial age. I hope that President Biden will expedite the end of the racial age. We should all stop using the word race, because race does not exist. It is not a thing. There is no biological basis to race at all. Zero, zilch, nada. It's not a thing. And why we have to carry on pretending that it is a thing and that there are biological differences between people is inexplicable to me. I'll give you an example of how it can go horribly, horribly wrong. So, COVID. The papers are full of the fact that African Americans are suffering from COVID more than others. which may very well be true, but it's not because African Americans are black or African Americans are African Americans. It's because perhaps African Americans are poorer and African Americans live in more crowded facilities. And the result, that is no doubt the result of racism, the fact that Africa in everything, even among the black Jews of Guinea. So, in other words, the existence of Jews in the western part of Africa was absolutely accepted at the time by the likes of the Portuguese Archbishop of Goa. And then travelers, Mungo Park is a good example, kept coming across Jews or evidence of Jewish settlements in West Africa. And we know from various sources that there were, you know, black Jewish communities practicing mainstream Judaism from the end of the 15th century onwards through the next century and so on. And as
all
far
right,
as
what
the,
he said right there.
black Jews,
Now, hold on a minute.
because they are the starting point.
So he said there were black Jewish communities. That's the 15th century, though. That's my thing freezing up or your thing freezing up? Let me eat my food up. You see them timestamps? That's whoever somebody was talking about? You know, we can't hear you.
No, somebody on the video, they had put some timestamps, so that's what I'm going by. If they tell me the timestamps, I'll put it there. I don't have no problem with that.
Y'all put the timestamps in here. Unless they talking about they don't send it to my email. Come on, we don't want no conspiracy garbage over here. Somebody trying to hide Berean, don't want no truth come out. Somebody trying to stop y'all away. Nobody trying to stop nothing. We trying to get down to this truth. That's what we trying to do.
Which has killed millions of people throughout history, and the result of being Jewish was to be covered in shame, to fail in everything.
The 27-minute mark.
Even among the black Jews of Guinea. So, in other words, the existence of Jews in the western part of Africa traditionally referred to themselves in that way. They were black and they were living among black people, black tribes in Zimbabwe and northeastern South Africa. And also in places, although I never met them in Mozambique myself, but I understand that there are some in Mozambique. I did meet some in Malawi, which is the country just to the north of Mozambique and Zimbabwe. And you know, the Sena, when we were doing this, when I was doing my kind of field work, my anthropological field work, nobody knew where it was, and it may be that I discovered it in the Yemen. It's a possibility, and the evidence is quite strong, without being 100% strong, I would say. And part of the evidence, well, I'll tell you. So the legend of the Lemba, this maybe by now 100,000 strong people living in Central Africa, with claims to being of Jewish origin, and which in pre-colonial times certainly seemed to have a religion which was very close to Judaism as far as one can judge. I'm giving you the absolute truth as I understand it in these statements. So they have this idea of being of Jewish origin. I met them in 1985 for the first time. I'd just written a book upon the about the Ethiopian Jews and their rescue by Israel in the Operation Moses. I went to South Africa. I met some of these Lemba, and they told me their story, and they said, yes, we know that we came from Senna, we crossed Pusela, we came to Africa, we rebuilt Senna, and then we moved inland and we became dispersed among the nations. That was their theory of origin, their legend of origin, in short. So I decided to write a book about this, and so the way I was going to write the book was to go on a journey to try and solve the question of...
Didn't they say the 27-minute mark, Barine? I think they said the 27-minute mark.
Yeah, but no, but I'm just looking back now. They say not the 27-minute mark on that Genesis 4, that remix video.
Oh, I know.
And then somebody said something about Equianos on here, that you ain't gonna done that. They took the, let me see, I had to walk away for 1 second.
I don't think they read Parfit's work. I don't think they read Parfit's work or what he said about Equiano. But I'm gonna bring it up anyway while they're talking.
Y'all hear that? He bringing it up right now.
Nah, we don't want to backtrack.
You want to rant. You want to rant.
I ain't gonna rant no more. I'm done ranting.
All right, go ahead now.
I done got it out. My thing is, did we just comprehend
what he
Garfield, what he just was saying?
You repeated, you reiterated what he said to you that's important that we need to bring out.
That we have to understand that Tudor Prophet recognized that there were black Jews in the west coast of Africa. Garfield want to tell us it was because they were Sephardic. They all weren't Sephardic. There were black Jews, according to this guy right here, who I don't even know.
And he's the foremost scholar on that Hamitic thing and all of that other stuff now.
Exactly.
Now, come on now, because now, right now, if you heard something that we need to talk about, let's park and talk right there about whatever Why Garfield shaking his head? Why Garfield shaking his head?
Who are these Jews that he said that he spoke with who had Jewish customs prior to colonialism that were black? Garfield? Prior to colonialism, now we passed the Sephardics.
Hold on. First of all, I've had this conversation so much time on Barine's channel. We had Jews in Tamantit, in Taut, who was a part of the trade routes, who went to Timbuktu. These Jews are sleeping with native women. They are sleeping with native women.
All of them, huh?
That's all I'm gonna say. You don't have. Listen, I don't think you guys realize the history about these people.
All of them, huh?
You all right?
Every single man that came slept with. So that got rid of. So is that what got rid of the Jews in that area?
Hold on a second. What Jews was he talking about? What's the name of the group of the Jews he was talking about?
All of them.
No.
You read the book. You made the video. No. You always do that, Garfield. I'm not going to play these games with you. Answer my question. My question was all the Jews that he was talking about that were black. We're not specifically pinpoint anybody. Let's put them all in one group and let's see what Tudor Prophet just said, who these black folks were. He called them Jews. He didn't call them Sephardic Jews. He's educated enough to. He's a real scholar.
I never said they were Sephardic. Now I'm asking you a question. I'm gonna show you how you're acting like you have no sense right now because you did not hear what he said. Once he said black Jews, your skin catch a fire. Whoa! He said black Jews.
What black Jews was he talking about, Garfield?
Listen for a second and you will learn. Listen. He is talking about, I have his book right here. He talks about the Jews in Africa and America. He talks about Jews in Africa who were black. Now, where did these Jews come from? What were their names? Did you hear him say the name of the group?
Don't play games, man.
Where they come from?
Finish.
How do you know where they come from? You are disingenuous, bro.
What I'm saying is, what I'm saying is, I'm only going on what the professor said, not to think he a scholar. He said they were black Jews. That's all. I don't care which one you're talking about. It don't matter. He said black Jews.
There were Jews in Africa. Which specific Jew is he talking about?
In West Africa.
The ones in Senegal? Is he talking about the Petit Côte in Senegal?
Yeah, there were some there. There were some in Guinea. There were some in Mozambique. There were some. So what are you talking about, Garfield?
But who is he talking about?
He's talking about Jews, black Jews, period.
Where? He said West
throughout Africa. Throughout West Coast of Africa. Throughout Africa, Garfield. Quit acting stupid.
What's the name of those Jews?
You don't say, man. You know what, man? You're not a scholar, man. You're a buster.
What's the name of the Jews that they're talking about? Now you're trying to be.
You're supposed to be on here proving your point.
No,
you just want coming with the contrary information. He just said there was black Jews. I told you to answer to what he just said.
Okay, so what Jews were they? What were their names?
That's not a question. Is not an answer, Mr. Smarty Pants.
You should have.
You're so damn smart. Excuse my expression, boy. Boy, you vexes my spirit. I tell you that. You is a spirit vexer because you're actually the dummy, man. You sound stupid. I done heard too many professors. I done listened to too many scholars. Where is PhD brother Garfield at on your name? Where's Garfield's PhD? Man, you ain't talking about nothing. You ain't got enough evidence. You ain't got hold on. You ain't got no evidence, bro. Even when the man tell you it was black Jews in West Africa, now he wrong. Come on, man. The sister that was on the other day told you to have some common sense. Now she wrong. Everybody wrong but Garfield. Come on, man.
Hold on, wait, hold on a minute. Hold on. I come back, I hear y'all hollering out in what you go. Hold on a minute. If you ain't find it on that video, I'm gonna pull up this other video that they sent me the email. They said the 27-minute mark. They said the 27. Hold on 1 second. Let me just try to find this thing right here. Where is that? No, this ain't it. Hold on, give me a second. They just told me it was in the email somewhere. I'm trying to find that.
Let me show one more thing, Barry, before we even go anything about Equiano. Real quick.
Your screen is gone. 93, what's good?
Hey, peace. I was just about to say y'all doing the most and y'all ain't getting
no. Somebody just texted me and said they blowing at you. Don't come over here because they blowing at you now. I ain't even checked the email, but they say 93 hot on them folk radar right now. Now you over here. What's good?
I don't know what they
hold on, it's a Genesis. Go ahead, 93. I'm gonna pull up the thing while you talk. I'm mute myself. Go ahead.
No, I was just about to say between the two brothers, Garfield and the other brother, I know the other brother's passionate, but y'all really ain't. Y'all talking past each other ain't going nowhere. Y'all need to either dead the conversation or get a specific question so a specific answer can be had. Because y'all talk about Jews in West Africa. Yes, there's Jews in West Africa before the Sephardic, the Zad dynasty, the Jews in Timbuktu. You got North African Jews. So we can talk about those. Somebody need to ask a specific question.
Right, so you're coming on here right now, bearing witness. Say what you said one more time slow. You bearing witness that there are black Jews, because Parfit did say that a little while ago. You bear witness with that, right?
Yeah, sure. I mean, you have the Zad dynasty. That's before the 1497 expulsion. But yeah, they coming from Yemen, from Zad dynasty. So yeah, there could be some influence amongst West Africans. Then you get them in Timbuktu, and that's the whole
Bambara that I brought up the other day.
Yeah, the Bambara. I mean, they're documented in the 1800s, but there's been Jews in Timbuktu, for a while now. So we can address that. Can be addressed. Just a specific question and a specific answer, not the over passionate talking past each other. Because Garfield should be able to give an answer if the brother got a specific question. So
all right. And that other video, somebody told me 27 minutes, right? Hold on a second. No, hold on. So, you want to show something before I play that video, Garfield?
Yeah. Go ahead, and you know what? Play it. Yeah.
The
sure.
brother have a
Because I want to hear that. I don't want them folk, them funny folk, the funny folk in here. I don't want them funny folk going back talking about nothing was skipped over. We touching everything. We touching everything over here.
Go ahead, play the video.
All right. Now I think he said 27-minute mark. Let me see right here. This is it right here. This is the one they talking about. Text me now. Put it in there. It was 27 minutes. He said 27. All right, let me just start 26. So it ain't no nonsense.
You have a problem with that. And we're going to give you the video proof right here. You know how we get it. To the Parfit basically told you that some slaves could have been influenced by the Judaism that was in West Africa. And watch this. Watch what this charlatan said about 4 years ago. And we got on him about this. And pretty much chopped them up. I did a video that did 20,000 views on my channel and probably did 60,000 views on Maccabees TV. In response to him saying this, you're going to see it right here.
Echo.
Y'all can see the video. This is Hell Up in Harlem with Dr. Reggie, Captain Zaria, Gorilla Hebrew, and Garfield by Baba TV. If y'all remember Baba TV back in that time, you know what I'm saying? You've been here for a while. So watch what Garfield says. And remember what To the Parfit said about some of these slaves, and then referring to them as Jews. Watch this.
In the Western Hemisphere. I'm not talking from parts of Africa to Freetown. He's not the first cat that wanted to debate me or have dialogue that I stepped away from. He's a nobody. Shalom. Hey, peace and blessings to everybody here. But we know what's going on. I said last week right here that anybody that can provide evidence that anybody who came on a ship to America was a Hebrew Israelite. That's what I said. I'm going to ask Gorilla Hebrew right now. Can you?
Do you hear what he said? Show me that anybody came off a ship here to America that was a Hebrew Israelite.
Off a ship.
The Western Hemisphere, right?
Mm-hmm.
Niggas was saying this all like for a minute. This is what they was running to as if it was like
y'all got to excuse language with these guys
of their BS. And we just heard To the Parfit say so eloquently. Let me go back to it. That some slaves could have in fact been those Jews, man. Let me go back to a 17-minute marker.
Entirely likely.
So hold on, Murray. Stop it.
Some slaves, anyway. I'm not saying it's all slaves, and I certainly don't subscribe.
What happened?
Hold on. I was saying I could play it from my computer from the actual video, if you want to. He said the 17-minute mark.
I don't know. It's a different. They stretched it. If they stretched it, it's different.
17-minute mark on my video.
Oh, hold on. I can't see.
Subscribe to the idea that all African Americans are naturally Israelites and they have replaced the Jews in the Great Dispensation. I'm not saying that at all. I'm saying that some Jews, both in Central America and in the United States, had every reason to be influenced by the Judaism that we know to have existed in the 18th century.
I don't see no screen. What you doing?
Hold on. I got you.
From Luango or from
this guy just killed their whole argument. Hold on a second. You see, I never knew where the timeline was. Now that I know what they're talking about, I want y'all to listen to this. He's gonna say he doesn't. I'm gonna say what he's gonna say before. You know what? Let me just let it play. And y'all listen to this. Listen to this carefully. Ready? You ready, Marine? Is it on the screen?
Yep.
More racial themes, or rather themes to do with the evolution of the race myth. It's got to do with Luango, and there we've got very, very hard, relatively recent evidence, because it was a scientific mission to West Africa taken by the Germans in 1870, 1871, and they left behind huge tomes in German which describe, among other things, this black Jewish community, which was still at that time practicing a form of Judaism. So Luango, where these people came from, was one of the main slave exporting kingdoms in West Africa. And therefore, it is entirely likely that some slaves, anyway, I'm not saying it's all slaves, and I certainly don't subscribe to the idea that all African Americans are naturally Israelites and they have replaced the Jews in the Great Dispensation. I'm not saying that at all. I'm saying that some Jews, both in Central America and in the United States, had every...
Y'all can't hear that? Type of one, y'all can't hear that?
By the Judaism that we know to have existed in the 18th century when they crossed to the Americas, either from Loango or from points north, certainly Senegal, and further south, possibly Nigeria. We don't know very much about the practice of Judaism in Nigeria at that time, but let's assume that Equiana was not lying.
Mm-hmm. You know, what you said is perfect. It actually sums up a lot of what you've been saying over the years. That, you know, I always tell folks this: I don't have a problem with a Jew being any color.
Hold on a second. So, Bereen, if they want me to play the part when Equiana, he said that they could possibly be Israelites. He's saying that they basically were converts, because he's saying that they could be connected to the people in Loango, that they lived near the region, and those people were practicing regular Judaism. How is it that this guy is saying they could be, and that we take that as it happened? I don't understand people. He never said that. He said it's possible. That's all he said. So maybe, do I need to play it over? Is there another time marker?
Yeah, maybe it's an your video, Genesis 49 video gonna sound better. It's more clear on that video. Read the screen, Garfield.
Yeah, what's up, bro?
We can hear you. You know that, right?
Ask Garfield what it really means that those Jews in West Africa slept with African women and produced children. What does that really mean? I think his point might be that they're still Jews, regardless if their fathers weren't.
Type of one. If that's what you mean, Plumber. Type of one. If that's what you mean, Plumber. Type of one. If that's what you mean, okay. So you're saying, see that, but that's what I'm saying. It's too much. It's a lot going on. If they're proselytes and you don't have a problem that they're proselytes and them light-skinned Jews came to Africa and schooled y'all on the religion, that's one thing. There's a good bit of people in here saying, no, we original. Before that even second temple got destroyed, we've been already gone and we've been keeping Torah and we descended from Moses himself. There's some people saying that. Now, if other people are arguing, if they're proselytes, if they weren't born, if they're not physical DNA descendants, it's not, all of that's good too. But we got to make sure we all on the same page saying the same thing. Somebody said, play it again.
All right, hold on, let me play it. We played from the 15-minute mark.
Accepted at the time,
won't echo.
By the likes of the...
Mute your mic. Type of one if y'all can hear that.
Goa. And then travelers, Mango Park is a good example, kept coming across Jews or evidence of Jewish settlements in West Africa. And we know from various sources that there were, black Jewish communities practicing mainstream Judaism from the end of the 15th century onwards through the next century and so on. And as far as the black Jews that I talked about...
Do me a favor, Garfield, stop right there. Stop that right there, Garfield.
Wider digression or wider...
All right, we all heard that. Everybody heard that right there from the 15th century.
The end of the 15th century, that kind of does coincide with the Sephardics, but I wouldn't say they're exclusively Sephardics, but it lines up now.
But now, wait a minute. All right. But we're getting somewhere. They were practicing what they call, what's the word to use, Garfield? Mainstream what? I want to hear that part one more again, slow. Okay. Mainstream Judaism.
By the likes of the Portuguese Archbishop of Goa. And then travelers, Mango Park is a good example, kept coming across Jews or evidence of Jewish settlements in West Africa. And we know from various sources that there were, black Jewish communities practicing mainstream Judaism.
All right, stop right there.
the end of the 15th century onwards through the next century and so on.
What does that mean to you right there, 93? And Yasha, what that mean to y'all too right there, what you just heard?
I'm not claiming I'm original, no DNA test, but I believe some of the original bloodlines are not converts, not all of us. That's cool. I take a more balanced approach because I don't, I ain't trying.
No, I'm talking about what Parfit just said out of his own mouth about the black Jews of the 15th century. What that mean to you right there?
Oh, I'm sorry. I thought you were talking about that part, the thing up there. Oh, the 15th century? Oh, within that, that encompasses the Sephardim expulsion. I would look into that. I would include that.
All right. Yash, what that mean to you, bro? I don't understand what Plumber's saying. He's saying nobody answered this question. I don't know. We're trying to answer them, trying to work through it. I'm confused right now.
No, I answered this question. I guess he is agreeing because he said if they can't admit that their children are bloodline Israel, then they are liars and they are preaching skin doctrine. So he's saying if the kids are from non-black fathers, they still come from Jews paternally. So I agree with that.
All right, Yashiro, come on, brother. What do you think about that right there? 3 people said they want to hear it from this guy right here, like the video saying something different from that.
Well, I truly believe personally that even with go ahead. I'm sorry.
No, I'm sorry. Go ahead. What you believe what?
I was gonna comment on what I heard to the prophet saying. Even if there were Israelites practicing mainstream Judaism,
correct,
it would be mainstream Judaism to those ones who are used to seeing and not understanding the culture of those individuals who are practicing. Now, we need to know who really are the proselytes, who are the converts. See,
but Plumber's saying it don't make a difference. You don't care if you're a proselyte, then, right? Are we all good on that? If they not original bloodline from Abraham and Moses, you you agree with you good with that, right? Type of 1 if y'all in here and y'all are Israel and y'all good with that, because all of y'all leaders not saying that now.
Yeah,
right. There are. I'm gonna say through my studying and listening to real scholars in the field, there are numerous Black Israelites throughout Africa, north, south, east, and west.
Okay.
But primarily prior to the colonization and prior to the 15th century, we're going to go back to the Arab conquest, the Arabian conquest.
Now you separate, but now you do agree, but you're not dealing with Ethiopia. We're just dealing with West Africa, where we come from.
Right.
And then everybody bear witness Ethiopia, everybody bear witness on that. We talk about West Africa, okay.
Right, because just like there's Israelites in India, because where most people don't believe that Thomas was the apostle in that area. Yeah. He went to the Jew first and the Gentile. He followed the instructions. The apostles followed the instructions wherever they went. They followed Christ's instructions.
All right, listen. All right,
and to the Gentile.
All right, listen to this good. So you could say amen to this, right? There are Black ethnic Jews and Black converts. Type of 1 if everybody can agree to that. You can agree to that?
I can agree to that.
93, can you agree to that?
Oh yeah, I can agree to definitely dark Jews. Yep, what you would call Black.
Garfield, can you agree? Because you're the only ignorant one up in here right now, Garfield. Can you agree to that?
Listen, Barine. I'm not.
Watch me go sideways, y'all. Watch.
We can agree. We can agree. Listen, color has never been my issue, though. Barine, that has never been my issue. I said. Jews.
All right, hold on a minute. Come to the microphone, Plumber. Can you agree to what Sherry is saying here? There are Black ethnic Jews and Black converts. Start on yes, or can you agree with that, Plumber?
I do agree with that. And that's
all right.
That's my whole point about he said, Brother Garfield just said that them Jews that came down into West Africa had sex with African women. My whole point is that them children ain't converts. They're not
No,
coming
no,
from
no, that no,
Right,
no,
hold
that's
on,
what
hold
I
on.
fight.
So my
Hold
point
on,
is
Barry.
this. So hold on,
Wait,
brother.
let him talk,
Hold on,
Garfield.
brother.
Yeah.
So my point is this. So my point is this. What's the problem now? Why are we still we look, because from the beginning there wasn't no Jews in West Africa. Then it turned into, there were some white Jews in West Africa, and now it's talking about they done had sex with some black women in West Africa. You understand?
Okay.
So
Yes.
my whole point is, what's the beef now? If there's Israelites in West Africa, I'm talking about ethnic Israelites in West Africa, then what is it y'all trying to disprove? That's all I want to know. What you trying to disprove?
Garfield, let him finish. Let him ride out. Garfield, let him ride out. He did because all right. So he's saying so I'm slow, y'all. He's saying the goalpost was moved. First, it
That's
wasn't at
exactly what
all.
happened. That's
All right,
exactly what
all right.
happened.
Say it again, slow, so we can. Garfield talking. He trying to give us the Brooklyn magic. He don't want us to talk. He don't want the truth to come out. He trying to hide something. Come on, plumber. Say it again one more time for the people in the back.
If there were some Israelites in West Africa,
Okay.
I don't care what color they was, and these men went down and had children with these African women, and we
Okay.
know what color they was.
Okay.
Their children is Israelites, and guess what? Everybody in Africa wasn't blue, black, purple. So my point is, I don't understand. It started out there wasn't none. Then they had to concede that there was some. And now they even conceding that these Jews or Israelites, I'm going to say Israelites, I don't even like using that Jew stuff because that just mixes the whole argument up. That's a whole different argument. So we're going to say Israelites. These Israelites laid down with these women and their children. They just conceded. Their children is Israelite. So what is the argument now? You have given up, and that's all we've been saying from the beginning. So what have you? What is the point? What's the point?
Can I respond to him in a
Now you
short?
can, yes. Now
Every
you can.
time this guy come on here when I'm here,
Is he right? Is he right at all, Garfield? Before answer that.
Watch this, Barine. You remember when we had the argument with Sister E when she came on your channel and we're talking about Lancados and Luso Africans?
Yeah, 93 was here too. Yeah, go ahead.
Right. Watch this. The children are Luso Africans. What did they do? They were the middlemen in the slave trade.
On the top of the ships.
No. I'm going to say this to the brother. Yes, the people would be Jews. Yes, they are. But they are helping in bringing the black people over here to America. They're fostering the slave trade. They're the middlemen. They used to live separate from the slave traders, from black people. They used to have.
But that's the next step, Garfield. We were trying to get those Jews that slept with those women. We were trying to put them at the bottom of the ships. We're trying to get them over here slowly.
Brand.
No,
First,
let me
first
finish.
we got to establish some facts. So we've established some facts,
Hold on,
right?
let me finish, bro.
But I'm going to bring the source. I don't have it with me right now, but there is a source
Hold
that says
on.
that King John and them turned around on them Luso Africans. They turned on them and they went and arrested them and they went searching.
We need
for them
that, Plumber.
all
That's
through
we need that. We need that. Then if that's what you're saying,
Hold on, Barine. Hold on, Barine. You're not being.
go ahead, Garfield. You got the floor. Go ahead.
This brother just ranted and said that the people who slept, if they slept with black women, they are Israelites. Nobody disagrees with that from 10,000 years ago or 2,000 minutes ago. The point of the matter is, bro, those Luso Africans helped to enslave us. So why are we claiming them? We wouldn't even claim them because they're not on the slave ships as slaves. They're helping to enslave Africans. They're fostering the slave trade. That conversation is dead. The issue is who came on the slave ship. Tudor Parfit said they could have. He never said nothing. What is the evidence that he provided? He's just having an interview. He's just saying an interview. I guarantee you, Tudor Parfit will tell you in one breath that the people in Israel is the right Israelites.
And he doesn't say it on here. He said it on here an hour ago, 40 minutes ago.
And then he said it's an internalization of a myth. That's what African Americans have. He said that.
Hold on, Plumber. Hold on. Wait a minute, Plumber, because this is a problem right here. Do me a favor. Read the screen, Garfield. Somebody turned around and said, ain't no black ethnic Jews.
Please ask Garfield who was the Idumeans that are descendants of Esau that got forced into Judaism in the 500s BC and has the same DNA as Jacob by being the descendants of Esau are not the chosen people but claim to be Jews. I don't know who the Idumeans are. I don't know. They keep asking this question.
That's Herod and them people in the Romans mixed with the before John the Baptist. Yes, before all of that stuff came on the scene. Yes, yes.
But who? What is the point?
That's kind of a convoluted question too. That's
part of the conspiracy that they took over before the time of Christ. Those are the fake Jews that rule, that's controlling Judaism right now. That's part of that.
Let me say this: if y'all talk about
Pharisees, the Pharisees, exactly correct.
If y'all talking about DNA, whoever them Edomites are, they better be pretty closely related to so-called African Americans. If we Jews, or they better be some E markers or something like that.
But look at this. But look at it. We all just agreed that you see what Lou's saying on here now with this craziness. Ain't no black ethnic Jews. Converted maybe, but not no ethnic black Jews. They're trying to say the Jews originally were never dark from the time of Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob.
Well, it depends on what you want to say is black. If y'all mean black like Bantu phenotype, that might not necessarily be what you get, but you definitely get some dark.
I'm saying that the different shades of the color brown, copper. Go look at these colors, ruddy. These colors, we come in all those shades and sizes because we are those people that come from Shem. Those chosen. I know you hate to hear it, but Garfield and I like 93. At least he has common sense.
Oh man. Come on, bro.
I'm just keeping it real. I'm keeping it real from what I hear, man. 93, he don't act like he already a professor. He understands he's still learning and he's using the common sense approach. Garfield just like kicking against the prick because he got the devil in him, man. I'm gonna keep it real. He will not admit. He will not admit the truth. He will not admit the truth. Even if you slap him in the face and give him $1 million, he's gonna come back and tell you. Well, he said possible. Well, possibly.
No, I ain't gonna lie. It's hard to get Garfield to confess. We're trying to make Garfield confess today. Right. Garfield gonna confess that. No, but hold on. Go back, Plumber. Come back to the microphone. Plumber saying it done been switched up. Y'all hear what he's saying? It done been switched up. If they mixed, what's the beef?
Y'all want somebody to address that? Because there's no deception in that. Now, if he talking about back in the days when the conscious community was saying that, if they didn't have evidence and they just made a claim and they found them and they said, hey, well, based on information, they are Jews. Oh, based on information, now we see the white ones there. Now we see that they mixed. That's just looking at information instead of just making an assumption without looking at the evidence. Now, is the Israelites going to say that they went through a step-by-step thing and found out, well, some of the stuff we found out, our preconceived notions were wrong and then some were right. So if us on this side have to admit that some of us made claims that was unfounded, then
you're the only one going to admit that, 93. Ain't nobody going to admit that, bruh.
All right.
You over here speaking like all of them got that heart. They don't have that spirit, brother.
Can you share my screen, Barry?
And 93, I love the passion. I love the fact that you are willing to look at the information and weigh it out according to the sources on both sides and not be so narrow-minded and be more broad in your scholastics. By looking and gathering all the information that you could possibly gather on the planet within your ability, and then weighing all the information. And if you're a Christian, I don't know, but as a Christian, we always look at, okay, if I got 50 people over here that don't even know each other saying the same thing, but only got 2 guys over here who we already know don't like Jews, don't like blacks, don't like nobody, but they say this and that, who I'm gonna listen to? Am I gonna listen to the 2 little sources I got, or am I gonna listen to the 50? Am I gonna listen to the 10 sources, or am I gonna listen to the 100? We got to keep it real. We got to stop acting as if.
That's not a good methodology, bro. That's not.
Well, I'm gonna give you the methodology. The methodology is to weigh out the information, check the sources. You like to cut me off to get your point, but your point already been made because you're saying the same thing you've been saying for 4 years, Garfield. Tired of hearing that. And what I want to know, do you know anything about the Black Balfour Declaration? How did that come about? Did you do any research on them folks that you claim are real? Have you done any of that research?
Wow. That's interesting.
All right, let me play a couple. Hold on, let me play a couple more minutes of this. I don't want to.
Hold on one second.
Central America.
What happened?
Barry, do me a favor, Barry. Can you just share my screen real quick? I just want to share something real quick. It's right here. The link is here. This says, this is from Tudor Parfit's book, Black Jews in Africa and the Americas from 2013, Harvard. This is from page 148. Both Africans and African Americans appropriated and advocated Judaism, Jewishness, Jewish history, and often an Israelite bloodline in their attempts to counter oppression, gain approval, recreate lost history, revolt against white authority, and forge new, more useful identities. The mingling of biblical and old and new local oral histories in what Eric Hobsbawm calls the invention of tradition, often in a racialized framework, was a very widespread phenomenon both in Africa and in the United States. I didn't say that. Tudor Parfit said that.
I disagree.
Who the hell is Tudor Parfit?
Wait a minute. We were just hold on. Don't do that now. Don't do that now. We've been playing him and he's been bearing witness.
Okay, that's fine, but that's one source, man. It's always way more sources. You using that as if he the god of the source.
He just cuss me out and say I ain't got no
But
PhD. I brought the PhD.
You don't. But the guy. But what I'm saying is, if he feels like
I
that,
agree with you now. So where's your methodology?
Listen, Garfield.
Yeah, no, I gotta ride. Hold on. All right, go ahead.
Garfield, I'm not saying that I don't honor the man's scholarship. Listen, brother, learn something. Now, I'm gonna tell you something that you may not know, brother. And it's real talk. There are gatekeepers amongst our people and gatekeepers amongst their people. And the gatekeeper gonna always come with the information that's contrary to the belief in the truth. Because what does he want to do? He wants to continue to make the name of Israel no more, just like you trying to do.
Tudor Parfit gonna be like Nick Cannon and Whoopi Goldberg. He gonna have to be up there apologizing.
And you know that's how come he gotta be careful how he gotta answer. He ain't crazy. He ain't crazy.
Ain't nobody buying this book.
Exactly. All right, hold on. I want to go back to I'm gonna mute everything. I want to go back to Genesis 4 because I don't want to say I'm hiding nothing over here. They ain't gonna come with none of that today.
Hold on, Barry. So
looking at Brooklyn Magic. He want to stop the awakening. For some reason, he don't want Genesis 49 video played. Go ahead. What it is, Garfield?
Play
he muted. Play it?
Yeah.
Play it. Okay. All right. Listen.
I'm about to get off, brother. I just want to say to you, man, please go back, watch Sister E's video. She broke down over you, brother. She said, she said your thing saved her life at one point, man. So you need to straighten that out, man.
All right, bro. No problem.
And I'm out of here. Peace.
All right, Flo.
Peace.
All right, let me play some of this. We gotta get this in here right here. All right, now we're gonna play a couple of. We're gonna see because everybody swear like there's something is on here. We gotta get it mutual. Let me mute myself. No, I can't mute myself. Y'all won't hear it, right? Type of one if y'all hear echo.
And in the United States had every reason to be influenced by the Judaism that we know to have existed in the 18th century when they crossed to the Americas, either from Loango or from points north, certainly Senegal, and further south, possibly Nigeria. We don't know very much about the practice.
He said the same thing on Sister E channel as well. So Garfield, this is why you always have egg on your face. You suck. You're not a scholar. You're a charlatan.
Provide evidence, right? Anybody that came over on a ship physically in the Western Hemisphere. I'm not talking from parts of Africa to Freetown where the people with the Yah went.
So Garfield, you died on that. You died when I presented my information years ago with Billy the Jew and those two men that came into Charleston, Carolina, right? And they were identified as being of the Jewish nation. You died then. But this is even more concretization of your burial, man. And it's embarrassing at this point. Now, I want you guys to see this as well. Right, Des. Hashar busted him on that too with Billy the Jew. Exactly. Billy the Jew was a Hebrew by his own admission, by his own mouth. He said he was a Jew. He said he came from a tribe of Jews. Yeah, well, he lied. Bruh, how do you know that? You went to a time machine? No. Haya B. Praise says, I can believe Garfield and the Dagger Squad is going around telling people J.A. Rogers is pseudo. J.A. Rogers was doing this 100 years ago. What Tudor Parfit is doing now, traveling, collecting information. Exactly. And you disrespected this man. That's from the Caribbean as well. You disrespected him because you have an agenda. Truth is our agenda. You understand? Exactly. Garfield got bodied. Tudor Parfit bodied Garfield. And Tudor Parfit went on Sister E's channel Sunday and pretty much reverberated. Well, not reverberate. He will be reverberating this today, but was saying the same exact things on Sister E's channel. So, yeah, Garfield, you done for. Warrior Lord says Tudor Parfit lived amongst African Jews and was able to give firsthand accounts, primary sources, debunking Garfield's pseudo-intellect. Exactly. Exactly. Everyone should have J.A. Rogers' book, man. It's a staple in the community. Because of many things that is in J.A. Rogers' book, we've been reverberating in the community for years. It's you guys that have a problem with people that are of African descent disseminate information, not us. Y'all hate people that say anything about Jews being black. Y'all hate that. You hate the notion. You hate that. And it's on video, it's recorded, so nobody's lying on you. You're recording.
Is that ultimately what the whole problem is?
Just a bunch of ad hominems look like.
Type of one. I don't know. I just stepped out and came right back real quick. Is that what the real problem is? Y'all just don't want folk to be black?
Let me just say this carefully. I just read from his book, right, that he pretty much said that the Africans and African Americans are making up an identity, right? I call them identity thief. I'm actually saying what he's saying.
And different, yeah, rewording it, yes.
Rewording. But watch this. He said that it's possible because of the Jews who are in Loango, meaning that they were in West Africa, people could have converted, or they could have slept with a woman, or some of their children could have came over. He said it's possible. Where is the evidence? That's all Garfield is asking for, evidence. Show me if somebody is marrying a Jew and the guy is a Jew on the boat. Did he forget he was a Jew while he was on the boat, divine amnesia, came off the boat and started following African traditions?
People keep saying, keep playing the video like it's something deeper on here. Is it something? Give me a time stamp.
Just ad hominems.
Just ad hominems. Listen, hold up.
Because we ain't gonna let that's what I'm saying. Them ad hominems, that's not that's for the other emotional people. We want to get that. Calling names don't mean nothing. We're trying to get down to some facts, everybody. We're trying to get down to some of these facts. Now, plumbing them is a little better with them because they say they don't care if they converts or not. But then that'll take us to where the other brother's saying, then that'll take us to doctrine. But if we go into the big circle, we this doctrine ain't the doctrine of them apostles, them real Israelites. Ain't nobody thinking about who bloodline. Ain't nobody worried about that if the message is off. But go ahead.
So
the floor's open, man. Go ahead.
It wasn't that you said, "Oh, it's impossible." You said you cannot show one coming off there.
Show me the evidence. Show me the evidence. Now, Genesis 49er, I'll say this. The brother brings up Billy the Jew in South Carolina, and we've had this conversation.
That's the same one you pulled up before?
Yeah, I pulled him up before. And the thing is, I contacted the scholar who wrote the articles on Billy the Jew because I'm not an expert from 1800s. He's the expert. He was actually supposed to come on last year, February, but we decided to converse in emails. Billy the Jew claimed he was a Rechabite. Do you know, Bereen, who claims they're Rechabites? He doesn't claim he's a regular Israelite.
Who?
Rechabites are people who live in Arabic countries who follow some sort of Judaism. They follow some sort of Judaism, yes.
The brown people.
Yeah, but they don't who calls themselves a Rechabite? Which one of these guys in the audience gonna call themselves a Rechabite?
Nobody in here
does. Exactly. So they felt he was probably, possibly, he was a convert from the Jews who bought him and they taught him, the Simons or whoever, taught him Judaism. That's what they came up with. I don't know. I wasn't there. I put a question sign on it. I can't say yes.
Yes, Sherry. Yes, sister. Yes, sister. Do that, please. Is there anything else? Is there anything else that we can play that might bring some?
But I have the video. I have the video. It's my video. Why don't we give the markers on my video? Why do we need to?
Yeah, they just want to hear him go to Garfield.
That's all they want to hear.
Oh, well, that's no, that's all. That ain't.
That's all it is. And by the way, to the brother Yasharala and Plummer, they're hypocrites. Because
why?
Tudor Parfit said they're in West Africa. Oh, listen to the PhD. Oh, listen to him. No.
And Tudor Parfit said them people in Israel legit.
And the minute I read the whole thing that he said in his book about the Israel internalization of a myth and talking about how they are pretty much identity thieves. Oh, you don't listen to that one scholar. They are hypocrites. They have no methodology. This is why they come up with the same conclusion. You already made up your mind before reading a source. That's why they don't reach nowhere. They don't have no scholars in the community. All they have is a bunch of YouTube guys that don't know what the hell they're talking about. Period.
All right, hold on. The 32-minute mark, God is not open. The 32-minute mark in Garfield's original video. In which one? Where the 32-minute mark? Where? Tell me where, brother. Which one? And we're gonna get to it. The 32-minute mark where? On Garfield's video or the Fortis not his brother's video that I just took down? Did I say that on the video? We're about the sources. All right, hold on. Let me see. I'm waiting. Y'all a couple of seconds behind us. I'm waiting to see if it's a 39. What 32-minute mark? Is it the 32-minute mark? Does Garfield understand Israel was scattered? Read the screen, Garfield.
Scattered where? Scattered in the ancient Near East, not here. Because if you go to Isaiah 11:11, it tells you exactly where they were scattered to. Please, don't play with Garfield. I got time for this. I got time for that.
All right, Yasha, you wanted to say something on that before I got back to this video, Garfield? Let me see.
I really don't have nothing to say to Garfield, man.
No. Oh, well, you done said enough. You done wore yourself out.
I done got enough of hearing this fake scholarship.
As far as the Jews in West Africa that you'd like to ask me, because it seemed like you don't like Garfield.
No, it's not.
I
actually love Garfield. I don't like Garfield's spirit. I don't like the spirit in Garfield. Let me make that clear. Garfield as a person without that spirit would be great. If he was,
what is that? Tell me what you think that spirit trying to stop the wake. What do you think about that?
I'm not so. I think it's more so an antichrist spirit. It comes with the antichrist spirit. When you don't believe in Christ, then any truth that's brought is going to be brought back at you, because the devil don't want to see nobody come to Christ. See, because he refused to come to Christ. Black folks saying they Israel coming to Christ is a problem for him.
But no, wait. No. There's Bible students in here now. You scaring them. Coming to Christ and ethnicity. We can't put them two together. You don't have. You gonna say the Bible? They don't talk about it.
Let's not misconstrue my words.
All right.
So I can make it clear for the people in the back.
Okay.
When I say individuals, these are individuals who knew Christ prior to knowing they were Israel.
Okay.
See, this the thing. These are individuals who grew up in the church, grew up in this oppressive society, and now we're coming to a realization that we must follow the Most High according to the word. The word is Christ, but this guy got the word of the devil on his lips. So us brothers that's in Christ, we really get vexed when we hear his voice, when we hear him talking, because it's not bringing any edification to the body of Christ. Even though we got Israel out here with bad doctrine, we got Christianity out here with bad doctrine. The black church in a whole needs to come together to figure out how we're going to come to the unity of the faith. This guy has no faith. So why we even talking to him? It kills me.
That's a fallacy, though.
This is supposed to be coming to the unity of the faith, straightening out doctrine, seeing what's being said, but the spirit that this brother has cannot sit at the table with the spirit of Christ. It is not going to happen.
But this is my thing.
And confusion, because all he does is bring the same talking points. He doesn't change his scholarship up. He hasn't brought any evidence outside of what we've seen for the last 5 years. So therefore, what he's talking is vain and useless babbling.
Okay.
According to the word, what you say out your mouth is vain and useless babbling. Now, I would like to get brothers on the line who are Christian oriented, that are biblical scholars, so that we can go through and see if these prophecies fit a people to the T, or does it not? Are we going to believe the word of God, or are we going to believe the word of Garfield and his garbage and his weak scholarship?
It's so weak it got you all hyped up, huh? Look at you.
Now, brother, look, if I was giving you this word, you probably get baptized today. But you so busy kicking against the pricks.
Wait a minute now.
You so busy kicking against the pricks that you can't even recognize the forest from the trees. You about to lose your soul trying to act like you somebody other than who you are. Israelite, Hebrew.
I'm in blue, deceptive color. I'm in blue. Elijah
You're an Hebrew. So you telling me all your people in West Africa was over there, all your people over there still. They still over there. Even though it was slaves taken from the west coast of Africa, ain't none of them Israelite, even though they being accepted by the same ones that you claim to be natural born Israel. They're saying they natural born Israel. So if you ain't got a problem with Israel being black or white, why is it that when a black man in America tell you, hey, we got Igbo blood, we from it, why can't we be accepted? You accept them?
I got Igbo blood. What are you talking about?
You got 64%. Yeah, he did say that. But hold on a minute.
Yeah, but you don't love yourself, Garfield. You don't love yourself. That's your problem.
I love myself because I'm doing my job.
No, you don't, because the reason why you don't love yourself is because you think, the reason why you don't love yourself because you think your parents is God. That's why you don't love yourself.
They ain't gonna forget that statement, Garfield. Hold on a minute, bro. Hold on.
That's Igbo tradition.
Y'all could be showing real information.
Hold on, Manny Three. I'm trying to. I want to get off this screen right here. Thank you so much. Question for the panel. Listen, if the people calling themselves Jews today are the original people, how can you say they're not original when half of y'all Morays running around here saying that they're original and they validating who y'all are? Or people, wouldn't that make Jesus, Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob white along with Moses? They thinking that those people are everything is not black and white. They're brown people. I believe those, brown people fitting here somewhere, y'all. I think this race thing is really messing us up. But y'all could speak to that too. I think this colorism thing really got us when we're dealing. Oh, look what she said. Oh my God, we're going to this thing doctrine. Somebody said on the Genesis 49 video, somebody put down another minute mark. Somebody put down another minute mark, right?
Why y'all want him to shadow debate Genesis 49? Is he not even here? Why don't y'all make the points that y'all think and come
That's
on?
very good.
Why y'all trying to have him debate a man that's not here? That ain't even fed to Genesis 49ers.
Or they ain't who on you wasn't talking about the video?
Listen, if you got a point that he made in the video, come up here. Garfield right here. Come make the point to Garfield, and Garfield will deal with it.
And that's a good point right there. If you have any questions, put them inside and we'll pull them up right now. If you have any questions, we're not bent over here. We appreciate the super chat, but if you don't put a super chat in, questions going to get answered. We're gonna get down to this business. We're gonna get down to it.
Hey, Barine,
and the rest of them listening, and we're gonna get down and whatever they think we don't want to talk about here, we don't talk about over here. Go ahead.
Yeah, the color thing messes up the whole conversation because
I believe so.
Day one, since I've came on here, you see, all of them want us to say that all the Jews are black and they're supposed to be black, hence they are the African Americans or the Africans.
And Jews all over the rest of the planet says this thing don't got nothing to do with the color. Every Jew all over the place saying this ain't got nothing to do with color, but they trying to say because that's part of that serpent seed doctrine they believe. They want to make we the original. Those are the synagogue and say y'all been preaching too long. That's how Brown ain't impressing me dropping that video. Remy, this is for Brother Barine. He got a colonial mindset. Boy, Remy, come on here and talk to me. Colonial mindset. That sound like G. That sound like baby G to me. All right, now somebody once again, somebody saying go to the 33-minute mark. And like I said, I walked into the lobby, but let me see. If it's a bunch of ad hominems, it excites y'all that they talk about a golf. It excites y'all. Let's talk about the work. Let's talk about the sources. Let's talk about Remy. Let me put up that other Remy video. Let's talk about that, and let's talk about y'all and them alliance folk over there that y'all want. The pastor said, well, you need the verification of them people. That's what I want to talk about.
Do you know that entire black community is talking about me more than Jesus right now? Do you know that?
I gotta put him out of here.
Talking about me. Tio the speaker.
Hold on. Where was I? I just stepped out for 1 minute. Now y'all see where? All right, the 33. Oh, was coming up on it. Then hold on. All right, hold on.
These erroneous things, and you're caught, and to the prophet put his foot up your ass.
That's the only thing.
Let's go to Sister E's channel now and watch him say the same thing about the slavery. I believe it's the 37-minute mark, or it could be the 1 hour and 17 minute mark. Let me see. Let's get it.
Plenty of black Jewish communities which had settled long before the beginning of transatlantic slavery.
Let me go back.
Examples of Jewish settlement. If you're looking for black Jews in Africa, there are quite a number of different routes. If you talk to our friends in Nigeria, they will find distant connections going back a very, very long period. That's one possibility. There's not very much historical basis for it, but it doesn't matter.
Exactly, because again, he also says in Sister E's channel, he's not here to cast doubt on the legends or mythos of these people as well. Because he, again, like he said on Garfield's channel, a lot of times these myths and legends conceal historical realities. But if you don't read the man's book, and you don't read either Brutus' book, you're gonna say these erroneous things. You think myth means pure fiction when they say absolutely not. That's not what they're saying and denoting when they use the word myth.
In the case of the Lemba, we have a possibility via the East Coast. So the penetration of Africa from the East Coast. Further north, there plenty of evidence that Judaism spread into Africa, either from the Yemen, that's what we usually think, or through Africa, or through Egypt, and trickled into different parts in the north. And also, we've got plenty of examples of Jewish settlement in the early 1500s in the northwest, in places like Senegal and Saint Tomé, an island off the west coast of Africa, not very far off the west coast of Africa, and now Luanga. So the big question for the African community, African Americans, and there's been a lot of discussion over it, is, there are plenty of people who think, well, Judaism came with us to the United States or to the Americas from Africa, and this is something that's widely rejected as being impossible. But I think my research indicates that nothing is impossible. And given that there were plenty of black Jewish communities which had settled long before the beginning of transatlantic slavery, it's entirely possible that there were Jews who were enslaved in the West Coast and, of course, in the East Coast. Not that many slaves came from the East Coast. Comparatively, most of the slaves came from the...
So he said it is possible that these Jews or these black Jews were enslaved, caught up in the slave trade. We've been saying this for years.
Yeah. All right, I gotta stop right there. All right, Garfield, don't, none of that Brooklyn magic, none of that. You heard what he said.
All I'm gonna say, ladies and gentlemen, he said that it's widely rejected in scholarship, right? He said, but nothing is possible. He's appealing to emotions now because he has no evidence. He didn't provide you with a source of evidence. He says, in his opinion, it possibly could have happened. Possible. That's not evidence. That is not.
All right, but at least we're getting closer, Garfield. We're going somewhere.
Hold on a second. we growing up as a Christian, we say anything is possible. The point of the matter is, I asked 7 years ago, that video you have on the screen, I asked for evidence. What is the evidence? Now, Genesis 49 did bring up Billy Simons, which is cool. We do have a rebuttal for that, which I did on my video in the Depends video with Dante. You see me rebutting that, and I showed several sources. But the issue is, we really don't know about Billy Simons. We don't know where he came from or anything. He admitted it's widely rejected in scholarship. Thank you, Derek Spencer. Widely rejected. Widely. So how is it that this guy who's writing in his book, he's just catering to the audience because he wrote a book and said it's forged. It's a forged identity by Africans and African Americans. So now he's saying, oh, it's impossible. Which one is it? Come on. Are we going to accept scholarship or are we going to accept opinion? The scholarship says no, hell no. Now, Tudor Parfit said it's possible. Which one are you going to accept? The scholarship in writing, or are you going to accept somebody's opinion? Come on, ladies and gentlemen.
Come on, 93. What you got to say about what you heard?
No, it's no different than what I said about possibilities. Tudor Parfit is very nice and respectful to a lot of people. And when I find it, because I don't want to assume now, but I think I recall a video of him kind of being nice to an indigenous tribe that wasn't Jewish, but he told them that they was Jews. But until I find that, I'm not going to say it's concrete. You know what I'm saying? But yeah, he's dealing with the realm of possibility. But I think Genesis 49 is taking that admission of, well, there could be, as if he's saying there did or that it did. That's why I clarified and asked Garfield, did you say that it's impossible, or are you asking them to actually show and prove 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 actually demonstrating as a slave coming off there doing that? Billy Simons in particular may be a Rechabite, and that may be a whole different thing. You know what I'm saying? Claiming to be a Rechabite, I'm not going to try to go into the scriptures, but the Rechabites, if who do they descend from in the Bible? Do they descend from the Kenites? Because I could be wrong. And if they do, are the Kenites Israelites, or did they graft themselves in? I could be wrong. 93.
93. You know what? I got to say to Barine, if you look at somebody's methodology, you could tell that they never went to a high school or a college course of history or anything. I'm not being disrespectful, because once you're taught a methodology, you're taught to vet your sources and everything. What are you vetting by Tudor Parfit saying that? You're not vetting anything. You're just saying, I'm taking his word for it. But when he said on my channel, on the same interview that this guy is cutting up, that the Jews in Israel today are now, what you call it? They are the real Jews. You guys get mad and throw it out. But I could agree with that because he puts it in his writing too. He agrees with it, that they're the real Jews, because he said it goes by the J marker. This guy, Genesis 49er, makes up his own DNA and has these.
No, but I thought them Genesis 49, I thought that brother came on. He said he bear witness that some of them over there legit too.
I don't know.
All right, somebody should play it back. I'm going to go back 2 minutes on it. I'm going to play.
Oh, man.
No, because they're going to go.
As being
go ahead,
impossible.
bro. I'm here. I got all night. I'm good.
But I think my research indicates that nothing is impossible. And given that there were plenty of black Jewish communities which had settled long before the beginning of transatlantic slavery, it's entirely possible that there were Jews who were enslaved in the West Coast and, of course, in the East Coast. Not that many slaves came from the East Coast. Comparatively, most of the slaves came from the.
So he said it is possible that these Jews or these black Jews were enslaved, caught up in the slave trade. We've been saying this for years. You guys talk and speak about it like, oh, that's impossible. Show me one that came off a slave ship. Show me one off, because you're cynics. You're not scholars. You're cynics. You all exhibit the behavior of cynics. Tudor Parfit said, through my research, I'm showing you that this is not impossible.
Barine,
So why do you teach it as if it is impossible?
Buried, is
As
that
if
evidence?
you read his book, as you claim. You Negroes didn't read.
Buried, is that evidence?
You Negroes don't read.
I'm gonna ask. Let me ask Buried this.
His
Buried,
information is
hold on,
possibility.
93. Buried, is that evidence?
I don't know. Barine muted.
Oh, I'm sorry. I said no. That ain't evidence in and of itself. He just said it's a possibility.
He's dealing with possibilities. So what? That's a lot of what we get from.
Hold on, 93. Hold on.
But is this anything? Is this anything like the plumber said? Is this moving closer towards it? Is this that we can't say it don't mean nothing, Garfield?
I'm going by what he says in his books that have the sources.
The guy just mentioned. He said said he read his books. He just mentioned that.
His opinion, his book is right here in front of me. His opinion is actually his opinion. I'm talking about what he puts in his book. He's saying that basically y'all make this stuff up. That's what he says in his book. He says y'all make this up. Africans and African Americans.
Read the screen, Garfield.
Yeah, he had no evidence if that's the case. Exactly. That's fear. No, that's fear. Hold on a second. Shari said, and be careful how you speak on the Yap Gang, Garfield. We don't make up DNA. If you guys are teaching what the consensus of geneticists opposite to what they're teaching, you are making it up. I don't care what Genesis 49ers teach. I'm going by what Tudor Parfit teach as far as genetics. I'm going by what Michael Hammer teaches, and I got a geneticist coming on my show, by the way, and he's gonna teach them about how you look at DNA. I don't trust none of these guys on YouTube say. I go by only what the consensus says and what the experts say. These guys are not experts.
All right, y'all heard that, and people would say some stuff to Bender to fit their thing, but we gonna go on. You get anything else?
You don't assess the information. You get on here and you make erroneous claims, and then we come and kill you. We come and kill you because it's easy at that point.
This is Ad Hominem show.
Make these erroneous claims that these authors are not making. Now, if I go to his book to show that he's open and he's been open to the idea of the historicity of the Jews being legitimate in Western Africa and having a presence in Western Africa.
Oh my, this is ridiculous. Who is
But if
saying
you
that
don't
about
read
West
his
Africa?
damn book, Garfield, you would say some of the most, what's the word I'm looking for?
Buried. I don't see
Erroneous
the
things
purpose of this.
that
I
you
don't
can
see
come
the
up
purpose
with.
of this. I don't see the purpose of this.
Now, I'm just going to share my entire screen on this one. Look. And we will be covering this whole chapter, the entire chapter here on the source. All right. So this is Black Jews in Africa and the Americas by Tudor Parfit. Page number 43. It says, from Equiano's time to our own day, the discourse placing Jews in West Africa or constructing West Africans as an Israelite racial entity has continued to develop and expand with some remarkable consequences. Throughout the 19th century, Jewish or Israelite traits and languages were imagined into existence with great regularity. Now they'll be like, oh, well, he used the word imagine. Let's keep reading. And the biological origins and racial stereotypes of many West African peoples were stated to be Jewish or Israelites. Sometimes indigenous origin myths were also invoked to insert Semitic origins. Watch this. To show that this guy is open and objective with his scholarship, he says these may have contained some element of historical memory of actual Jewish presence in West Africa. So the guy is not just coming out here swinging his sword to the notion of Israelites in Africa. He said, hey, these things could contain elements of historical memory of a Jewish presence. Now, is he open to other things? Yes, because he says, or more likely may have come about as a result of Muslim influence. But the point is, he's objective. You guys present this guy's information as if he's not objective. It says, thus, so again, he says, these may have contained some element of historical memory of actual Jewish presence in West Africa. It says, thus, the Soninke people who are scattered throughout and beyond the area of the ancient Ghana Empire allegedly had traditions that claimed an extraneous origin for themselves, which invoked the memory of Dinga, their ancestor, who was believed to be of Middle Eastern extraction, to have come from Jerusalem or perhaps from Yemen. Remember, he brought up Yemen. Dinga's own direct ancestors were variously believed to be the biblical Job, King Solomon, or King David. One French colonial official, Maurice Delafosse, basing his views in part upon these tribal traditions, concluded that the Ghana Empire had been founded by a nomadic group from northern Africa of Middle Eastern origin, and constructed a theory around the Judeo-Syrian racial origin of the Sunnika. All right, so we can clearly see in his book that he gives the possibility of there being an actual historical Jewish presence in West Africa. He's not a scenic like you guys try to paint him to be, like you guys are. All right, let's get back to the footage. Let's get back to the footage, man. Let's get back to the footage. So we can clearly see, Garfield, you died on your own show. This guy pretty much wiped the floor with you. And we're gonna get to the next part after we review Sister E and the portion where he talks about the existence of Black Jews on Sister E's channel, which is an hour and the 17-minute marker, right? So let's cue this back up.
So now he dealing with the same prophet. All this time we all been dealing with prophet with Garfield, and now he's bringing up how the same tutor prophet, same scholar across the board we all beefing, we all talking about now, was on Sister E's show.
Now we're gonna go to the hour and 17-minute marker.
I believe that they're descended from the orphans who were exiled, the Jewish orphans.
I think this is how I'm paraphrasing it.
Well, I don't know about that reference, and I'd be very surprised if it were entirely true. I think they would have known a bit of European languages because, after all, they traded. But in none of my sources do I get that, and I believe that they're descended from the orphans who were exiled, the Jewish orphans, Spanish Jewish orphans who were exiled to the Portuguese possession of São Tomé, but there's no absolute proof of that. It's probable, but you're absolutely right that there were plenty of other settlements, particularly in Senegal and down the what's called La Petite Côte, and there are a couple of very good books on the subject of this Sephardi settlement in the West Africa. We know, for instance, that by the middle of the 16th century, so 1550-ish, there were a number of communities that by then were black. They intermarried, but they maintained Judaism, and that's in Senegal. And undoubtedly, there were others further south, and we have references to these black Jews going way down the coast of West Africa. So the people that say, there just aren't any Jews in Black Africa, or there's no proof of it, are simply wrong.
Y'all been saying that for years. Y'all been saying that there are no Jews, there are no black Jews in West Africa. Y'all been saying that for years. And Tutor Parfit got on camera and said the people that are pushing that narrative are wrong. So he's killing the narrative that there were no black Jews in West Africa. He's killing the narrative that they couldn't have got caught up in the slave trade. I just did a whole presentation on the channel about Jews being victims of the slave trade. And I used the Luso-Africans as my case study and to prove my point, because the Luso-Africans were being sold by the Bihogo slave raiders. That's history. There's no way around that. They was getting caught up and sold into Brazil, into the Caribbeans by the Bihogo slave traders, and they were doing these raids and catching these Luso-Africans and selling them.
All right, I want to stop right there. Would you like to say something on what you just heard come out of his mouth, 93? You know you're muted, right?
Yeah. No, I was looking up something. Yeah. Well, I think it's more addressed to Garfield, but I mean, I don't I think Garfield should speak first because he's talking about claims Garfield made about no Jews being there, and then Tudor Parfit slamming him. So he could go. You should go first, Garfield. The only thing before you go, the only thing I gotta say is, I did kind of interface with that argument on the Luso African video he did alone, like about around this time last year, and some of that information wasn't too good from him. But I'll just leave it there.
You see, people don't pay attention to what 93 does and what Garfield do. Whenever Genesis 49er, whenever Dante says something, they say something out of passion because these guys are not researchers; they are believers. If you look at the video,
you could be a believer and a good researcher too, and believe.
Not these guys in this YouTube world. I'm talking about these YouTube people. I'm not talking like Dr. Eric Mason and
all right, now, y'all. I'm putting the link back out there. Any questions? I know your commanders told y'all don't come on here, but the commanders listening. Come on under a different name and type your questions in here right now. Go ahead.
Can you just share my screen for 1 second, my brother Barine? Now, earlier the brother was reading about Tudor Parfit, right? I don't know if he read the entire book.
I hate Joe Nuff.
But Tudor Parfit, what happened is this gentleman by the name of Osei Agiman Prempeh, he's the one that instilled the tradition of Israel and Egypt in the tradition. He took from the history that they already had and added this to the history. I don't know why he didn't talk about this. He exposed this. He exposed also that the book Hebrewisms in West Africa is garbage. He also exposed the Yoruba tradition is also made up. The internalization of the Israelite thesis. He also talks about, and by the way, let me just go to the page so you could go back and tell him, go to page 115 and read how the Ashanti made it up. So at the end of the day, the Israel tradition that everybody likes to claim with Ashanti, according to the information that we know from Osei Agiman Prempeh, he added the traditions in. Hebrewisms in West Africa, he also talks about it here. Well, anyway, let me get off of Tudor Parfit for a second. And let me get to what he's saying. Listen, anything Genesis 49er says, I got to research and see for myself. As far as his claims, I'll look into whatever he says if I get the chance, but I wouldn't take it I'd take it with a grain of salt. And also, I don't need Abu to tell me if Genesis 49ers. I'm in a back chat with Abu. We talk every day. We have had conversations about it. And I told Abu it's made up. No African American, no E marker is Jacob and all that stuff. Nobody teaches that in academia. Nobody teaches that in academia. Nobody. So I don't know why am I going to take a guy from YouTube and take some theory that he found on probably on what do you call it, on Google, and say I'm gonna take this serious. You got to start thinking to yourself, why is Michael Hammer, why is all these great Wells, Ragim, all these top geneticists is saying the J marker is for the Middle East people? Why is they're the ones saying that? Why? It's because it's a conspiracy? Because it's not you. It's simple as that. It's not you. It's craziness. E is the marker for Jews. Nobody says that. Nobody. There's no serious geneticist says this. None except this guy. Him and his people who follows him. Yeah, E1B and Ron Dalton. E1B1B A is this. E1B1, E1B1, second Exodus. I saw you in the chat. Second Exodus. E1B1, and then when Ngozi came and showed how you had the Moro Eurasian people that has an older E1B1B than that. It killed their whole argument. It killed it. But anyway, what do you call it?
I had something to say.
Go ahead, 93.
Okay, so I did find, my memory is great too. Tudor Parfit did kind of he went to this tribe, and I got his book here. It's called The Lost Tribes of Israel, History of a Myth, page 175. Let me see if I can read it. This is in regards to an indigenous Papuan tribe that claim to be Jews.
That's what you put in this back. That's what you put in this back chat over this private chat over here, 93.
Yes, but there's a video where you can see what Tudor Parfit did. But
where that's at?
Listen, I gotta find the video, bro. Let me read this book page.
All right, go ahead. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Where we go? Damn Let me see where I want to start. In July 2003, I visited the Gogo Dala tribe, the Middle Fly Electorate Fly River Western Province in Papua New Guinea, in response to an invitation to prove their Israelite ancestry through DNA testing. In their case, the idea had been put to them by missionaries from Australia that they were of Jewish origin. The missionaries had remarked upon their Jewish noses, their Semitic looks, and upon the similarity of the Gogo Dala language to Hebrew. They have incorporated the Star of David into the painted body decorations they use for ceremonial occasions. According to them, the Ark of the Covenant and the rod of Aaron were to be found in 2 boats buried in the lagoon, which had been brought from Palestine 3,000 years before. They are convinced that Gogo Dala is in fact Hebrew in its purest and least corrupted form. Identification with the state of Israel is remarkably strong in Papua New Guinea to the point in May 2003, 4,000 of them marched through the streets carrying Israeli flags. Okay, so when I gotta pull out the video though, but this little thing I put back here, they did a DNA test on these people and it came back inconclusive. Either way, their DNA ain't gonna be nothing close to us. And Tudor Parfit still went to them and said, "Yeah, y'all Jews. Hey, congratulations." So my whole point to say that is Tudor Parfit, although he may not agree with Hebrew Israelites, he will kind of entertain y'all a little bit as to not be disrespectful. So that's why Garfield is criticizing him. It ain't like we flipping. It's that Tudor Parfit might not be completely, sharing his all.
Trying to be politically correct. You don't want to offend.
I'm not criticizing him. I never criticized him. I didn't criticize him.
No, I'm saying that's what they saying that you doing. I know you not, because you know what's up. You got the book. You got the book in your hand.
Do me a favor, type of one if y'all think Tudor Parfit is a professional, don't want to be flat out because he don't want to get that whoopee work. He don't want to get that Nick Cannon work. And it is possible to get that work. Don't act crazy, y'all. It's like possible to get that backlash. Go ahead.
Just like Jet Match, when they messaged and said we was being, well, not we, but certain people were
somebody, yeah.
And they like, okay, we don't want to get caught in this. Just like Zondervan, when the sister was saying
yes.
Somebody messaged, and they said, oh, we don't agree with that. Just like there's probably another, just like Boonis and all them people, and I ain't trying to bring up the pews, but they like, we don't want to get involved in this because we don't want to get entangled. Tudor Parfit want to continue to do what he want to do, but he don't want to be looked at as how we get looked at when we disagree. You're anti-Semitic, you hate black people, you don't want to see us as Jews. He got a job to do, but it's evident in his book that he don't be agreeing with stuff, but he's open. Like Joshua said, he may be open, but he's clear. If you press him, he gonna have to take a stance, yo.
You're gonna have to read that screen for Garfield 93.
Question to Garfield: can you organize an open discussion or Q&A with Tudor Parfit this year?
I'll try. I actually requested him, so I mean, I'm just waiting for him to respond. I do have Jonathan Schorch though. If y'all want to talk to Jonathan Schorch.
They gonna want to talk to him, or you giggling like they ain't gonna want to talk to him.
They use him. Genesis 49ers use him all the time, or misuse him, I should say.
Garfield, who was that white dude that you had on there? You was like, yeah, you a Hebrew killer, and that white dude was like, yeah, I most certainly want to be a Hebrew killer. Who was that dude? That was funny, yo.
No, I'm not gonna say who that is. No.
That dude was like Ned Flanders in there. I want to be a Hebrew killer for sure.
All right, I don't see no more questions coming back up on the thing, because I'm intently looking specifically for y'all questions. Golf here, right for the y'all questions. Let me see.
What do you say? Can't blame him. Why would Parfit want his name used back camps? See, these people don't want to get drugged through the mud. They want to be as objective as they can.
So I guess they right about that whole thing with we're withholding information back in Professor Katz and all that. Fair use.
Which are descendants of Jews, the Sephardim. But you guys are so pseudo and disingenuous. You don't care about historical truths or historicity. You just care about pushing your agenda, which is to be anti-Israelite, be anti-Bible. And that's why our brother Reggie has a message for Garfield, aka the toilet scholar, man. You will forever be known as the toilet scholar. You're a damn blooper and you're a damn joke.
So he's in the toilet with Rob Bourne.
Right, man. You forever belong in the toilet, man. The proverbial toilet, and we flushing you down, man. Period.
In Leonard Jeffries' class, Professor Everett Scobie class, John Henry Clark, he wouldn't even talk to you. Dr. Ben would call you a damn idiot.
Yeah, Garfield. Well said, Dr. Reggie.
Don't respond to that, Garfield.
The funny thing about these clips, Reggie.
I don't see the purpose. I don't see the purpose of Marine even playing this video.
Because Garfield got on camera.
I don't see the purpose of you playing the video.
All that is ad hominems, bro. Like he's mad at Garfield. Like I don't know why why y'all want him to play this, yo.
Any questions? Anybody for Garfield? Or 93 here. Any questions? Anybody? All right, I'm putting the link out there one more time. Fast forward a few minutes. You give me a what you call a timestamp. I have timestamps for the video. All right, no, maybe that's somebody else talking right there. Play the video Garfield did with the Igbo guy. That's the one you don't. Did you load it up today when you had an interview this morning? Then you got off for a little while. That's what they talking about. You played it. You did it. That's a pre-record. You recorded somebody that you're gonna load up later on, or you did a live this morning, Garfield.
I got another video. I got one from Saturday. That's the one they're talking about. The one from Saturday. Are Igbo people Jews?
The was to praise the ancestors, to praise your fathers, and praise be to your fathers. To Benjamin, to Ben Oside.
Okay. Beautiful.
Thank you.
Beautiful.
Praise be.
All
Is
right.
it?
All right. So let me ask you this. So you're currently in Igbo land.
Your mic? Oh, you did. Okay. All right.
10 to 15 minutes. There's a controversy right now in the United States of America. They're arguing every day that Igbos are Jews.
No,
you made a post. Go ahead, brother.
No, we are not Jews. Igbos are not Jews. Igbos are Igbos. Igbos are not Jews. We are not Jews. Our spirituality is totally different from that of the Jews. Yes, there might be some cultural similarities in respect to some practices. But in terms of spirituality, we are totally different. And spirituality, if the spirit man of every being is the core of that being, then and in spirituality, we are divergent. Today I talked on my Facebook page about the Jewish Kabbalah. It's totally different from the Igbo system or Igbo spirituality. So how can a same Igbo man say that Igbos are Jews? Igbos are not Jews. Even those who are saying it know actually that Igbos are not Jews, but because of political reasons, they are saying it because they want to attach themselves to the Jews, so that the sympathy that the world have for the Jews, they will have it for the Igbos, and listen to their some of the things that they are saying about Igbos being marginalized in Nigeria. And the actual truth is that Igbos are not even being marginalized in Nigeria. Igbos are not Jews. I've said it. If Igbo man wants to pray, he prays with Izu. I would have loved to bring some of these items on this show, but my next meeting with you, I will come prepared. I'll come fully prepared. I will show you some of these sacred. In fact, I'm uploading a video on YouTube right now as we are speaking to show you our praying items. It's totally different, and our ancestors have been using these items from time immemorial, as in for long. The other day I showed you our Alpha divination, what we use for Alpha divination. And the language is believed to be the first Igbo, the first Igbo language, which has changed over a long 1,000 years of time to what we now speak now as Igbo. But the language of the Alpha, this first Igbo language, is being retained. So Igbos are not Jews. The similarity is set in our culture and that of the Jews is just a tiny bit similarity. Like they say that. For example, circumcision. The Jews circumcise their children at the 8th day. People circumcise their children also at the 8th day. About during menstruation, women don't come into some certain places. And Igbo land during menstruation, women don't come into the sacred area. Those things are not the core of what makes Igbo Igbo. These are not the core of what makes Igbo Igbo.
Right. Do you guys circumcise? Do you guys circumcise the females?
Whether they circumcise the female? Well, in the past they do, but I think in modern times they stopped some of those female circumcision or gender mutilation. I will call it gender mutilation. Yeah.
Okay. But it was a part of the culture, though, originally.
To be honest with you, I cannot say if it was, because there are some certain things that they attribute to Igbos, but you realize that it's not generally practiced. That's another thing I want to say. The Jews have something I will call something similar to a written constitution in terms of the commandment given to them by Moses. Igbos do not have anything like that. There is nothing like a centralized or a general accepted or a kind of a written constitution. Our society is a kind of informal society. So what is obtainable in this Igbo community might not even be what is obtainable in another Igbo community. However, there is a unifying factor. Is this unifying factor I always want us to concentrate about? The Shi system, the Izu, our praying materials, our Alpha divination system. Anywhere you go in Igbo land, this thing is the same. However, their rules, how they structure their society, is totally different from other Igbo communities.
Okay, my friend Shlomo, he's asking, does Toby think he descends from? No, he doesn't.
No, we do not. It's not just about me. We do not. I'm saying this with full assurance, with full authority. We do not have anything to do with Israelites. I've said it. If there is any people that we have to link our ancestry with, it's with our black brothers in Sudan and Congo. The Sudanese are even believed to be the original Egyptians, who were blacks, and we have history to support that. The present day Egypt are Arabs. They are not the original, the Egyptian civilization. They are not the one. So, but nevertheless, all I'm saying is that even when there was black Egyptian civilization in Egypt, the Igbos who are living here in this present day Igbo land, people I call the forest dwellers, the cave dwellers, our ancestors who are forest and cave dwellers, they have been living this place. Our caves can attest to that. We have a foremost female anthropologist in Igbo land, not just in Igbo land, in Nigeria and by extension Africa, Catherine Asholono, has written extensively about this. In fact, she wrote a book called "They Lived Before Adam." In the book, she was trying to prove that Igbos were existing before Adam.
Wow. You know, let me ask you this. Can you talk about the system that you showed me the other day that you said they've been doing from the beginning of time? I wish you could let me ask you this. Why do you think that people want to be Jews in Igbo land? Why do they want to be Jews?
I told you that it has a political connotation. That is the first one. The first time this thing was during the Nigerian Biafra Civil War. The Igbos are part of the place in Nigeria they call Biafra. So some of the Igbo leaders who are trying to get the sympathy of the West, we are trying to attach Igbos to the suffering of the Jews during this the Second World War. So they are trying to get the world attention, and they are saying that Igbos are the black Jews. That's the first time this narrative started during the Nigerian Biafra Civil War, because the Igbos wanted to have a nation of their own, a separate nation out of Nigeria. So, and they needed, you know, that there is no country that can break out there, or there is no ethnic group that can break out in a sovereign nation without the attention of some dominant world powers. So in trying to get the attention of the dominant world powers, they started telling this narrative. Up to today, there are some certain section of people that still want out of the Nigerian project. And they are the ones driving. That's why I say there's a political angle to this story. But there is no authentic historical proof to back it up. We are not Jews. For Christ's sake, we are blacks. Our skin pigmentation have not changed. Have you seen all the black people that have been living in America for close to 400, 300, 500 years? Have they automatically become white people? The blacks that are in India, The black Indians, they have been black since. Have they changed?
No, they haven't.
So how can a black man just suddenly change? Or they are trying to say that some sons of Israel, we are black. That is for Israelites. So it should be an Israelite headed. If Israelites believe that some of their brothers were black, it should be their headed. It should not be the headed of an Igbo man to try to push himself into Jewish history.
Let me ask you this. I see a lot of folks quoting scriptures and using Deuteronomy and Leviticus laws to say that Igbo people also do the same laws, so they're the same people. What do you respond? How do you respond to that?
And I say it's a lie. For example, I told in one of my Facebook YouTube videos, the one that started this controversy, I reported to one of I responded. How can an Igbo man be looking for his own history in another man's book? It's wrong. You look for your own history in your own oral tradition. You cannot be looking for something that is missing in your own house and you start going to another person's house to go and look for it. You must search for what is missing in your own house, inside your own house. So to be honest, there is nothing missing about Igbo tradition that you are looking for in the Bible. We have no business with the Bible. Bible came to Igbo land for the first time around 1850 something. That's when the first missionaries came to the Igbo land. Prior to that period, the people, the whites that were coming to Igbo land, were slave traders. They didn't come to Christianize or to evangelize the Igbos. They came to buy slaves. They didn't come with Bible. But when the missionaries started coming around 1856, that's when they came with Bible. So Igbo people did not even know what is Bible till around early 20th century. So why are you trying to find your own? Because you see some similarities in Leviticus or in Deuteronomy, start saying that you are a Jew. The other tribes, you read the Bible and still see some similarities. That's what I'm saying. There will always be similarities. For example, the Hindus and the Igbos share the same polytheistic religion. Does it make us brothers? Igbos and Hindus are polytheistic. Igbos are also polytheistic. If Hindus have class system, is enshrined in their culture, in their religion, as in the class system. The freeborns and the whatever. We also have it in our own system. Does it make me a Hindu?
Hold on a minute, Garfield.
It doesn't make me an Indian.
This is, I don't know, this is, y'all asking them Bible questions, but I'm going to put, somebody said, my mom just hit me, said this was missed. Garfield, the people who God scattered, when he gathers them, will it be literally from the four corners of the earth, or will it just be from the Middle East area? You muted.
Yeah, look at Isaiah 11:11. It tells you exactly where they're coming from. But I'll say this: it's referring to the geography of the ancient Near East. America, in my opinion, has nothing to do with the Old Testament. Nothing at all to do with New Zealand, Australia, all these areas. It has nothing to do. The Bible is written specifically for where Israel was taken. If you're taken to Assyria, if you're taken to Assyria, you're taken to Assyria. If taken to Babylon, you're taken to Babylon. Taken to Persia, you're taken to Persia. All these areas are going to answer for God's judgment according to the Bible, because that's where Israel was taken.
All right, yeah, and I think you stated that before, right? Anybody else, or just where y'all gonna argue that God knew the four corners of the earth? Tell me where y'all want to go with it. Y'all got that part? How can he interpret scripture from the flesh? We're G-Con, the whole earth. All right, you want to say something, 93, before we get back into this? Anybody else? Any other question? Are there any questions from anybody? Y'all got Garfield hemmed up this time. Y'all heard to the prophet. He laughing.
Garfield, you must be doing something right. They trying to do the personal attacks and stuff. Now you got people trying to call my job and shit.
Yep.
Wow.
Hey,
Oh no, that's something different. Let me go look at my email. That's something different. They said they blowing at you right now. Yeah. Let me see. No. That's right. No, that's you. You got them mad. I don't know how. I gotta find out.
Yeah, don't be putting no videos up about me. But yeah, they trying to put my sister and stuff in videos. That's ill. But that's what happened when the information kicked they behind, bro. They try to do a red herring and show
That's a good question right here, King Nebuchadnezzar. That's a great question.
Where?
King Nebuchadnezzar.
Keep hitting them with that info though.
Do you believe all? Both of y'all can answer.
No. As I said, Jews could be any color. Could be white as white, dark as dark, look like me. Don't matter.
Good
Color don't
question.
matter. Color don't matter. And by the way, if you're a Christian, color should never matter.
Shots fired. Shut that down. Y'all heard that coming from Garfield right there. Y'all heard that?
If you are a Christian, color should never matter. It has to do with circumcision of the heart. That was the purpose of Paul trying to draft up the Gentiles into being Jewish. So he said it ain't got nothing to do with circumcising the private part. It has to do with circumcision of the heart.
All right. Who's that question for? Garfield? Does the prophecy say all Israel, or that's for them in the room? I put it up there anyway. That's for everybody, probably. Somebody said Babylon was already judged. Question: does the prophecy say? Go ahead.
Does the prophecy say all of Israel will be enslaved, or just a little bit of them? Is that the way prophecy works? Does God's judgment work? I don't know. That's a Berean question. I answered that. But I do want to respond to Shari, because again, Shari is a Christian. Shari, it shouldn't matter if they have ethnic Jews in America. It shouldn't matter. What is an ethnic Jew, by the way? I'm curious. What is an ethnic Jew?
Of course. Hopefully she believes there's ethnic Jews in America.
Hey, but you know the craziest thing? I showed the brother.
But Shari, she believes that them people over there are Jews, right?
I showed him at the beginning of the show. I came and I showed his lineage. I showed his great-great-grandfather, his grandfather, and all them people on both sides. Now, he's a guy who comes from Sephardic Jews.
Okay.
Hey, he's darker than all of us. I'm just saying it's not us. The Bible ain't talking about us. That's all I'm saying.
Grace and peace, bro. Come to the microphone. What are your thoughts?
Hey, brother. I'm not gonna come on here and say who is or who isn't Jews. I don't get down like that. I was actually trying to come on earlier when that other guy was butchering Deuteronomy 28, but that's long gone. So, but I think what's happening is, and maybe if we take a page out of Orthodox Moore's book to slow it down a little bit, I think what's happening is when we hear Garfield admit that Jews or Hebrews come in many colors, some people automatically assume when he says that, then that automatically means African American. Now, I'm not going to sit up here and say no African Americans or not Jews or Hebrews. I don't get down like that.
If they come in many colors, it would have to be. They would have to be included in that. Some, at least.
Well, it's possible, and then the doctor said it was possible. But what Garfield is asking for is evidence that some people came. I mean, he said this 1,000 times. Some people came off the boats practicing, Judaism or whatever.
I'm not. Garfield?
Yeah, he said some people. He's asking for evidence that people. Yeah,
right.
Yeah, so he's asking for evidence that people came off the boats practicing, Judaism or practicing ancient Hebrew or whatever you want to call it. Basically keeping the law.
1 second, J-Man. 1 second, J-Man. Before you make that point, Berean, a point that you will agree with me is that the way how Judaism is set up right now, or any practice of Israelite religion, it would be hard for anyone to claim that they are ancient Israelites based on the fact that it's a book religion, meaning that it's based off the Torah, the prophets, and the other books in between. And that wasn't put together completely until the end of the BC era or early 1st century. So I am saying, how can the people be transported and moved and leave from Israel with a religion that wasn't even organized yet? It's not possible.
No, they're gonna say that. No, they're gonna argue that they were organized even though the canon wasn't closed. Even though the canon wasn't closed, they can't put the two things together. They can still say that they were shipped and someone moved and this and that, even though they didn't have a whole full closed canon yet. Because they
All
still,
right,
you know,
let's use
anytime
Passover.
after Ezra could be some movement. It could maybe even before Ezra and them, it could have been some movement. But go ahead.
But even look at Passover. Passover in the Bible, you remember they didn't practice it publicly until Josiah's time period. And a lot of these so-called
Now you get ready to get out of here. These folks ain't going for that. Now you get ready to get out of here. When he said he wasn't coming on here talking no Bible, now he get ready to get out of here. Where's Sister Yolanda? Did you hear this now? He was doing good. Now he messing up.
But here it is, Garfield, and here it is, Berean and 93. And again, I'm not agreeing with anybody because I don't have a horse in this race. You know?
I don't know. It's hard to tell. They already texted me about you. They said you over here, you over there, you all over the place. You got to have some type of agenda. Go ahead,
brother. I just speak to what I believe is true. So that's all I do. You know, if anybody can go and look and listen to whatever I say, if they got a problem with what I say, then they can come talk to me. But with that being said, all I'm saying is just listening to what Garfield's saying. And we sometimes we think, okay, even in ancient Israel, we can already assume that they were different shades. They were dark, light skinned, but does that mean they were African American is the question. And I think that's what Garfield is asking. So if that's what he's asking, and he's asking for evidence that people came off the boat practicing the religion, that's a legitimate question. Now, that doesn't mean that nobody came off the boat. You know, maybe it wasn't recorded nowhere. Who knows? But let's not act like that's not a legitimate question. Is all I was trying to say. And I think that's what's missing here is we're automatically assuming they were African American because they're people of color.
And that's what people running around here preaching.
Yeah, if that makes sense. Yeah, and so no, I'm not. So for those of my Israel friends or my Hebrew friends, I'm not banging on y'all or saying none of y'all are Hebrew. I don't get into that kind of thing. All I'm saying is let's just slow it down. If you guys are going to have this conversation, slow it down and listen to each other. Like Orthodox Moore said, listen to each other. That's all. You know, and if anybody got a problem with anything I say, bring it to me. We can discuss that because I'm gonna say what I believe and I'm gonna leave it at that. And thank you.
All right, anybody? Go ahead. You done? All right.
Yeah. Well, I say that to everybody out there, it's a question that needs answering to. Now, people could get emotional and say, "Hey, well, you have this guy here, this guy here." You see, this is the problem. If we are Israelites, two things, by the way. They'll make a claim that somebody's an Israelite, like Israel Hill and all this craziness, then say, oh, we lost all our memory as far as being Israelites. So that's why we don't show anything. So you can't have it both ways. That's a part of the curses. You won't remember who you are or whatever. They make stuff up as they go. So it's either you remember or you don't remember. If you don't remember, then, hey, Garfield, we can't find evidence because we don't remember. But if you find evidence, you're ready to say, oh, Israel Hill, they were Israelites. So how is it that those people remember that they were Israelites in the 1800s, but yet still everybody else forgot who they were? You know, it's crazy. The people, if not to bring up the pews, but even with the pews. So you're saying that these people went over there 1770 whatever, 79, or whatever that date is, and then later on in the 1800s they wrote scribbles on the during the Underground Railroad time period or whenever they wrote it. You're saying that they remembered to write Hebrew though. I'm just saying.
Do that make sense to y'all? Is that fair to y'all? Is that fair? That Israel Hill thing, if they remember who they were, it's a little bit hard. Certain things we can't deny, but some stuff is a little hard to make some sense of. All right, anything y'all want to say? Anything close? I'm getting ready to get out of here. I'm put 5 hours and mess around with y'all. I got to go take care of the no and no Garfield. So I said no and no.
Yeah, I got something I'm gonna say before we go, but the Garfield.
All right, Dunamis, you want to say something for 93? Jump on.
Yeah, I just want a quick question. Hold on 1 second. I'm at work too. Just a quick question, Garfield. In 93, how would y'all define religion, especially a religion in the ancient Near East sense? Because it's come up a lot of time when people say that you can't convert to be an Israelite or a Jew or things of that nature. So just how would you define religion, especially in the ancient sense? If that makes sense.
A system of worship within that culture. I mean, they had different type of worship. Most of the people in the ancient Near East were polytheists anyway. And I think the people who were in Canaan who were worshiping, they didn't have a central for the so-called Canaanites, they didn't have a central way. They had several different gods or lesser gods. But as far as the El was actually, I think, the head god. But as far as the Moabites had a god. The Gadites had a god. The Gadites, and I mean the God in the Bible, because remember the word G-A-D means God of luck. If you go to Isaiah 65:11, it tells you. Let's go to the Blue Letter Bible and tell you that it means God of luck. So God was a god in the ancient Near East. So you're gonna find different gods all over. People have their different gods. It's just a culture with multiple gods. But as far as a religion, it's a matter of structure and different things that they follow, a way of life within that culture. So for them, it's multiple different cultures. You had the Assyrians, you had the Babylonians. This is why I said that the Israelites are an amalgamation of different systems. Because if you look at the calendar for the Babylonian calendar, they follow the Babylonian calendar. They follow something that's called, I don't know if Bereen ever heard of this, the Metonic cycle. You ever heard of that, Bereen?
No, that don't sound familiar.
The Metonic cycle, the Israelites follow it. They don't even know it. Because if Bereen don't know it, I guarantee y'all don't know it. It's like a 19-year cycle. So every 19 years, it changes. So it's like every 7 years and 12 years, and it changes. It's a cycle that deals with the moon and the dates and so forth. They got that.
Oh, we got to get Brother Bruce on for him. Go ahead. Keep going, though. I want to hear this.
Yeah, so the Babylonian system, they follow that. Yom Kippur, even the first fruits, all those different situations that you have Babylonian influence.
You say they didn't pick this up till after captivity. It's a post-captivity practice. Okay, go ahead.
But I might be wrong, because remember, Assyrians and Babylonians use the same God, same calendar.
Mm-hmm.
So they could have gotten it from the Assyrians too.
Okay.
It's just like seven day rest. There's no evidence of where it comes from a historical perspective, not a biblical perspective. So what happened is, we know in the Babylonian calendar and the Sumerians, they used to have a 7-day rest or evil day where you don't do anything on that day.
But you know, a few different people you believe had that, right? You've heard of 7-day rest, or you never heard of a rest outside of?
No, I think the 7-day is Sumer. It comes down from that Babylonian Assyrian line, because they were the ones that had 7 days in a week. This is why I know when people say the Bible come from Kemet, I'm like, no, Kemet got a 10-day week.
Yes,
got a 10-day week. And in the ancient, on the other side of the world, they have a 7-day week. So it comes from that lineage from Sumer, Akkadian, Assyrian, Babylonian. I think that's what influenced them as far as 7-day week. But I can be wrong, because ain't nobody saying that's definitely true, because we have evidence of the Sabbath in the Greeks. There's a Greek, something in the Greeks in the 7th century did something on the Sabbath, and they were saying we're going to do something on the Sabbath. So the word Sabbath is actually there. The Yeshaniah Stele or whatever it's called. All right.
Do me a favor, y'all. Just type a 1 in here if y'all believe that there was some practices that came out of Babylon that started that Second Temple period. Did they pick up anything? Type a 1 if y'all believe some stuff was picked up in Babylon.
Look at the calendar. The calendar days are directly related with the calendar days names. Directly related with the Babylonian names. Adar, Mul, all of them. The names are directly related. So there's no doubt that they got the names from there. That don't mean they didn't have a calendar. They did have a calendar in the Canaan that's written in Canaanite, and it's actually evidence of it is in the Bible. There's 4 names of calendar days in the biblical text, right?
Well, Pastor, Ella Green was on kind of touching that with the brother Bruce. I wish he was on. He was on earlier. But go ahead, Dunamis. You want to ask Goff? Oh, that was the question.
Yes, no.
So
So
you said you want him and 93 to go ahead. I'm sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, no, because with that, there was a follow-up to where in ancient times, if I wanted to join another tribe, right?
Mm-hmm.
What would that entail? Would that entail just living amongst them, or taking on their religion and their gods as well?
Very good question. People always say, Garfield, what's your solution? You're telling us that we're not Israelites, so who we are. I always say, first and foremost, take a DNA test. Try a simple test, a cheap test like 23andMe. 23andMe is going to give you specific markers that they have for Africa, right? That's where you're from. If you're from Europe, Asia, wherever, it's going to give you specific areas. My main place in 23andMe is that I'm an Igbo and I'm from Ghana, Akan, right? Or Asante or whatever. and then lesser, I got lesser for eras like Ashkenazi Jew, whatever, mixer within the last 300 years or whatever, right? So now I would go and study that culture and see where I'm from and try to establish if you want to practice that religion or not. That's up to you. But at least you have an idea of where you came from. You understand? And know your roots. Then you could pass it on to your family and say, this is where I'm from. In Jamaica, we have so much Igbo words and Asante words. We know where we're from as far as a culture in Jamaica. Taki and three-finger jack. They used to say the white man bullet can't kill them. They used to clap and do the whole thing that LeBron James do with the smoke that they get ready.
Yeah, that ritual.
And so I'm saying that if you learn and study your culture, you decide as a human being if what culture or what you want to follow. You know, in Igbo culture, two people can't have the same chi. That's what makes me so attractive to it. That means your way of worship or your personal God can't be the same as mine. We all have our own personal chi, which is
individual guidance.
I love that. I love that. I definitely love that.
Go ahead, 93. Or Dunamis, go.
Any more questions, Dunamis?
No, well, now with that, so then Garfield, the question would come up. Let's say like I have Fulani and Yoruba in my DNA. And right now we know the Fulani are beefing with the Yorubas in Nigeria, right? So now if I want to click to my ancestors, wouldn't there be discrepancy in people's ancestral lines sometimes to where they might be descended from two different tribes that were at war or contradictions in different belief systems? Or even some of my ancestors could have been ancient Christians. So then how do I rock with that?
We're pretty much, brother, it's hard because remember, we're displaced people. We're kidnapped victims. I mean, we were sold out by slave raiders who happen to be what we call modern day Africans. And we were taken over here. We're kidnapped victims. We don't know who we are. So you have a brother by the name of Asar Imhotep from the Amira squad. He said we need to have a name and a system that we follow here in America just for African Americans because we need to develop our own culture. So whether you're following a system, it's hard to go back and trace and say I'm a follow a system because of exactly what you said. I have more Igbo right now than Akan, but I know Igbo culture. I know in St. Thomas when them do them Pocomania and all that masking and all that mass stuff. I know that's the Igbo tradition. I also know the Akana tradition when I go to St. Anna or St. Mary. I'm going to see all this Akan tradition that they follow. You know, they speak a language. The dialect of Jamaicans is connected to the Twi. So at the end of the day, words like uno, that's an Igbo word. Uno mean me and you. Uno no anado, it means you. Uno. But at the end of the day, it's up to you personally. I can't tell anybody, human being, what to do. Take a basic DNA test and just try to trace your roots that way. You're gonna have conflict with tribes. That's why but most African cultures have the same thing. You worship a personal deity or a community deity, and the highest supreme deity, you don't have a connection with them. You have to go through your ancestors or through another god that answers what's going on the earth with you. Most African traditions are like that. So that's why I know the Igbo has nothing to do with Jews, because every Jewish person have to pray to Yah directly. There's no intermediary. There's no intermediary with a Hebrew or an Israelite. You go directly to Yah. For if you're a Christian now, you have Jesus. You have an intermediary. But in Igbo land, you deal with your own chi. You have your own chi, your own God, our own deity that you pray to daily. And then you also have the community deity, and you also have your ancestors. Different tradition.
I know it's late, Breen, so that was my last one. So I just wrap it up from there.
So Sherry, you don't know that I have Ashkenazi Jew. I do have Ashkenazi Jew, and I'm proud of it in my DNA. What's wrong with that? What's wrong with that? You see,
ain't nothing wrong with that. She not one of those that preach they fake over there, I don't think. That's the part of the preach that I got. Well, y'all was running around these folk, not y'all, but some people was running around here talking about they fake. Now they praising them. Now they praising that guy Remy because he over there connecting y'all with them. Man, listen, I'm good. They ain't gonna give me that right there. They can't just switch that up like that. All right, anybody else? What's it on Garfield? I think the Wiggins got something for you.
I think Garfield is coming against his Igbo heritage because
that's why they want to know your DNA.
You know what, Elder? You might be right. Not arguing the Wiggins. I'm done with the Wiggins. I'm done. I am so done. Where did the Africans come from in Guyana? I'm not sure, my brother. That's a very vague question. Hey, Inosh, Ben Israel, did you know that my grandparents and great-grandparents were in Panama helping with the Panama Canal, and a lot of Jamaicans went there for work? So there's a connection with a lot of Jamaicans. So you said Uno is used. Yes, it could be the Jamaican connection with the Igbos, but also from the slave trade anyway. Zebulon stupid. He's like, Uno I speak folly.
All right, I think that's it. Y'all got any more? I think that's it right there. Ask them.
Yeah, I'll close out.
Hey, 93. Hey, don't let nobody discourage you, bro.
No. I was just gonna tell you, bro. What you doing here is monumental, bro. Like as far as the chessboard, we didn't rearrange the whole board. We got people so mad in their feelings, bro. Hey, Bareen, I respect your platform, but I am not getting out of bed for nothing other than information. Them brothers trying to dig and they probably trying to talk about your family, how you look, where you work, what you rap about, but it's about the information. So you want to deal with 93. Y'all been running from debates. I ain't even all of that. Really, honestly, I just be going researching and debunking y'all with y'all own sources. But they don't want to deal with that. They want to do the red herring. That shows that they don't know how to argue. So I know you see them bucking shots, and I knew when I got into this how dirty these cats play, Bareen, but I'm not addressing nothing other than any source of information that I shared. I'm not worried about it. You got the other cat trying to go into my DNA. You know, all of those attempts are reasons why they say, don't talk to this person because this other thing, his DNA, he's a rapper, he does this, he does that, he's short or whatever.
That's what's scaring some people up. My thing is like, what's the beef? Can't we just figure this thing out?
No, but listen, they mad at Garfield. They got nothing against me. I got people in my inbox telling me, oh, you're a good person if you wasn't around Faithful or if you wasn't around Garfield. This is all because they trying to get me away from Garfield. I don't know if they're trying to get me over there with them. It seemed like it. I don't know. But they mad at this guy because he's shaking them up. And I'm going to tell you something. I ain't going to stop debunking the information. I'm going to do it at my own pace. I ain't going to stop providing information. I'm just going to do me. Until any of these cowards challenge me to a one-on-one debate, do what you got to do. But the information going to get out here. And if you're trying to prove that you got the truth, attacking somebody personally, that's certainly not the way to convince people that you got the truth. You're making people think that we doing something right over here. So it is what it is, baby.
Yeah. That ain't. I got to ride with him on that. Read that screen. I'm going to click the other one for 93. Read that, Garfield.
Hey, Doreen, you forgot to play my response, a piece of my response to Sister E too, because you know I didn't threaten Dante with no gun. It wasn't even me. I didn't say nothing about guns. I know video.
What response? What response? You got what response?
I responded to Sister E yesterday on my channel.
Oh, so
yesterday when you came in the chat, you came in the chat late though. You came in late. Okay. So we played the video and showed that I never said anything about guns to Dante. And I think what happened is Dante is a victim of.
Oh no! Wait a minute! No! Faithful, yeah. Faithful played something like that with an old clip with me or something. He went dug back up. He told him he was going to go look for that. I do remember that. Yeah, I do jumped in last night or something like that. Mm-hmm. But read that screen. That's a question for you. You made the other one go past.
No, he's just making a statement that he chose to be a West African Bantu instead of being an Israelite. That's all. Shout out to you, brother.
Is this? Look at this. Look at that right there, 93.
Remy Clay. Oh, that's nuts.
Oh yeah, I think I seen that. Yeah, both Igbo and Yoruba are haplogroup E, and it's a DNA thing that came out there to say they almost like 100% identical, or something like that.
Yep.
So that's cultural bias in this Israelite thing.
Well, no, I would have to ask Cherry. She in here, y'all? She see that?
That's crazy. Yeah, and by the way, just for the record, for everybody that I don't know how much people you have in the chat, Barry.
195.
I never once threatened to do any harm to my name Dante with any guns. I actually never said anything about any guns at all. And Sister E claimed that she heard the show and she probably went back to Dante with misinformation and made him make a post.
No, you saying that? Don't talk dragging her. You talking about she probably went back. Hold on, let me see.
Because Dante, I think that's what happened. He got he believed her.
I'll find a thing and play that and clear that up because we trying to get past that, but we ain't gonna get past that talking. We ain't gonna get past these questions, and we ain't gonna get past that information. That personal beefing, we could get past that, but that other stuff we can't get past that. I think Dante, shout out to him, man. I think Dante hit me the other day. He's like, what we beefing about? I don't know. I just be beefing the beef. I can't even remember. Shout out to Mike. We trying to figure this thing out. So, I hate growing up in Brooklyn. You just be beefing. People talking about Berean want to get money. Berean like beefing. And some of that stuff uncalled for. We don't need that because my heart is to really get to this information. I don't care what the church people say. I don't care what nobody say. Let's just look at this information. Then we can deal with the doctrine over there. And, but just, a lot of people got a lot of stuff that they trying to deal with. All right, I'll play a little bit of that later on. Y'all see anything else in the Afro-Guyanese? Yolanda very shocked to see the behavior. What you said in the past.
They want to debate was either Zion or
that's true.
Exactly, 93 is right. Yeah, total turn off. Okay. All right. That's it. Anything else, y'all? Stop the beefing. Yes, I am stopping. Yes, no more beefing. I love everybody. Even through all of the crazy stuff, the Israelites would just be like, yo, I got my own mind. I'm doing my own thing. And shout out to the other ones. Like I said, they in the background listening to stuff. Listen, I love y'all. I know I'm ignorant, but I'm telling y'all I love y'all. And I went out and I just want the truth. It just looks like. Don't hold me on it. It looks like when we started dealing with certain things, specifically with the doctrine and, and just letting ambassador come on. I don't want to make ambassador the devil. Ambassador want to preach the gospel. We believe the gospel. We're going to lift Christ up. And I don't know where that book, that beef kind of come from, but it looked like that kind of stirred it a little bit. And I know it was definitely a touchy thing when we brought up the doctrine with Stephen Darby. And I love Darby too. Shout out to them and his family and all that ministry and all of that stuff there. Let me see this book. What's this saying? The book tells you who the people of the book are. Israel, people on ships transferred to every nation. That's that on this beautiful. All right, and we gotta get to the Bible and see how we understand that in light of history. I'll try to drag them people once the smoke is clear. I'll drag them to Luke 21 and is this prophecy? Is this I'll try to drag them back to that. But we're trying to figure out them numbers and that DNA and all of that stuff. Alton, as much as it sounds like Garfield he don't want nobody over here. All right, he said he's been asking the question for 7 years. Alton, that is a long, long time. So my thing is, let's just establish them good and strong in West Africa. Plumber already in them. They already admitted, they don't even care. It ain't the end of the world if they converts. Now that's beef because they came on here. We thought it was one way, but if they were converts and they came and them Jewish men married some African women in West Africa and made some babies, those babies or whatever we want to call them babies. If them babies grew up, if they was on the top or the bottom of the slave ship, that's where we up to now. It do look like some people claim some stuff was changed around because we were acting like nobody was nowhere at all. Now I got to break down and say, well, a few of them that came on the scene were A, B, C, and D. But I think most people, do me a favor, if you believe Israel was on the bottom of them slave ships that came over here, I don't care if it was 20, I don't care if it was 20 million, type of one. And then we'll just move on from there. Of the spirit of offense and not controlling that flesh. All right, that's a side conversation, but I know the flesh got to come under. Shout out to Mike and shout out to Mike. I got to, share some stuff with them, and sometimes it's good to share. So, some people believe. All right, some people believe. All right. I'm getting up out of here. We remembered, Father God, we thank you for your spirit. We thank you for what you're doing in this channel there, God. And we just ask you to remember Garfield right now, 93 there, God. Everybody in the community that's been hurt, that's been broken. So much stuff has gone forth there, God. I'm sorry, and please forgive us if we've offended any of our brothers and sisters, Father God. We thank you that you're a God of forgiveness, that you've given us an opportunity. Thank you that we could be called sons and daughters of God, not because of ethnicity or anything, but because of the finished work of Christ on the cross, dear God. We pray for those in the community that are not believers, dear God, and we pray for those in the community that's just coming to a clearer understanding, dear God. Help us to understand each other, dear God, and then above all, show your love, Father God. You said, by this shall all men know that ye are my disciples, that we have love one for another. So just help us in that area, Father God. We wouldn't fail to give you the glory, the honor, and the praise in Jesus' name. Take care, everybody.